Chapter 1. Oh, this red lotus flower is really worthy of Demon Slayer. A two-dimensional boy with a Syrian War version notebook plugged into one of his headphones became excited. The uncle of the recycling bin actually threw this good treasure in the garbage heap, and he couldn't understand it. Looking at the flashing Flower Street promotional video on the computer screen, Bai became excited, skillfully clicked on the Fox browser and then typed in Demon Slayer Blade. Soon entered the playback page, and while Shiro was engrossed in watching the anime, the computer smoked on the side he couldn't see. Just when the cutscene was finished and the feature film was about to start, the computer suddenly went black. Bai. No, the computer I worked so hard to repair crashed after a while. Bai didn't give up slapping the computer, and the more he patted the white smoke, the more he patted it, the more white smoke came out, and finally attracted Bai's attention. I remember that the computers of the UP Masters of Duyin were smoking, only slightly sparks and smoke. That video must be true, no matter how good I am, it won't explode, right? Bai slapped the screen again, the notebook shook, and the next second the smoke came out more, but it didn't spark, and Bai breathed a sigh of relief. But before Bai could completely relax, the computer display screen exploded first, and then the thin fuselage also exploded directly, and the body was covered with fierce flames. The fierce fire instantly ignited Shiro's clothes, and the parts with sparks jumped onto the bed behind Shiro's back and spread rapidly, causing a fire. Before Bai screamed to extinguish the fire on his body, the room seemed to have a chain reaction. The socket and the wires sparked at the same time, and then with a snap, the entire building went without power. Bai was stunned, because the winter was thicker, the fire on his body had not yet burned him, and the fire on his head had been extinguished. Bai looked at the narrow room swept by the flames in a daze, and Mu-Ne said, "I'll have the headlines of newspapers and TV news tomorrow, right?" At the moment when Bai finished speaking, the socket on the wall and the wires connected to the computer seemed to be impatient, and they exploded directly, and the flames rushed out of the room directly, attracting a large number of passers-by to take pictures and watch. This was Bai's last thought, and he passed out directly. I don't know how long I fell asleep, but the high temperature around me made the exhausted Bai open his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was not a white ceiling, and there was no white and elegant nurse around him. It was a series of wooden houses that were on fire, the kind of neon wind, and the fire was also burning unscrupulously, and soon the screams also reached Bai's ears. Bai was stunned at the time. Are you dreaming? It's not like it's very hot around you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing the Demon Slayer Blade world. The extremely evil taboo system has been successfully bound. The system, crossing the Demon Slayer Blade, I have crossed, and the golden finger. Bai looked at the people who fled frantically dumbfounded, and all of them looked frightened and said neon words in their mouths, but Bai just couldn't understand what they were saying. Ding! The starter gift pack is distributed to the backpack. The starter gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Transformation Pill X1, Neon Language Mastery Skill. Ding! Newbie quest released. Requirements: kill all 10 bandits. Reward: unknown. Failure: none. Bai didn't even finish the previous hint and jumped out of the task, which made his head big for a while. Wait until I finish reading the prompts, hey. Bai. Bushuan's complaint was responded to by the system. It is recommended that the host take the transformation pill quickly, otherwise it will be sold to Flower Street after being consumed. Bai was completely stupid, and subconsciously touched the bottom. It's good that it's still there. There will be this kind of thing with this? Don't you fart? At this moment, a fierce and vicious man with a knife hanging from his waist with his bare arms passed by and carried an unconscious woman here, and when he saw Bai Hao, he couldn't walk for a moment. There's a beautiful girl here, can it be sold for a lot of money? Bai instantly understood, and just as he wanted to say that he was a man, he saw a puddle of water under his feet. I saw a beautiful woman in the water with a tattered head, and her eyes revealed confusion and incomprehension. A proper stumbling girl. At this moment, Bai understood why the system prompted it like that. This body is so beautiful that people grab it. Big brother is not, I'm a man. But Bai regretted it after saying it, because as soon as he finished speaking, the big man on the other side directly threw the woman on his shoulder on the ground and walked towards Bai with a squinting face. Little beauty, in addition to being a little dirty, not only does she look like Peugeot, but her voice is also very good. Why? Why is it that he is so good looking, and his voice is still neutral? Is it bound to be a chrysanthemum? Trademark himself doesn't want to be the king of the golden gun. Suddenly, Bai remembered the transformation pill in the newbie gift bag, and looked at the big man who was approaching step by step. Bai took it out without hesitation and swallowed it. I thought it would be comfortable and all warm, but it turned out to be the opposite. Not only was it not, but it was extremely painful, and I felt that the bones and blood meridians of my whole body were shattered and reorganized. Ah! Looking at the white man with red and bloodshot eyes, his hands covering his chest because of pain, and his face hideous and painful, he was a little impatient. Hey, don't play dead, the big man strode towards Bai with the knife at his waist. Ding! The host has been successfully transformed, please hunt these miscellaneous pieces. Pain came and went quickly. Bai looked up at the big man, and his red eyes startled the big man. And the originally fierce and vicious man seems to be a little different in the eyes of the current white. There was an irresistible scent on his body, and his stomach was rumbling. An indescribable instinct instantly overwhelmed the white mind, and in an instant he got up and pounced on the robber like a hungry wolf. The speed was so fast that it was outrageous, and the robber man was pounced on by Bai before he could react. The robber froze for a moment, and anger instantly surged into his heart, and there was only one thought in his heart. That is to push away Bai and then kill this with a knife. Then something happened that the robber would never forget. I saw that Bai's right hand turned into a sharp claw and easily pierced his chest, and blood even splattered on his face. Then Shiro pulled out a red, still beating fruit from his chest in the robber's frightened and desperate eyes. At least in the eyes of the whites, it's a fruit. The robber died the moment he saw the fruit, and Bai looked at it twice in fascination and then took a bite of it. The scarlet juice of the fruit splashed all over the face, and in a short time the whole fruit was swallowed in white. A look of satisfaction appeared on Bai's face, and then the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the extremely evil heart for the first time, and the cultivation will increase by 10 years. Evil heart? And someone? What is that? Isn't it an apple that I eat? Bai bowed his head in doubt, and saw the robber's frightened death and empty heart. Chapter 2. Seeing this scene, Bai's heart was stunned and panicked, and he asked tremblingly. System, what the hell did I just eat? And the tone of the system was still the same as before, an emotionless mechanical voice. The heart of the most wicked. Boom. At this moment, Bai was like 5 thunderbolts, looking at the raging fire with his eyes blank. Yourself, cannibalism, what is that transformation pill? Have you turned yourself into a ghost? No, the host or the human is just a little different in the way of becoming stronger. You need to eat the heart of a very evil person, it can be a ghost or a human, and a non-extremely evil person cannot arouse the host's desire. Hearing the system's words, Bai instantly felt a lot better. At least it's not indiscriminate, it's all extremely evil, then damn it, right? What can you do if you eat it yourself? Let him continue to harm others. Is this also an alternative way for heaven? I figured it out in an instant, and decided to add 2 words to my name. Evil White. If you eat people, you can be regarded as extremely evil, right? It also fits the name of the system and your future behavior, which is very good. Just as Shiro was about to face a new life from now on, the corpse under his feet began to dissolve into ashes. Bai Xin was puzzled, and the system replied at this time. Those who are eaten by the host will turn into ashes and dissipate, and enter the animal life path for animals ranging from 1 to 6 lifetimes. Hey, isn't it like there will be no peace after death? Bai Li was stunned, and at this moment, a virtual panel similar to an online game in his previous life popped up in front of him. Name extremely evil white. Race also human and ghost gender. Male strength. 10 years introduction. You are a freak who has been cultivating for 10 years and is also a human and a ghost. You have the healing power of a ghost but don't have most of the weaknesses of a ghost. Only by beating you into a blood mist can you kill you. You prefer ghost strength and is also measured by ghosts. Looking at the front of the panel, the white mood is still very good, but the final introduction white is a little broken. A freak who has cultivated for 10 years and is both a human and a ghost, why don't you hurt it? If you don't eat it, then the transformation pill will be enjoyed. The system didn't make a sound, and Bai didn't plan to dig deeper, so he ate the remaining 9 robbers first. Bai twitched his nose, and soon a burst of fragrance came, and Bai already knew where those people were. Bai glanced at the woman who was thrown on the ground, and it should not be able to burn far away from the burning house. Bai didn't care about her running towards the nearest robber. The speed was very fast, and Bai couldn't compare her previous life with it. Shiro, who was in a hurry, was going to ask the system about the power division system of this world. System, how is the strength divided? Ding! The host has been well fed, and when the strength reaches 100 years, it can kill the pillar, although the host has an inseparable instinct for extremely evil people, but because the host's body is closer to the ghost, it can still take the initiative to hunt and increase its strength. Soon, Shiro arrived at the place where another robber was, who was chasing a little girl with a perverted smile on his face. At this moment, Bai felt that the big man just now was a little more vicious, at least he wasn't so disgusting. Is the two-dimensional obscene man so disgusting? With a pop, the little girl fell, and looked at the big man who was getting closer and closer behind her, and the little girl moved back in fear. The little girl's appearance aroused the perverted desire of the big man even more. Little one, run, don't you run, uncle is coming. The robber approached the girl with a sickly smile, and the closer he got to see the girl retreat in panic and fear, the more excited he became. At this moment, Bai appeared in front of the little girl, staring at the big man coldly. The robber was stunned for a moment when he saw Bai, and then laughed even more pervertedly. Where did the beautiful woman come from? Big sister, run away, this person is very bad and just knocked out the little mom and dad. The little girl hugged Bai's hand and hoped that Shiro would run away quickly and leave her alone. Bai was a little puzzled. Knocked unconscious? Wasn't he killed? Then the robber on the other side laughed maniacally. This little girl's parents have been killed by Uncle Ben. She thought she had fainted, she really laughed to Uncle Ben, ha ha ha. Looking at the laughter of the robbers on the other side, a nameless fire rose inexplicably in Bai's heart. Just about to comfort the little girl, he found that the little girl's eyes were dead and grey, and her pupils had begun to dilate. This is a complete loss of soul. For the first time, Shiro felt so angry. No wonder the system is called the Extreme Evil Taboo System, breaking all taboos and doing extremely evil things to maintain justice in the heart. This is the absolute countering violence with violence, and perhaps only in this way can all evil be stopped. After all, in this old-fashioned country, there may be only this way, because there is no good legal process in this country. Maybe only a person with a big nerve like himself can adapt to it. Right? Looking at the robber Bai with an obscene face, Bai rushed to him in an instant without hesitation, and his right hand instantly poked out and then retracted, and another red fruit appeared in Bai's hand. This time he chewed very hard, and there was no bloody smell in his mouth, some of it was just sweet and exactly like fruit. After eating, Bai turned around and found that the little girl was still like that. he knew that there was no hope of living in this little girl's heart, so be it. Death or life is left to fate. Bai left the little girl and ran towards the rest of the robbers alone, and soon one by one the robbers died at Bai Yi's hands and then disappeared into ashes. But no one saw the picture of Bai eating. Because Bai saved adult men and women next, the man thanked him the moment he was rescued and immediately ran away. Immediately after the woman was rescued. It's a conservative country with a patriarchal inferiority. Bai Xin mourned for these women in silence, and at the same time, he no longer had any mercy for such extremely evil people in his heart. They deserve to die, and it's not a pity to die. Now there is no one to punish them in time, then I will come. Soon there was the last one, and the most fragrant one. After he hunted a few robbers in Bai, the smell remained at the entrance of the village. When Shiro arrived, he was counting the looted belongings, and there were still a bunch of women and children tied up on the ground. The bandit leader also saw Bai, and when he saw that the corners of Bai's mouth were full of blood and the sharp claws, an extremely terrifying story appeared in his heart. After the death of his father, the previous boss, he had said that he should never act at night. Because at night, there will be a monster that looks similar to a human but eats people for a living, and its body is countless times stronger than a human and it can't be killed with ordinary knives. If you have to, be sure to bring wisteria flowers at night, because those monsters are afraid of wisteria flowers. This warning was passed down from his ancestors, and he always kept it in his heart, and he listened to his father's words in the past. When he came out at night, he would ask himself and his men to bring wisteria flowers, but today he forgot it. Originally, I thought that I had never encountered it before, and I shouldn't be so back today. With such a fluke in his heart, he came, and then, he touched. He shuddered and pointed at the white mouth, and his mouth trembled. You're that man-eating monster. Villagers who had thought there was hope were cold at this moment, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. P.S. Extreme evil represents behavior. Cannibalism is extremely bad and violates taboos. Breaking taboos and the protagonist's extremely evil name comes from this, and there is no other meaning. Don't think about it to raise the bar. P.S. Some readers don't understand what exactly it means to be beaten into a blood mist, which refers to the only way for humans to kill the protagonist, but not to ghosts, because ghosts can eat ghosts, especially winding and no misery. Chapter 3. Bai tilted his head slightly, his eyes revealing puzzlement and doubt, looked at the bandit leader and asked, "Compared to you, I can eat people, right?" The robber leader was choked and speechless for a while, and his trembling hand was able to pull out the knife on his waist. "You don't come here, I have a special knife in my hand, and you will definitely be hacked to death by Uncle Ben." Looked at the robber's trembling hand with a hint of clarity in his eyes on the handle of the knife. "I see, it's the Nikiran knife. You think this thing can kill me, don't you? But why is this knife in your hand?" Seeing the white appearance, the robber laughed and was not so afraid. "Hee, a man with a white uniform on his back was designed and killed by Uncle Ben, because they are the ones who kill monsters, so I know the role of their knives. Don't underestimate the knowledge left by your ancestors, monster." The robber roared angrily to inspire his courage and rushed towards Shiro, who stood motionless and watched expressionlessly as the knife slashed towards him. With a snort, the neon wheel knife cut off Shiro's head, and rolled on the ground with a grunt. At this moment, the robber was stunned, followed by crazy laughter, and even tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. "Ha ha ha! Uncle Ben has killed this monster. Ha ha ha, Uncle Ben can finally not bring flowers at night. Poof! No, I still have to bring wisteria flowers." Robber turned back in disbelief, and was greeted by a headless body, his hand in the back of his heart. The moment he turned around, the body moved, and something was pulled out from behind him, and the robber fell in an instant. Bai calmly controlled his body to connect his head, and the wound healed immediately the moment he connected it, but Bai could clearly feel that the strength in his body was missing. Shiro knew why, so he opened his mouth wide and swallowed what he was holding in one gulp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice quest, you already have the experience of surviving. Quest reward, the host can restrain the eating instinct. When I heard the reward for this task, I didn't know if it was good or bad for a while. It should be calculated, so that you won't be unable to suppress your instinct in the early stage and be targeted by the pillar of the ghost killing team and then killed. Bai looked at the tied-up crowd, and they found that Bai Wang was trembling when he came over, except for the children. Their eyes revealed curiosity and yearning, and there was no trace of fear. Shiro glanced at it, picked up the Nichiren knife and scabbard that had fallen on the ground, and walked in front of a little boy. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm a man-eating monster. Who knew that the little boy not only shook his head without fear but also looked at Bai and said excitedly, I'm not afraid. Big sister saved us, mother said that people should know to repay kindness, and mother also said that these robbers are also man-eating monsters. A woman beside him sobbed when she heard his words, looked at Bai tremblingly, and said, My lord, please, let my child go. Shiro ignored her, raised the Hinawa sword in the horrified eyes of everyone, and poof! The rope on the little boy's body was cut by Shiro, and the little boy first looked at his mother suspiciously, and then circled around Shiro. Big sister, you're so amazing, looked at the little boy's eyes adoring Bai, and there was an indescribable emotion in his heart. Is it to enjoy this feeling? Shiro squatted down and looked at the boy with sparkling eyes, and Shiro handed him the Hinakura knife. With this knife, you can kill monsters like your sister, and you can also kill people who hurt your mother, and protect your mother and your important people. Bai is not explaining that he is a man, this body is adding a voice is too magical, unless you take off your pants, no one will believe it. The little boy took the rich Akra knife that was longer than him and retorted fiercely, No, my sister is not a monster. My sister saved me and my mother and my aunts, and my sister is the benefactor that my mother said. Bai didn't speak, just rubbed the boy's head and smiled, use the knife in your hand to untie the rope for them, slow down. They. Little boy seemed to listen to Bai's words, and as soon as Bai finished speaking, he immediately did so, and his cautious appearance made Bai look at it with an indescribable feeling. The Nichiren knife was very sharp, and the little boy quickly cut the rope from his mother, and then his mother held the Nichiren knife and after a while, everyone's ropes were cut. Their gaze is complicated, there is gratitude, reverence, and fear, and only the innocent little children will revolve around the white. Shiro wiped the blood from his mouth and face with his tattered sleeves, smiling and playing with the children. At this time, led by the little boy's mother, they walked up to Shiro and brought the children to themselves. My lord, what's your name? Bai paused and continued. Wicked, white. They. Little boy's mother didn't speak, and somewhere picked up a clean set of clothes and handed it to Shiro. Sir, get out of here, the men of the village are not running away but looking for help. Bai looked at the women's clothes in the woman's hand and hesitated, but thought about the appearance on the body and took it. Thank you. Then they. Little boy laughed. It's our sister who should thank you. Bai rubbed his head dotingly when he heard this. It's a lovely child, and I must be a good person in the future. Hearing Bai's expectation, the little boy nodded seriously, and Bai turned away in the awe-inspiring eyes of everyone. The women and the children were in place to guard their belongings and other things, and soon the men returned with two women with knives around their waists. The women were instantly alert when they saw the knife hanging from their waists, and one man looked at him in fear and then breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the beautiful woman wearing butterfly feathers and peach-pink eyes and said, My lord, the man-eating monster is gone. That's right, he saw Shiro's appearance of eating people, and after being rescued by Shiro, he wanted to remind Shiro to run away quickly, but he saw something that he would never forget in his life. So, he ran faster. After finishing speaking, the man thought that the woman would show a serious look, but who knew that her eyes revealed happiness. Really, your wife and children left without being hurt, it seems that he is a kind guy. At this moment, the little boy's mother suddenly stepped forward and slapped the man in the face. You bastard, is that what happened to your savior? Have you ever thought about what would happen to us and our children without her? The man was shocked. She couldn't believe that his wife would be talking to a man-eating monster, and he looked at his son expectantly. But the result was that the son looked at him as a father with a disgusted face, but not only his wife and children, but even other women and children and even the men who were with him showed disgust in their eyes. The man who was with him didn't expect him to have this idea, he was really not human. Shock, incomprehension, and other emotions lingered in his heart. Chapter 4. The serious woman behind the beautiful woman couldn't stand it anymore and said sharply, he is also thinking about your safety, why do you blame him for running? He is also afraid that the monster will hurt you. At this time, no one spoke, and the man's heart was relieved, but he didn't dare to make a sound. If that monster was trying to kill him, maybe he would have eaten him the moment he was saved. Can the little friend tell my sister what is the name of the big sister who saved you? The little boy looked at the woman who was squatting down with a smile on her face, and unconsciously hugged the knife in her hand. This action attracted the woman, and she froze. Is this a Nichiren knife? Why do you have this knife? The little boy said proudly when he heard the woman's shocked tone, this is given to me by the big sister, that villain used this knife to cut off the big sister's head, the big sister is not dead, and told me to use this knife to protect my mother and important people. Well, the big sister is very powerful. After saying this, he thought that the two women would be surprised, but it turned out to be serious and frightened, which frightened the little boy and immediately ran behind his mother. Sister, sister, will there be a ghost who can survive after being beheaded by the Nichiren knife? The beautiful woman did not speak, but stood up solemnly. My name is Butterfly Chini, please go to Wisteria's house as soon as possible to report such a situation in the future, thank you very much. Shinobi, we have to catch up with her when we go. Before everyone could come back to their senses, Kane took the butterfly shinobi and chased after her at a speed that was unbelievable to people. For those in a medical family, a keen sense of smell is a compulsory course. Sister, are they telling the truth? Butterfly Shinobu couldn't believe that he was a ghost who survived by having his head cut off by the Hinawa knife. How could this exist? Chini did not speak, and the seriousness revealed in her eyes proved her urgency to seek the truth. It should be true, they don't look like they're pretending, so we're going to see what the hell is going on. Hearing her sister's words, Butterfly Shinobu wanted to say that if you stop and don't go, you will definitely die. A ghost who is still alive after being beheaded by the Hinawa knife may not even be able to do it. And the legendary anime Tsuji is a man. This is a ghost that has not been recorded. Butterfly Shinobu wanted to say this, but she knew that she couldn't say it, it was their duty and their mission. And our protagonist Bai is taking a beautiful bath in a lake, looking at the white and delicate skin on his body, if it weren't for the belt below, he really believed that he was a woman. Looking at the clean clothes on the shore, Bai reluctantly put them on, and just as he put them on, a string of coins fell and made a sound. Bai was stunned for a moment, then picked up the copper coins and counted them. 100. Quite a lot. After putting away the coins, Bai slowly walked down the mountain. He planned to find a place where there were people to change his clothes first. Looking at the sun about to rise in the sky, Bai did not feel burning or fear, and it seemed that he was not afraid of the sun. Soon Shiro saw a town, and walked towards the town without hurrying, and at the same time asked about the system in his heart. What are the functions of the system? Scanning, tasks, check-ins, sweepstakes, achievements. Bai didn't make a sound, didn't tell me that there was a sign-in last night, and now that the sun is about to come out. Bai exhaled and said, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Hanfu, male, X10. Quickly changed clothes, tied up her long hair, and finally didn't look like a woman so much. Bai Xin was satisfied, and happily walked towards the town. He planned to see if he would reject human food. After all, he was both a human and a ghost, not a complete ghost. Ding, publish a quest, please eat the evil heart ghost. Quest reward, draw a lottery. Failure punishment, none. The sun had fully risen, and Shiro looked at the people walking on the street and some noodle shops with emotion. The world is finally normal. Smelling the fragrance of the noodle restaurant, Bai actually felt it. This discovery made Bai almost moved to tears. Bai hurriedly walked over and looked at the menu engraved next to him and shouted, "Boss, let's have a tonkatsu ramen." The boss's a lady looked at Bai, who was dressed strangely and didn't ask much. This town is a small place, and the girl in front of her looks like a young lady from a big family, so don't ask more. Soon the ramen noodles came, and the big barbecued pork was deeply attracted to Shiro, and I couldn't wait to move the chopsticks. When the meat entered his mouth, Bai's sense of taste for food was still there, and he suddenly ate it more happily, and at the same time, he asked the system in his heart why this was. Eating the heart of extreme evil has the function of becoming stronger in addition to filling the stomach, while the host eating human food only has the effect of satiety. Bai Ming, this time I am really not afraid of the ghost-killing team. I am not afraid at all. It is impossible to be afraid. While Bai was eating noodles, Chini and Butterfly Shinobu were walking towards the town with sad faces. "Sister, that ghost is so smart that he can't smell it when he takes a shower or throws away clothes." Butterfly. Shinobi's tone was a little unwilling and happy. Chini looked at the town in front of her, remembering the words of the little boy last night, and was inexplicably worried. That guy, is it really kind and not a whim? What does the name extremely evil mean? Xiao Shinobi, let's go back to the Lord after breakfast. This news needs to be known to the Lord, and Chanel should be in a hurry at home, right? Hearing that his sister finally gave up chasing butterflies, Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile unconsciously rose on his face. "Okay, sister." They two entered the town and soon found a noodle shop, but the next moment their faces changed instantly, and they both grasped the knives in their hands. Just because there was a woman sitting there who was wearing clothes that she had never seen before, and she looked extremely beautiful. Exactly what the little boy said last night, and the change of clothes is also a good proof. But it was daytime. But the next moment Chini let go of her hand and laughed. "Xiao Shinobi, put your hand down, it's a boy with an Adam's apple, although it's not obvious." Butterfly. Shinobu listened to her sister's words and looked at it carefully, and after confirming it, she put down her hand with relief. She almost thought that the ghost was not afraid of the sun. After paying the money in vain, she was chatting with the eldest lady about some things and the direction of the day, and then she was ready to leave. But just as he was about to leave, two women sat down on either side of him, and surrounded him in the middle. Bai glanced at it curiously, and this glance almost didn't scare him. Name, Butterfly Chini. Race, human. Gender, female. Profile, flower pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. She is different from her sister Butterfly Ninja. Her height is higher than Butterfly Ninja. There is no height disadvantage of Butterfly Ninja, and her strength is relatively strong in the Ghost Slayer team. She can even squeeze into the second echelon, and now if you fight her, you will be chopped into meat sauce. Chapter 5. At this moment, Bai felt that his face was in pain, and he turned his neck a little stiffly to look at the other woman beside him. Name, Butterfly Ninja. Race, human. Gender, female. Profile. Now her strength is equivalent to a sea-level ghost swordsman, and the Butterfly Ninja who has not experienced pain is not the Worm Pillar Butterfly Ninja. You may be able to use the impossibility of the ghost to plot to kill her, but even if you eat her heart, you don't get much energy. Excuse me, 2 bowls of barbecued pork bone noodles. Okay, wait a minute. After Butterfly Shinobu finished speaking, she looked at Bai with a puzzled expression. Why haven't I seen your clothes? Are you a child of a big family, and where were you last night? Bai's body froze for a moment. He knew very well that he must not show the slightest unnatural and bad emotions in front of these 2 women, otherwise he would be suspected. Gotta treat yourself as a human being. Bai smiled naturally. I made this dress myself, and I am not a child of a big family, I am an orphan. As for where I was last night, I just got back from Flower Street. As soon as the vernacular was finished, he could see that there was a disgust in Butterfly Shinobi's eyes, and he was a little farther away from him. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. This is what he wanted, and the butterfly who didn't lose his sister had a serious face, probably hating this situation very much. Just when Shiro was secretly relieved, Chini suddenly approached, and her face was leaned over and she looked at him seriously. Bai was frightened and breathed a lot less, and asked cautiously, do you have any problems? Have you ever been told by others to look like a girl? Looking at Chini's eyes, Bai was stunned for a moment, and then nodded, a lot, aren't you too? Chini didn't speak, just turned her head to look at the eldest lady with a smile, and Bai was confused for a while and got up to leave. Chini didn't hold him, and Butterfly Shinobi didn't because Butterfly Shinobi was waiting for the eldest lady all the time. It's just that what Butterfly Shinobu and Shiro don't know is that Chini's hands are trembling under Chana's seemingly smiling face. Shiro walked aimlessly after leaving the noodle stall. He had just asked for the way. This place is far from Asakusa, so it shouldn't be the time for Chini to die. If you want to eat ghosts, you'll have to wait for the night, so let's find a hotel first. With a clear goal, people's action will be faster, and soon Baiya found a homestay to eat, drink, and live, and everyone cares about it for only 10 yuan a day. The reason why it's so cheap is that it's on the edge of town, and it's also the reason why you chose it for nothing. The words of the ghost all start from this kind of fringe area, right? Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was shorter than himself, he greeted with a smile on his face. Big sister is so beautiful, is she here to play? The little girl's eyes sparkled and took Bai's hand and walked towards the guest room. Her curious eyes never took off Bai's body. Well, yes. On the way to being dragged by the little girl, Bai carefully looked around, and there were no wisteria flowers. After taking Bai to the guest room, the little girl volunteered to help Bai make the bed, and Bai also let go of a lot and asked, aren't your parents at home? Putting the bed on the floor, the little girl looked back proudly and said, it's right to help mom and dad get up early every day to work, so I want to help them do some favors. Looking at the little girl's appearance, Bai chatted happily with her. The little girl's name is Hanako, and she just turned 12 this year and plans to help her parents not long after, a typical sensible and good child. On the other side, after Chini and Butterfly Shinobi finished eating noodles, Chini grabbed Butterfly Shinobu who was about to leave. What's wrong, sister? Chini Butterfly, who looked at the smile on her face, couldn't help but be puzzled. Didn't she want to go back and report it? Little Shinobi, let's stay for one night. Hearing his sister's words, Butterfly Shinobu instantly thought of the beautiful man who looked like a woman just now. Butterfly Shinobu wanted to say that it would never work, but she noticed that her sister's hands were shaking. Sister, what's wrong? At this moment, Chinewe's smile disappeared, and some were just frightened. That man, perhaps, is extremely evil. On the other side, just as Shiro and Hanako were chatting energetically, a voice came from the entrance, and Hanako couldn't wait to run over. Mom and Dad. Hanako entertained a guest. Hanako, who had just rushed out, threw herself on her mother excitedly. Really, Hanako is awesome. Hanako's mother rubbed her head with a tired look. Bai thought that it would be better to meet the main owner if he lived in someone else's house, so Bai walked out. Please forgive me for the interruption. Hanako's father and mother were stunned the moment they saw Shiro. Will this kind of person really borrow a homestay? When the two of them were stunned, Bai stepped forward and handed the 10 coins to Hanako's mother. Please bear with me if you are bothered. Hanako's father and mother reacted and hurriedly bent over. That's what we should say, thank you for your patronage. They. Corners of Bai's mouth smiled forcefully without much explanation. The explanation was completely useless, the human sensory fraud was too strong. Shiro was waiting for Hanako's mother and father to make lunch, and the two sisters also found a guest house to stay. Coincidentally, they were in the same row, but Shiro was on the far left and on the other side of the town, and Chanel was on the far right and on the other side of the town. In the afternoon, Shiro was really bored and told a story with Hanako. The story is nothing more than a fairy tale I heard when I was a child. There is a small audience that Shiro talks about it with relish. Time passed quickly, and after dinner, Hanako reluctantly left Shiro's room to say goodbye to Shiro. Well, life is finally about to begin. Bai stretched his waist and stretched his body, looking at the dark night outside the window, his heart burned. If you eat the evil heart ghost for the first time, you should also increase your strength, right? There is also a lottery, what will you get? Bai Jing, who was sitting in front of the window, looked out quietly. The lights of every house have dimmed, which means that the family has rested, and the street lights have begun to go out one by one, which means that the night has begun to really fall. And Bai, from the beginning to now, has been sitting in place for 2 or 3 hours without moving. After the system is strengthened, his hearing is very good, and the 3 members of Hanako's family have already made a smooth breathing sound. Babbling. Just when Bai thought that the evil ghost would not come, a sound came into Shiro's ears. In this direction. The next moment, Shiro instantly burst out and ran towards Hanako's room, but the sound was very small, and the house was not big, and Shiro arrived at Hanako's door in a few seconds. Cautiously pushing open the door, Shiro got in. Shiro looked up at the slowly rising window in Hanako's room, covered the quilt for Hanako, who kicked the quilt, and looked at the black head that had just stretched out by the window, put his index finger on his lips and whispered. "Yo." Chapter 6. The demon with the pattern on his head was obviously stunned for a moment when he saw Bai's movements, and then his expression became fierce and he bared his teeth. Bai didn't see the ghost's fierce expression, but with a hint of disdain. Name, Hiroji Fujiwara. Race, ghost. Gender, male. Profile, a demon who has lived for 5 years. Every week when he is so hungry that he can't stand it, he will go down the mountain to hunt. At this time he is in a state of extreme hunger, resulting in a lack of energy in his body, and the host can easily kill and prey on him. Soon, the fierce ghost's expression froze for a moment, and he stepped back with some cringe and said, "You're not human, is this your target? I can go." Looking at the demon who was retreating and a little frightened, Shiro guessed. "I guess I didn't feel the smell of people on my body, so I felt that I was not a human but a ghost. Coupled with the way he looks, it's obvious that he is full of energy and full of strength. If he doesn't leave, he will only provoke his own beatings. But his ideas are beautiful, and the reality is cruel." Looking at the window that was about to be closed, Bai got up and walked over, opened the window completely, looked at the evil ghost squatting below and didn't know what to do, and smiled. "You're gone. What am I going to eat? I'm hungry too." Listening to Shiro's words, the demon's pupils began to shrink, revealing a look of disbelief, and he turned around and ran without hesitation. Looking at the slow speed of the evil ghost, a cold light flashed in his white eyes, and he stepped on the window with his right foot and gently kicked the whole person, and flew out directly. If Shiro's position fell, it would just hit the ghost's back, so Shiro's right hand turned directly into a claw. I wanted to eat him directly the moment the drop hit. It just so happened that the demon just turned around at this time and saw the white on his head, and his trembling body pounced forward with all his might. Smack! Bai landed lightly and saw the demon who had escaped, with a little surprise in his eyes. It doesn't seem that I'm very hungry, and I can still hide. The evil ghost panicked, stood up in a panic, staggered back and said, "We are all ghosts, we are all cannibals, it's useless for you to eat me." Bai smiled disapprovately and approached him and said, it's different, I can eat people, I can eat ghosts, I can become stronger. Your arrival has caught my attention, and I happen to be hungry, so I can only grieve you." Seeing Bai say this, the evil ghost stopped running, gritted his trembling teeth and looked at Bai angrily, and rushed towards him. "You bastard!" Looked at the flawed demon. Bai rushed forward, and his right claw poked out. Poof! The demon fell to the ground, looking at Shiro's right hand in horror. I saw a black heart still beating in Bai's hand. Looking at this black heart white, he was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect it, your heart is black. I don't know how it tastes." In the eyes of the evil ghost, who had not yet turned into ashes, Bai raised his hand and stretched it to his mouth. After a few bites of fruit, and with a swallowing sound, Bai looked at the demon that began to dissipate with some satisfaction. "Be a good animal in the next life, atone for your sins." Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the extremely evil heart ghost for the first time and gaining 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and winning the lottery once. Do you want to use it? Bai Gang shook off the blood on his hand and pouted when he heard the system's prompt and said, "Smoked. I thought there would be a panel similar to a turntable, but it didn't, and the system beep appeared again." Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a yang finger. Do you want to learn? I've drawn a skill. It's still a yang finger, I'm sure I'll learn it. Ding! Use it successfully. The information is as follows. Bai Zhang fantasized about being like a novel, and the kind of one yang pointing out where to die and firing a laser, but the panel that popped up shattered Shiro's illusions. Skill: 1 yang finger change proficiency. Introductory. Introduction: this skill is self-taught by the author who once smoked and was snuffed out with 2 fingers when he suddenly went to bed with up to 800 degrees of cigarette butts. Because of the difference in the body, the host can use countless times stronger than the author, and when you practice to the full level, you can easily take over the day call of the country with 2 fingers. Commonly known as 2 fingers connected to the white blade. Shiro gasped after reading it. Won't the future lottery be linked to a certain stupid melon, right? The lottery system contains the abilities or items of any world in the heavens and all worlds, and when the host draws items from a representative world, it will be completely bound to this world, and the things drawn in the future will only come from this world. Hearing the system's answer, his eyes lit up and he said with satisfaction, this is not bad." After speaking, he glanced at Hanako's room behind him, then turned around and was about to leave. "The goal is achieved, just go." At this moment, a violent sound of breaking the air came from behind Bai, and Bai subconsciously turned around and stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand. When the sound of gold and iron was heard, looked at the person in front of him, Bai was stunned for a moment. In front of her was the butterfly chain, who was looking at Shiro with a disappointed expression. "You can take my sword with 2 fingers, you are very strong, I thought you were a good ghost, but you still eat people. It's a pity I don't know where you live or even a step late, now I'll send you away." After the sound of stepping on the roof, the butterfly ninja jumped down and looked at the blood on the sleeve of the white right hand with a sad face. "You bastard!" Bai didn't make a sound, looking at the way he was holding the sword in both hands. "This Nima is really handsome." Ding! It's early morning. When Bai heard this prompt, he instantly let go of his hand and jumped a few backs, widening the distance, and secretly said in his heart at the same time, "Sign in." Ding! The host's character exploded, and he got a chance to win the lottery, looked at the two people who were waiting in front of him, and the white eyes were full of light at this time. Draw. Lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Hokage World Thunder Shadow Secret Technique, Thunder Escape Chakra Mode. Ding! Lottery Binding World Hokage World. Do you want to study? That's a lot of nonsense, learn. A strange energy appeared from Shiro's body, making Shiro groan comfortably. Skill, Thunder Escape Chakra Mode. Proficiency, Introductory. Introduction: this skill is extremely demanding on the body, the host can barely use it at this time. Using this skill can greatly improve the attack, speed, physical fitness, and defense ability, and at the same time will form a thunderbolt armor outside the body to wrap the whole body. Using this skill will consume the energy in your body. Seeing that Shiro didn't explain, Chini subconsciously thought that Shiro was acquiescing to her behavior. Ask yourself in your heart while being disappointed. Can ghosts really be friends with humans? Looking at the blood on the white sleeve, Chini took a deep breath and stepped hard, and the whole person rushed towards Shiro like a cannonball. Flower breath, for no shape, red flower clothes. Vi vaguely seemed to smell a scent of flowers, and saw Chain's attack slashing towards his right hand from top to bottom with a little pink light. Chapter 7. Looking at Chini's knife, Bai Neng felt it very clearly. I put some water in it. Otherwise, I would have slashed myself a long time ago. A dodge white directly dodged Chinawi's attack, and then quickly retreated, directly pulling the distance for dozens of meters before stopping. Sister, butterfly. Shinobu looked at Chini with stunned and puzzled eyes. She knows her sister's strength very well, it is definitely not like it just now, and it will be much faster than now in normal words. Do you know what happened last night? And it's a little hard to accept that's why you let go of the water. Looked at the tangled Chini with a smile on her face. Looking at Bai with a smile on his face, and then looking at the blood on the sleeves of Bai's clothes, the string in Chini's heart collapsed. Anger took over Chain's countenance, and she shouted angrily. How do you manage to walk the streets during the day? Why aren't you afraid of the sun? Seeing that the first thing Chini asked was not that she was eating people, but that this Bai was a little surprised and didn't make a sound, but just pouted at the two sisters, obviously in the half-open window. Seeing this, Butterfly Shinobu quickly turned her head to look, and then her expression was complicated. I saw Hanako cautiously poking half of her head to look this way, and when she was discovered by Butterfly Shinobi, her face instantly became nervous. Bai, Sister Bai is a very good person, she doesn't bully people, and she will tell stories to Hanako to make Hanako sleep. Hanako is very happy with Sister Bai, don't bully Sister Bai. In the end, Hanako stood up excitedly, and the not tall person seemed to have a different world at this time. Bai Myanla smiled with relief, it's good that Hanako is happy, they just misunderstood, it's getting late, and if you don't sleep, you won't grow tall. As for me, I'm leaving, and I'll come to play with Hanako in the future. Bai turned around and slipped directly into the woods, and the butterfly ninja sisters froze. Xiao Shinobi, you look here, I'll chase after you. As the duty of her sister and pillar, Chanahui followed Shiro without hesitation, leaving Butterfly Shinobu to stay where she was and wait anxiously. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu thought of Hanako by the window. Maybe you can know something from this little girl? After entering the forest, Shiro began to run quickly towards the depths, and he could clearly hear the sound of the air breaking behind him. There is no doubt that Chanel is chasing very tightly and is even suspected of releasing water, probably because she wants to ask about the motives for tonight and last night, right? Seeing this, a smile rose on the corner of her white mouth. In this case, although it is a bit arrogant to use Chini to test the knife, you can take advantage of Chain's knowledge, blind spots and mentality. After all, she really doesn't know what kind of strength she is now. Can you hit it? This thought lingered in Shiro's heart. Listening to the sound of breaking the air that was constantly approaching him, Bai instantly turned around on the next branch and rushed towards Chini at a faster speed. The sudden turn to Chini in the face of Bai was only stunned for a moment, and the next moment he was already holding the neon wheel knife in his hand, and he was sighing in his heart. Is it really impossible to do it? Cracking sound. At the moment when Bai turned around and jumped, he was wrapped in blue thunder and lightning, and the thunder and lightning formed an armor tightly wrapped around Bai, and the arc of electricity danced on the surface of Bai's body. Seeing this scene, Chini was shocked, and the breathing method was not used, not to mention that even the hand that took out the knife paused. Thunder and lightning. How is it possible? Through the blessing of the Thunder Chakra mode, the activity of the white muscles is greatly increased, and the white point is the greatly enhanced all the functions of the body by being stimulated by electricity. How could it be impossible? Bai had already put his face on chain, looking at Chinamai's knife. Bai's right fist wrapped in thunder and lightning and struck towards the blade fiercely. Seeing this, Channa didn't dare to hesitate, and the knife that was cut out also began to strengthen. The loud explosion and blinding thunder and lightning were so dazzling in the depths of the forest that Shiro and Chini were pushed away by the force of the explosion. The two of them each landed on a branch and looked at each other from a distance, and there was a strong smell of burnt paste in the air, but fortunately it did not cause a fire. Feeling the rapid loss of energy in his body, Bai really sweated in his heart. No, the blue is too fast, and the wind is tight. Looking at Channa Huibai, who had a serious face and wanted to speak, he said in advance. You misunderstood me, I didn't eat people, I just... Hearing this, Chini's expression changed instantly, and she wanted to say anything more, but Bai had already turned around and slipped away, only his voice still echoed in the forest. Persistent and beautiful young lady, I think we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Stuffed with that. Wait. Chini stretched out her hand to stop Shiro, but Shiro didn't stop as if she hadn't heard, and soon disappeared from Channa's field of vision. Looking at the white that was gone, Chinawi's mood was extremely complicated. It's not a cannibal, it's a ghost? How can there be a ghost eater? So, he can only appear in the daytime, but why is it a ghost who eats? For a moment, Chini felt that she was close to the truth, but the next moment she felt that the truth was far away from her. She seemed to have forgotten what the little boy had said. Brush, brush, brush. After a while, Butterfly Shinobu caught up with Chini with an anxious face, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chini was okay. Sister, are you okay? And what's going on with the thunder light just now? Listening to Butterfly's worried question, Chini smiled softly. With repair, the thunder light just now is that person's ability, we seem to have really misunderstood him. Hearing this answer, Butterfly Shinobi's eyes were full of disbelief. That person's extremely evil white ability is thunder and lightning. How could it be? How could it be? Looking at his sister with a shocked and unbelievable look, how similar she was to herself just now. Why, he should be a human, but he can eat ghosts, so he can appear in the daytime. We think too much. How is that little girl? The kid named Hanako said. On the other side, Bai had already left the battle circle, and the rapid disappearance of the energy in his body made him a little uncomfortable. Is the blue consumption of the lightning armor so serious, or is it that your body and energy are too poor and too little to support it? The hunger in his abdomen made him stop his steps, and now he is in the position of the mountainside, and the words on the mountain. There should be ghosts, right? Bai made up his mind and quickly ran towards the mountain with the hunger in his abdomen, and his nose twitched in cooperation. The evening breeze blows on Shiraku's body, and at the same time, it brings something different to Shiro. There really is. Bai licked his lips, his eyes reddened slightly, and he ran faster towards the mountain. Chapter 8. Bai followed the smell brought by the wind, and walked towards the top of the mountain step by step, adding a different style to the moonlight without hurrying or slowing. The reason why there is no hurry is because the wind not only brings the stench of evil spirits to Shiro, but also the smell of blood to Shiro. Shiro is now empty of energy in his body, and he needs this ghost to dedicate his own things, and Bai is thinking at the same time. What should I do in the future? Wandering? Wandering like the wandering samurai of this country. Maybe you can walk around this country? At this time, many ordinary people in this country are very simple. At the beginning of human beings, they are inherently good, and no one is born a bad person. If you can help. Before you know it, Hakia has arrived at the place where the smell emanates, and the scene seems to be somewhat similar to that of the anime. A house with an open door, standing on the steps, a figure sitting on the ground with his back to the white knight not knowing what to eat. The steps of the house are still bleeding to the ground. Shiro stood on the ladder up the hill and watched his back. Name, Ichimura Dallin. Race, Ghost. Profile, a ghost that has been around for 5 years, always in a state of fullness. He is different from the ghost that the host has just killed. This ghost wants to become stronger, and at the same time this ghost is too lustful. After looking at the panel, without hesitation, Bai walked towards him step by step, and the voice began to come out, and the demon's movements paused. Isn't it a human smell? Is it a ghost? The demon turned his head and was stunned when he saw Shiro, and the fingers in his mouth fell out. What's wrong? Seeing the evil ghost like this, Bai looked at him expressionlessly, and Bai could see that this was the same as the people in those villages, who were stunned. It's beautiful, the demon stood up and slowly approached Shiro. One step at a time, the corners of the demon's mouth were outlined with a greedy smile, and the blood at the corners of the mouth was hideous at this moment with the help of the moonlight. Looking at the approaching evil ghost, Bai did not move. When the evil ghost was only 3 or 4 meters away from Bai, Bai moved. It was so fast that the demon couldn't see what Shiro had done, and he felt a pain in his chest and fell to the ground. His pupils began to dilate unconsciously, and he looked at Bai's hand in dismay, where a dark heart was beating. His expression froze, and soon his face became extremely hideous and roared. You bastard! I must! Suddenly, the demon found that his voice was much quieter, and his state was passing rapidly, and his heart unconsciously panicked, and his eyes were a little focused at this moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his white eyes as he looked at the evil ghost. Can you still speak? But it's useless. Your heart was taken out by me, and it stands to reason that having your heart taken out doesn't hurt you too much, but I'm different. The words fell, and in the stunned eyes of the evil ghost, Bai ate his heart, and after licking the black blood from the corner of his mouth, he seemed to be a little unfinished. At this moment, Bai looked at the evil ghost and laughed. In the eyes of the evil ghost, Bai at this moment was like a demon. He began to gray, and his eyes became desperate. Look, isn't it the same as those you killed? The demon dissipated, and at last his eyes were filled with regret and the last shred of clarity. Bai is disdainful of this, whether it is a human or a ghost. When he is about to die, he can always repent of the evil things he did in his life. Ding! The host eats the evil heart ghost, 5 years, and the cultivation is increased by 5 months. Bai didn't make a sound. He could feel that the energy in his body was recovering faster, but it was far from enough. He needed to be stronger. So, he looked at a larger mountain next to it. At this time, Butterfly Chini and Butterfly Shinobi had already hurried back to the Ghost Slayer base. They were talking to Yaya-san Yashiki. Is there such a strange person in this world? Hearing Chana's report, Yaya-san Yashiki smiled, and her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, as if there was a kind of magic. So what do you think? Do you think she's human? Chini and Butterfly looked at each other for a moment, as if they didn't understand. Why can you move under the sun if you are not human? Suddenly, Chini seemed to remember something. The little boy seems to have said that the big sister is still alive after being beheaded by the Nichiwa knife. If it's a human being, it's impossible, right? Chana's expression became very strange, and Yaya-san Yashiki saw all of this. I see, it seems that he is a kind ghost, Kane, your wish seems to have come true. Chani was silent, and there seemed to be something wrong with Butterfly Shinobi's mood. Sister, didn't you say that guy was human? Chani shook her head and didn't make a sound, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Yaya-san Yashiki laughed. Chana, why don't you try to get in touch with it? Isn't your wish just to hope that ghosts can be the same as people? You might be able to become friends with extremely evil Shiro. Kane thought for a long time, and her eyes began to knot firmly and slowly. I know, my lordship. Butterfly listened to it on the sidelines, and she didn't even hear a specific one when she finally left, but she seemed to know that the extremely evil white was not a person. But when I thought of that thunder-light butterfly in the forest, I was a little frightened. Sister, we won't go to find that extremely evil white, right? It's better to leave this task to the other pillars, can't the Yan pillar? Hearing this, Chani looked at Butterfly Shinobi. She knew what Butterfly Shinobi was thinking, because there was worry in Butterfly Shinobi's eyes. Chana Hui gently touched Butterfly Shinobi's head. Little Shinobi, this is our duty, and only we have been in contact with extremely evil white, we are the most suitable. Butterfly Shinobu didn't speak, the worry in his eyes Chani saw clearly, but Chani didn't know what to say. Because everything is saying that the extremely evil white is a ghost, but he can even walk in the sun after being beheaded by the Nichiren knife. This kind of thing is not something that ghosts can do at all, and even humans can't do it all. And Evil Bai doesn't seem to have any ill will towards herself, and she still exudes kindness, which is why she didn't shirk it. The two of them returned to the butterfly house. Obviously it was night, but there was a small figure kneeling on the steps looking at the door. The two were stunned for a moment, and a distressed smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Chanel, why don't you go and rest? Chanel gently hugged Chanel, and Chanel kept looking at Chanel but did not speak, as if she was holding something in her hand. I'm worried about you. Seeing Chanel speak, Chanel Hui had a gentle smile on her face. Don't do this next time, Xia Ren, and I won't have an accident. You are still young, you need enough sleep to grow your body. Butterfly. Shinobu also gently rubbed Chanel's little head, showing a rare relaxed smile on her face. Chapter 9. This rare warmth made Chani and Butterfly Shinobu forget about Shiro for the time being, and since it was already late, Chani didn't say anything more but took Chanel to rest. No way, Chanel is too clingy to her. Butterfly Shinobu was alone in a room, and when she lay down, her eyes always unconsciously flashed the electric light she had seen in the forest before. The next moment her eyes opened again, and all she saw was a dark room. What should I do? What the hell should I do? My sister wants to be friends with him, right? But what if that guy really finds it funny? Shinobu was worried. Unlike her sister Chani, she felt that there was no ghost in the world who could be friends with humans. Not decisively, but as it is, as proven over hundreds of years. She hated demons because they killed her parents. But that white is really weird. He is the same as a human, he can do what a person can do, but he also has everything that a ghost has. The butterfly tossed and turned on the tatami mat, and after a long time, she sighed and fell asleep. And at this time, he had just finished eating supper, and he was the pervert, and at this moment he was squatting on the steps and looking at the corpse inside. Because he smelled a hint of fragrance from this corpse, it seemed that this man was also a wicked man. Bai licked his lips. He hadn't eaten yet, the energy in his body had already recovered, but he wanted to become stronger. Or, touch the corpses. They're all dead anyway. As soon as the thought came out, Bai no longer hesitated and turned the corpse over directly, and immediately laughed when he found that the corpse's chest was still intact. After eating the food, Bai tuned his own stats panel. Name extremely evil white. Race also human and ghost gender. Male's strength 20 year 6, benchmarking demon. Ability thunder escape chakra mode. Introduction. Now you have the ability to kill the lower strings, but if you haven't eaten the opponent's heart before the lightning armor disappears, please run away quickly. Weighing the money in his hand, looking at this attribute panel, Bai also pouted slightly. Is it equivalent to 20 years of demons? Anyway, Xiaoxian's age should be more than twice as old, right? And with my current energy reserve, it is estimated that I can only use about 4 minutes of thunder escape armor, so I still have to work hard. He clapped his hands and looked at the empty room, and Bai planned to sleep here tonight, and there was no one anyway. After finding the bedroom, Shiro lay directly on the tatami mat and closed his eyes to rest. Woo, woo. Bai opened his eyes and looked at the closet with a seam. It was too late and there was no light, and he could only see darkness through the gap. But Bai knew that there was a person in there, and just as he was looking over there, he heard the sound of his heartbeat. It should be afraid of yourself. Forget it, I didn't smell the fragrance anyway. It should be a good person who shouldn't be scared of any problems. I killed the ghost outside, but the man died, and spent the night at your house. After saying that, he closed his eyes, no longer caring about the people in the closet, he just wanted to sleep now. Soon Bai fell asleep, and when the night receded and the sun shone, Bai Yu woke up and subconsciously looked at the wardrobe. The wardrobe was opened, and there was no one in it, so I thought I ran away while I was asleep, but I didn't think anything about it. It's impossible to watch out for a person hiding in the closet, right? Why don't you go and find a job near Asakusa? There seem to be a lot of ghosts there, so you can eat and make money at the same time. After making up his mind, Shiro found a rope in the house, tied up his hair, and then walked down the mountain, but Shiro stopped after taking 2 steps. Hey, why don't you go find Tanjiro first? And make a face? That's a good idea, hehe. That's right, looking at the timeline like this, even if you go to Tanjiro's house, there's nothing wrong with it, after all, you don't emit the smell of evil spirits. If I'm not mistaken, Tanjiro's family lives in Mt. Untori, right? After Shiro went down the mountain, he found a passerby and asked about the next road, and then walked towards Mt. Untori, and his mind was also calculating the plot line. Tanjiro's family was slaughtered a year after Tanjiro's death, and Kane died 3 years before Tanjiro's death, but now that Kane is still alive, it is uncertain when Kane died. I have to go to Tanjiro's house to see how many cubs he has born, and I can only tell the time by looking at the number. On the way, many people looked at Shiro differently, but when Hakia arrived at Hakutorai Mountain, he seemed to understand something. Tanjiro's home is the highest mountain, and at the same time, it is a mountain that snows all year round. Looking at the billowing black smoke from house to house, Baya understood that they were all cooking lunch. Okay, so beautiful, is it the snow girl? A man chopping wood at the door of the house stopped his movements when he saw Bai stunned, and the white handfoot dragged on the snow with that look. It seems to resemble the legendary Snow Maiden. Shiro ignored the man. He knew that Tanjiro's family lived on the top of the mountain, and with his unwavering steps, Shiro was very sure that he must see how many children Tanjiro had today. Shiro began to make his way up the mountain, and vaguely he could see a trace of grey smoke at the top of the mountain, and he knew that he was almost there. Unconsciously quickened his pace and began to run, and soon, he saw a wooden house in front of him, and a large family opened the window and sat around the dining table. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Just when Bai arrived, a bell rang to alarm the family, and a middle-aged man with earrings instantly became vigilant, and he was a little surprised when he found a woman standing in the forest outside the house. The children looked over curiously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the fifth looked like they were 2 or 3 years old, and Aoi was not pregnant. Is it the 4th year before the main story, the year that Megami-Chana died? Bai frowned slightly. It's a big trouble. 4 years ago, his current strength can be said to be able to deliver food to Tong Mo, and it is impossible to save Chani in Tong Mo's hands. Now that the timeline has been determined, you can leave, and you still have to improve your strength quickly. Bai turned around and was about to leave. He already knew what he wanted to know. There was no need to stay here for lunch. Just as Shiro turned around, a gentle voice came from the room. Wait, if you don't dislike it, please stay and have lunch together. Hey! Shiro blinked in surprise and looked back at Aoi Kamatu, Tanjiro's mother. You? Would you like to leave a stranger like me for lunch? Aoi. Eda Kamatu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. You must be a young lady from a big family who accidentally got lost, right? Please don't be restrained, I'll take you back after dinner. Glancing at the stove sitting at the dining table, Tanjiro Bai was inexplicably a little stunned in his heart. Will he find out that something is wrong with me and greet me directly to Kagura, the god of fire, right? Chapter 10. Should. No, it's impossible, and I can't help but pounce on people like those ghosts, and it's daytime. Thank you for your kindness. Bai didn't ink anymore, but walked up to Tanjiro step by step and sat down. Kamatu Aoiji was stunned for a moment, and then didn't seem to feel anything wrong, smiled, took out a pair of chopsticks and put them in front of Shiro. Please use it. Looking at the soft stove door that had been hanging on his face, Aoi's high Bai scratched his head a little embarrassed. Well, I'm actually a boy, not a girl, and I'm 16 years old. Aoi Eda was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. I see, I was rude just now, but you're really good looking. Looking at Kamatu Aoi's serious expression, Bai didn't speak, but what made him wonder was why Tanjiro kept having a kind smile on his face, but didn't say a word. Now, big brother, can you play with me after eating? The eldest of the 5 children is undoubtedly Tanjiro, and there is no reason to refuse Tanjiro's request. But after all, this is someone else's house, and I'm just here to confirm the timeline. At this moment, Tanjiro actually spoke, and he gently reached out and rubbed Tanjiro's head. Of course it's okay if he's okay, big brother, but now we have to eat first. Tanjiro's eyes lit up at this moment, and the other children were the same. Shiro was a little surprised that Tanjiro was so relieved of himself. Very unexpected. Seeing that the children were eating very deliciously, Bai also moved his chopsticks, and after putting a piece of meat in his mouth, Bai was amazed. It's delicious. Kamatu Aoi smiled and didn't speak, and there was a hint of warmth in her and Tanjiro's eyes at the moment. Lunch was over, and Aoi Eda Kamatu left with the dishes and chopsticks, leaving the 5 children staring at him tightly, while Tanjiro watched silently from the side. I have to say that the current physical condition of Tanjiro does not look as bad as the original book, and there is still some flesh on his body, unlike the bone shape that can be seen on the face at the beginning of the original plot, especially the arms of the original book. It's like an 80 or 90-year-old man, a layer of skin tightly clinging to the bones, but it's strong enough that Tanjiro can instantly kill a black bear 2 of his heights with an axe. It's outrageous. I was very surprised when I saw it at the time, not to mention the current state. It should have the strength of the pillar level, right? Thinking about it, Baize looked at Tanjiro, and the first layer of information also emerged. Name, Kamatu. Tanjiro race, gender. Male profile. Because of serious illness, there is still a year and a half to live, and in this year and a half, Tanjiro's body will be several times weaker, but Tanjiro was born with a red mark on his forehead as a natural marking, and later he realized that he was transparent, and his strength far exceeds that of any pillar now. Under the fire god Kagura, the current Tanjiro is difficult to resist even if it is a winding. He can easily pinch you to death, just like pinching an ant to death. In chapter 81 of the manga, it is said that Tanjiro was born with a red mark on his forehead, which is the same as Jikoko's Yuanyi. White. Wu, rest for a while and then play, just after eating is not suitable for exercise, if you want to sleep, just sleep. Children seemed to listen to Shiro's words, which surprised Shiro a little. It was the first time he met them, right? Tanjiro suddenly said, "You exude a gentle emotion on your body, and your appearance makes the children feel at ease." By suddenly, and at the same time, a doubt in his heart was also solved. In the original book, it was never mentioned that there were ghosts in Yunkai Mountain, and the Tanjiro family didn't even have a petal of a wisteria flower, but now Shiro understands. I can even imagine Tanjiro holding an axe and using Kagura, the god of fire, to kill demons like chickens. The sense of picture is quite strong. When Shiro came back to his senses, Tanjiro and his younger siblings were all asleep on the ground. After all, in winter, there was snow outside the house, and the paper stove inside the house was warm, and children could easily fall asleep in this environment. Tanjiro looked inside the room, heard the sound of washing dishes, and then looked at Shiro. "Sir, you smell of ghosts." Smack. Shiro's mind turned white at this moment, but after remembering the introduction, Shiro still wanted to admit something. He was really afraid that Tanjiro would suddenly burst out, because the introduction was too scary. Seeing Shiro's nodding, Tanjiro's expression didn't change at all, but he nodded lightly. "Are you a member of the Ghost Slayer squad?" Hearing this, Shiro's eyes looking at Tanjiro were complicated, quite complicated. The real hammer was beaten to death, and there were definitely ghosts in Yunkai Mountain, but they were definitely killed by Tanjiro like a chicken cub. "Ah, sort of." Tanjiro didn't speak, just nodded indifferently. "So, how long did you live?" Bai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to show it, and looked at Tanjiro with a puzzled look, as if he was saying that I said it when I just ate, right? Tanjiro said to himself as if he didn't. "See Shiro's eyes, there is no trace of breathing on your body." "Oh no. Can you tell if you use breathing or not? Because of what? Transparency or what, or is it smell?" Just like his son Tanjiro. "If that's the case, then I should be able to live." But the strange thing is that Tanjiro didn't speak again after asking, and quietly looked out of the house. But the more white the heart is, the more afraid it becomes, which is very much like the eve of a storm. It's 16 indeed, and it's not lying. Tanjiro's eyes flashed, and he sighed slightly. Really, it's a pity. Bai's eyes were very complicated at this time. He originally wanted to see how old Tanjiro had children before leaving, and he didn't even plan to look at Tanjiro's profile panel. "Okay now, I have to put myself in it. Uncle, do you know anything?" Tanjiro glanced at Bai and was silent for a long time, and then asked again, "You are human, but you are also like a ghost, and you have the smell of ghosts and people on your body, but everything you do and emotions are the same as people. The only thing that's different is your ghost-like body." Shiro has a breathing arrest. Tanjiro, is this a showdown? Directly uncovered me. Good guy, it's really a matter of breath. Is Tanjiro's nose more powerful than a dog inherited from his father? But why did you come to Yunkai Mountain? You would stand outside the house and look at my child, and after reading it, you wanted to leave. At this moment, Shiro suddenly felt so powerless, and it was impossible for Shiro to say that he was a traverser in the face of the aggressive Tanjiro. Suddenly, Bai seemed to smell something, and his heart suddenly relaxed. I said I was hungry and smelled the smell of ghosts, do you believe me?" Tanjiro's face froze, and his white eyes were extremely weird. Chapter 11. The white face was full of embarrassment at the moment, and he had no excuse if he hadn't suddenly smelled the ghost. "How can I say it? I'm similar to the ghost killing team, right? It's just that I'm a ghost eater, and I happened to pass by Yunkai Mountain, but I came over when I smelled a ghost. But when I saw your family on the top of the mountain, I stopped for a while, and I was going to leave, but your wife is too enthusiastic and I can't refuse." Tanjiro nodded stiffly, and at the same time a little surprised. "And the ghost eaters? I've never heard my father say anything like this." But he didn't smell the smell of lying from this child, he was telling the truth. Did he really come to the mountain to eat ghosts? Is there still a ghost on Yunkai Mountain? In fact, it's no wonder that Tanjiro, Bai suddenly asked the taste of evil ghosts is indeed true, so Bai's words are not a lie, and Shiro is indeed a ghost eater, so the emotion of speaking is naturally reasonable, but it is just a little low. "Well, please, I don't know your name yet, boy." Bai was stunned for a moment, looking at Tanjiro's eyes with some surprise. Tanjiro laughed. "Surprised? I know you didn't speak, but it's hard to believe that there are people who eat ghosts, and because they eat ghosts for a living, their bodies are somewhat similar to ghosts. Are you the only one?" Bai hesitated for a few seconds. To be exact, the younger brother of the immortal Kawa Minoru is similar to himself, right? "I don't know, maybe there are people similar to me in the Ghost Slayer team, right?" Tanjiro nodded to indicate that he knew, as if he remembered something, and suddenly said, "Young man, I hope you don't tell me about it, I'm already reluctant, I just want to accompany my family." "I understand, then I'll go first. By the way, my name is Bai." Bang bang. Looking at the figure leaving in the snow, Tanjiro is not retaining. After all, people's real food can be said to be ghosts, and Shiro also has his own things to do, so it's better not to waste other people's time. When he left the top of the mountain, Bai took a deep breath and then exhaled, looking relieved and funny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, and chatting with the mysterious Kamatu Tanjiro was approved by him. Achievement reward: cultivation is promoted for 10 years, and there is a chance to draw a lottery. Bai, who had just come back to his senses, was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were quite strange. Talking to Tanjiro and getting his approval is a hidden achievement. If you don't show me the achievement directory and don't let me go to the strategy with a purpose, it doesn't make a difference if it's a hidden achievement. But in that case, can you also activate the achievement reward if you get the approval of the other pillars? If each one is the same as Tanjiro's reward. Are you getting rich? Bai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he seemed to have understood something, and the system had unconsciously given himself a boost. Okay, let's draw the prize. I don't know if it's a good thing in the Hokage world. A turntable that only White could see appeared in front of him, with a pointer on it, roughly divided into 6 color areas: green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Bai is also the first time to see this turntable. He didn't look at it last time, but this time he can see it clearly. Of these, 35% are green, 25% are blue, 20% are purple, 15% are orange, 4% are red, and 1% are golden. Seeing this probability, Bai was silent. How can I say that the Thunder Escape Chakram mode is also an orange, right? After all, it is a secret skill of Thunder Shadow, and only Thunder Shadow can learn. Before Bai could react that the turntable had already rotated, Bai remembered that he had just said that he had smoked, which made Bai even more silent, because he saw a single draw and a 10 draw below. And the first 10 consecutive is half price, that is, 5 lottery chances, and there is also a guarantee, that is, the first 10 consecutive guarantees have a red item, and the bright newcomer special 4 words sting the white eyes and heart. Am I doing something bad? Soon the speed of the roulette wheel began to slow down, and as the final roll of the roulette wheel completely involved Bai Yi's heart, and soon, the roulette wheel began to stop. Gliding past gold, then over green, slowing down but still sliding past blue, turning to purple as if it might stop at any moment, and then finally barely crossing the line to reach orange. A smile instantly appeared on Bai's face, but the next moment the smile froze on his face. I only heard a click, and the pointer that had clearly reached the orange area suddenly bounced back, impartially, just in the middle of the purple area. At this moment, his white face was black, and he was already so angry that he didn't want to say anything anymore. The system, just a system. Maybe there's something wrong with this kind of roulette, right? But really, why is it that other people's roulette wheels look like they are about to stop, and little by little after the best to the worst? Why can't I bounce back even though I've already reached a good point? Forget it, it's better to beat all of them a little bit and stop in the reincarnation green, and the purple ones are decent. Ding! Update the host to get the ninjutsu Thunder Escape Thunder Tiger Kill. Bye. Mian was expressionless and did not speak, but just looked at the introduction indifferently. Ninjutsu, Thunder Tiger Kill. Level, C. Introduction, the ninjutsu that Kakashi Hakiki once used. The thunder attribute chakra in his hand thrown out of his hand with one hand will transform into a thunder tiger and attack the enemy, and the hand used at the same time will be connected to the end of the thunder tiger. The system thinks that the host is improved, and the host's current strength can use C-rank ninjutsu 30 times, and the thunder escape chakra mode can last for 10 minutes. Shiro was silent for 2 seconds before walking straight in the direction he smelled. After reading the introduction, he likes this ninjutsu more, it's very handsome, and now there happens to be a ghost that can be used to practice his hands. Sniff and sniff. A disgusting look appeared on Bai's face. Without him, it was really too smelly in this cave, no wonder he couldn't smell it at once, and if there was no wind blowing through the mouth of the cave, he really couldn't smell it. Fortunately, it is certain that there is only one ghost in the cave, and Shiro does not feel any other creatures. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Bai could vaguely see something resembling a figure in the depths of the cave, but he couldn't see it clearly because the cave was too black and white. Then, it's time to try a new ninjutsu. Thunder Escape, Thunder Tiger Kill. Thinking. Back to Kakashi's usage, his right hand directly condensed a ball of thunder attribute chakra behind him at the same time, and after seeing the pitch-black figure in the cave, Bai Meng threw out his right hand. Chapter 12. Bursts of blue thunder and lightning condensed from Bai's right hand, and as Bai Meng threw out his right hand, the moment the thunder and lightning in the air burst out towards the black shadow condensed into a thunder tiger with a length of about 1 meter. Roar! Thunder tiger roared and rushed towards the cave with bursts of thunder, and Bai could clearly see that the evil ghost in the cave who had originally moved slightly froze at the moment Thunder Tiger appeared. At this moment, the Thunder Tiger was already close to him, and bit the demon's body, and the Thunder Tiger turned into an electric current and flowed all over the demon's body. Ah! Name, Jingbian Once Race. Ghost. Gender, Male. Profile, a 40-year-old ghost, because of cannibalism. So the youth is eternal. He seems to be eyeing the Tanjiro family who live in the mountains, and plans to hunt at night. Bai Qingjian's pace paused, and his eyes were full of surprise as he looked at the stiff demon who was being thundered and lightning. Good guy, you're so fat. But seeing the words of the 40-year-old ghost, a layer of thunder and lightning naturally appeared on the white body, which was the thunder chakra pattern. Thunder and lightning actually have a paralyzing effect. This level of thunder and lightning replacement has long been dead, but although the ghost is not dead, there will be no less paralysis. Looking at the stiff Jingbian who looked at the trembling and majestic body, he patiently explained for a while, which can be regarded as giving him a clear way to die. After all, you want to raid someone's family while Tanjiro is alive? What kind of courage is this? Mixed. Bastard, you're a ghost too, the thunderbolt made Jingbian tremble, his expression extremely distorted, and his white eyes were full of hatred. Ghosts are also sentient, the same as humans, but the difference is that the recovery is very fast and almost instantaneous, but thunder and lightning are continuous paralysis and damage, not instantaneous damage. To tell the truth, the ghost who destroys the ghost in the eyes of the white is not a ghost, but a mutated person. After all, Wumio is mutated because of a tube of needle, and the ghost in the ghost legend that Bai Zhe, who lives under the red flag, heard when he was a child, is not like this. Ghosts are not such physical things, they can only be called special ogres. Looking at Bai Jingbian, who was covered with thunder and lightning, his face was also very ugly, because the thunder and lightning on his body had not completely dissipated. The pain of being struck by lightning is not something that can be passed overnight. The air was filled with a burnt smell and a smell of meat, and Bai fanned his hands with disgust on his face. Tisk, you want to attack that family on the mountain, right? I want to persuade you to give up, but I'd better die here. After all, the pillar of that family is a monster. Jingbian was stunned for a moment. The thunder and lightning on his body also dissipated, and the paralysis in his body gradually disappeared, but he still wanted to continue to say something after making up his mind to delay time. At this moment, Bai smiled weirdly, and suddenly disappeared from Jingbian's sight. Jingbian was stunned for a while, and then panicked. Because at the moment when the white disappeared, the arc of the body dragged seemed to be to the side, so. Jingbian turned around in a panic, and at the same time, the sharp claws of his right hand were wide open and grabbed behind him. Poof! Jingbian watched in a daze as a hand with thunder and lightning stretched out in front of him through his chest, and it seemed to be holding a black thing that was still beating. A low laugh sounded from behind Yasub like a demon's moan, and the black thing jumped faster, and at this moment Yazubian knew what it was. Hehe, still thinking about delaying time? In this mode, I'm just a small snack except for the lower string of the thing. With a click, Jingbian, who had lost his heart, fell to the ground for a while, turned his head and looked at Bai, who was eating with a difficult face, and then sighed, and his head hung weakly on the ground. Yes, my sins are too great, thank you. Hearing this, Bai glanced at Jingbian, who was beginning to dissipate, and there was no emotion in his eyes for a while. When a man is about to die, his words are good, what is there to sympathize with for what everyone will do? After eating one bite, the last remaining white slowly walked out of the foul-smelling cave. Ding! Host cultivation is to be improved for 2 months. Bai scratched his head and looked puzzled, shouldn't it be 4 months? The host's strength grows too fast, and it may go beyond the main line, so help the host store energy for a rainy day. Bai didn't speak, so he went to the feeding achievement system that was deducted. Glanced at the top of the mountain, and Bai decisively left Yunkai Mountain. I can't go now, 3 years, why don't I go to the banquet after Tanjiro dies 3 years later, and I can't go in the 4th year, I may not be able to beat Ghost Dance Suji at that time, after all, the system has begun to deduct now. The devil knows how much more will be deducted later, and whether there will be more and more deductions. Bai left Yunkai Mountain from the other side with a slightly helpless expression. He thought about whether to go to Wisteria Mountain to open meat, but he was a little worried, afraid of being caught. But if he eats the ghost of Fuji Raid Mountain, he should be more sure to save Chini by then, right? After all, according to the timeline, Kane died this year, so she still has to work hard. Do you want to visit Lord Mizuzu? After all, I only know where Mr. Scales Zojinji is. Narrow foggy mountain, I asked when I was in the town before, hehe, I'm a human anyway, so it should be no problem to find his old man, right? Humming a minor tone, Bai walked towards the location of the narrow fog mountain. The location of the Vine Attack Mountain didn't seem to be announced in the anime, but think about it, how could that kind of ghost-killing team recruit place be exposed to the public? Bai is now both a human and a ghost, no one's breath and no one's breath, but the 2 breaths are mixed together to form a new breath. So he is not afraid of exposing himself at all. After all, his methods are not the same as the Ghost Slayer worldview. In the evening, when the moon rose, Shiro had reached the narrow fog mountain, and through the sporadic moonlight, Bai could see a small wooden house at the foot of the mountain in the distance. There seemed to be a man standing in front of the door of the room with a sword pinned to his waist. Is it so lucky? I just arrived and saw the scales left near. Do I want to learn how to call water? Forget it, it's too much of a waste of time, it's better to eat ghosts quickly, a top for a few months, more rose. Having made up his mind, Shiro walked straight towards the figure. And the man stood in front of the door hesitating, sometimes reaching out and sometimes putting down his hand. His face was full of tangles, and his right hand was clenched tightly on the Hinakra knife at his waist, and there seemed to be something in his eyes that emitted a faint silver light. Suddenly, the man's expression froze, and then his face instantly became serious, changing the tangled and decadent look just now. There's footsteps, there's no smell of people, is it a ghost? Chapter 13. As his footsteps got closer and closer, Tomioka could tell that the ghost was less than 10 steps behind him, and the Nichiwa knife in his hand was gradually undrawn. The breath of water, the wanton shape, striking the tide. Thinking indifferently, Tomioka Yoji quickly turned around, and at the same time, the Nichiren knife in his hand seemed to be stacked with a layer of spray and slashed towards the target. When Tomioka saw clearly that his move was blocked, his eyes opened slightly. It's dangerous, it's almost water-adjusted. Shiro patted his chest with a frightened look, with a shining arc of electric energy, and his fingers tightly clamped the Hinawa knife in Tomioka's hand. Nani, how could there be a ghost who can command thunder and lightning? Tomioka Yoshida pulled back the Nicola knife and was about to slash over, but in the next second, Shiro decisively retreated and opened a distance of dozens of meters with Tomioka Yoshida. Name, Tomioka Yoshitoiki. Race, human. Gender, male profile. Because of the death of the rabbit and the real mushroom, the originally timid and cowardly Tomioka Yoshi began to change. His cowardice gradually disappeared, and soon he will replace his teacher scales left recently became the new water pillar, and now he has the strength of a second-class ghost swordsman. Note, the host may be able to kill Tomioka Yoshi through the so-called attribute restraint. The first time he said that he could kill Butterfly Shinobi, and now he says that he can kill Tomioka Yoshida. How could I not believe it so much? Shiro could see Tomioka Yoshiyuki looking at him vigilantly in the moonlight, and his hand holding the knife was tightening. Well, I guess it's the first time I've seen someone like myself, right? And Scales so should be in the house recently, so it's better not to be arrogant, and I'm here to ask for directions. After thinking clearly about the consequences of the action, he looked at Tomioka Yoshida, who had a vigilant and serious face, and said angrily, "What's the matter with you? Standing at the door of someone else's house at night like a thief, and still holding a knife and preparing to cut people at every turn, don't you know the abolition of the knife order?" Tomioka Yoshi was stunned, his eyes were full of astonishment, and he seemed to be a little incredulous, and when his nose twitched twice, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. There is no smell of people, but there is no smell of ghosts. Why is this? Could it be that he is actually a human being, but he can't smell it because of the thunder and lightning? Thinking of this, possibly Tomioka Yoshida's heart was full of shame, and he could already imagine that his teacher would scold him when he came out. Then how should I explain to this young lady? It was too rude just now, right? What should I do? Although Tomioka Yoshi was entangled, there was indeed no emotional fluctuation on his face, which made Shiro very puzzled. Could it be that the brain has been short-circuited and needs to be reconnected? With a bang, the door of the wooden house was pushed open, and a Haori man wearing a red Tengu mask and a blue wave walked out, and glanced at Tomioka Yoshida, and his eyes under the mask showed a little helplessness. But when Scales saw the whiteness in the moonlight for a moment. White. Yes, sir, right? Mr. Bai, come in and talk. The moment the door opened, Shiro lifted the Thunder Chakra mode, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to catch Tomioka's sword just now. But now that Satoki-zo actually knows himself. Is it that Chini has already reported her situation to Yaya-san Yashiki, and then notified the other pillars? Oh ho, cool. Shiro had already given up resistance, and naturally stepped over Tomioka Yoshi and Scales left into the house, and Tomioka Yoshi was still stunned and didn't seem to react yet. Scales snorted angrily recently. What are you doing standing here? Dinner is ready. Name, Scales left near race. Gender, male. Profile, the current ghost killing team water column, although he is nearly 70 years old, although his strength is much behind and even not much different from the current Tomioka Yoshi, now he has very few missions, and he will pass on the throne when Tomioka Yoshi is completely polished in the near future. This is the reason why Bai directly accepted the invitation. His strength is converted by ghosts, and he is not as tired as 5 according to his age, although he believes that he can even give him a meal. But I didn't have the confidence to run away in front of these two people. And the most important thing is that as long as you don't meet a crazy person who hates ghosts like Jinya Immortal River, it shouldn't be fine, and the Scales in front of him are well-known nose spirits. I believe that they can show that they are not only not malicious, but also kind. Thinking like this, kindness unconsciously appeared on Bai's face, but the next moment, what Scales Zo said recently made Bai's smiling face freeze. Mr. Bai, Chini has already told me about you, she wanted me to pay attention to it, but you took the initiative to find me, please follow me to the base of the Ghost Slayer team. White. This is to hang me from a tree for a pillar trial? What are you kidding? This will definitely do everything. You can to kill me. Grandpa. I just came to you because you are always talking, you can't mess with my mentality like this. Sir, you are too worried, I have no malicious intentions, I just want to go to the Vine Attack Mountain. My target is only ghosts, not people, you're too worried. A smile appeared on Bai's face again, and there was a hint of confidence. What he said was telling the truth, his target this time was indeed a ghost, and he didn't want to find the wicked are not as easy to find as the evil ghost. And what is the Vine Attack Mountain? The evil ghost base is the first place. That's the hand ghost? That's how much to make up. And those hungry half-dead ghosts, these are all big supplements that can't run. Tomioka Yoshi kept a straight face and didn't speak, and the Scales stared at Bai directly, which made Bai feel a little hairy inexplicably. After a long time, Scales sighed recently, his eyes full of helplessness. I can feel your sincerity, what you say is true and there is no lie, but I wonder why you want to go to Fuji Raid Mountain, or even come to me, and how do you know about me? Bai was silent. It's hard to do now, it's not easy to make up, no, it shouldn't be made up at all, the nose of the Scale left is much more powerful than the dog's nose. A nose that can smell emotions, do you say dick or not? I have my unspeakable secrets, if I insist on saying that people are ghosts, I am human, but more like ghosts, I have secrets that I can't say, but we may have common enemies. That's right, Shiro plans to confess something to the Scales, and you have to say something to the Ghost Slayer that can reassure them or prove it with actions, and they will recognize and help you. For example, the original book has become a Ghost's Yubin. At this time, Scales Zo was silent recently, and Tomioka Yoshi suddenly asked, do you know my teacher Enchini? The two of them stiffened at the same time, and they turned their heads to look at Tomioka Yoshi. The eyes of the two were confused and helpless, and there seemed to be a trace of embarrassment hidden in the helplessness. The stunned nature is white, the helpless one must be Tomioka Yoshiyong's teacher. Scales left near. Chapter 14. Bai silently retracted his gaze and stopped looking at Tomioka Yoshiyong. Tomioka is really slow. Scales were silent for a while, and they would look at Shiro. Let you laugh, if you don't dislike it, let's have dinner together. Bai naturally nodded. To be honest, he was also a little curious about what was boiling in the pot of the Scales. Scaly Zo has been old lately, so his ability to cook food is not bad, right, Shiro? Thought so, and then fell silent when he saw the dinner in front of him. A bowl with milky soup and a bit of fish. As a water column of the Ghost Slayer team, is it so low-key and luxurious to eat dinner? Tomioka Yoshi said calmly and then started eating directly, completely ignoring the guest Bai and his teacher Scales Zuoji. Bai couldn't see the expression of the scale left near time, but he could guess that the scale left near time must have a black line on his face. And Tomioka Yoshi didn't seem to notice that the atmosphere was wrong at all, and he drank fish soup there by himself, and the sound of drinking soup made Bai embarrassed for a while. Good guy, I finally understand why there are no pillars in the Ghost Slayer team who like to chat with Tomioka Yoshio. This network disconnection and delay are not ordinarily serious. Shiro, who looked at the wrong atmosphere, also picked up chopsticks. Thanks for the hospitality, I'm going. Bai broke the treacherous atmosphere, and the scales began to eat as well. Although it is said that it is just an ordinary bowl of fish soup, it is very fresh, and it is different from what Shiro has drunk before, and Shiro almost added milk to it when he made it for the first time. After dinner, Tomioka sat there calmly and honestly, but he didn't know why his eyes kept staring at the wall. Mr. Bai, I choose to believe you. Bai was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Really, aren't you going to ask any more questions? At this time, Scales Zo didn't speak anymore, and the Tengu mask also kept staring at Bai, and Scales Zo's tone was a little helpless for a long time. Everyone has their own secrets, since they belong to themselves, then they should not be known by others. I have seen many ghosts, you are completely different from them. I've even taken you as a human being, after all, ghosts can't eat human food, and they'll vomit disgustingly. And you are really kind and polite, you are more like a human being than a human being. Hearing the evaluation of himself by the scale of the left of the scale, he was stunned. He didn't expect the scale of the left to think of himself like this. This evaluation is inevitably a little high. Then can I go to the Vine Attack Mountain? I'm not afraid of wisteria flowers. I can help your ghost-killing team eliminate some of the more powerful ghosts in it, and the kind of ghosts that newcomers can't deal with. I have enough confidence in this. Bai's serious look made Scales Zojinji couldn't help but be a little silent, and Bai also said so on purpose. Of course he knew that Scales Zo's eldest apprentice and second apprentice died from that fat hand ghost. But he doesn't like to owe favors to others. After all, looking at this way, Scaly Zo is ready to tell himself, so he might as well end a heart problem of Scaly Zo when the time comes. Scales' fists were tight, but in the end, Scales shook his head. No, some of those ghosts can still be dealt with by newcomers, and when the time comes, we will add a new batch of ghosts to it, so please delete it. At the same time, I hope that you can serve as an examiner for Fuji Raid Mountain, and you only need 7 days a year to lend a helping hand to those juniors when they can't act. In the end, there was a slight pleading in the voice of the left of the scale, which made Shiro's heart soften a little, but he was a little worried when he thought of the immortal Kawa Minoru Shiro. The name was mixed up here, and it was changed back. But I really can't bear to refuse such a man who has half a leg in the coffin. Okay, I agreed, so where is Fuji Raid Mountain, and when is the next assessment? A crow flew out of nowhere and landed on Bai's shoulder, and the moment he saw the crow, Bai already understood. The crow will take you to Mr. Bai in Fuji Raid Mountain. Bai nodded, walked out of the house without speaking, and ran in one direction under the leadership of the crow. When Shiro left, Tomioka looked at his teacher. Teacher, why did you promise him? And let him be the examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain, isn't this what the 2 daughters of the Lord have been doing? Tomioka Yoshiu's words made Scales Zo slowly shake his head. Yiyang, if the rabbit's knife hadn't been for the help of his companions, wouldn't all this have happened, so I hope that Shiro can help those who can't act, so that there won't be such an accident. Tomioka didn't speak again, but just squeezed the corner of the lattice on the left half of Hayori. Quack, front, looked up at the talking crow. Bai smashed it and felt a little novel. After all, it was a talking crow, and Bai had seen it once in his previous life and in this life. After all, he didn't think that besides parrots, there were birds that could talk, let alone crows that could also pass commands. The moon hung high, and with the system's prompt, Bai knew that it was already early in the morning. Check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Imprint. Shiro's expression remained unchanged and continued to run after the crow, although he occasionally bumped into a tree or stone, but it was not a problem for Shiro. Ability, the God of Imprint. Introduction: you don't need to seal to use all ninjutsu, which can ensure that the uncertainty of the battle makes it difficult for the enemy to figure out, and the release type of ninjutsu can be released from anywhere on your hands and feet. Bai got excited. This is really good, it's just drowsy to send a pillow. Before he hated the trouble of sealing when fighting, his hand speed cannot do 6 or 7 seals in a second, and he has to seal in advance. If it weren't for the ghosts here, they wouldn't have been able to deal with those ghosts so easily. However, the only ninjutsu he needs to seal seems to be Thunder Tiger Kill, but he believes that his ninjutsu will be more and more in the future. Quack, it's time. The crow chirped twice and flew back, leaving Bai alone standing at the foot of the vine attack mountain facing the wisteria flowers that covered the mountain. Well, it tastes weird, it's supper time now. Bai chuckled and rushed towards the wisteria mountain. As long as he passed the wisteria flowers on the periphery, he arrived at the assessment site of the ghost-killing team. However, when Bai Gang entered the mountain, countless fragrances that were difficult to conceal raged Bai's sense of smell, and the transparent saliva subconsciously flowed out, and Bai hurriedly wiped it off. For he saw 4 or 5 humanoid things in the darkness, and ran towards him like crazy. Chapter 15. Hungry, hungry. Man, it's a man. Finally see someone. Mine. It's mine. Haha. I'm so lucky that someone will run to this place at night. Before the 4 demons approached Bai could already hear their shouting words, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Ah, yes, you're hungry, I'm hungry. Bai didn't take these 4 hungry ghosts in his eyes at all. The introduction just now made it very clear that these 4 are all hungry ghosts. Although they have been ghosts for a long time, they have never eaten at all, and their strength is simply weaker than that of new ghosts. There's no way, I'm hungry. After all, there is an assessment once a year, so they only have one chance to eat once a year. The breath on his body is a mixture of people and ghosts, and those with low strength don't know if they are humans or ghosts at all, except for Tanjiro. Bai has never seen the kind of person who can see him and lift his bottom. Looking at the demon Bai who was getting closer and closer, he licked his lower lip, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. Suck, Thunder Chakram mode on. With a bang, a blue arc of electricity flashed in the air, and a few seconds later, the 4 still excited screams stopped abruptly and fell to the ground one by one. And Bai was standing behind them at the moment, his fingers skewering their hearts and gnawing on them one by one, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Licking his lips, Bai looked at the 4 demons that had dissipated and showed a look of unfinished meaning, and then turned his gaze to the darker depths. The fragrance inside is overflowing, and it keeps drifting out. It seems that there's more delicious food inside, but listening to the scales left near the time, it means that the hand ghost and that are about the same as that probably can't be eaten. Well, it shouldn't be a problem to eat 1 or 2 other powerful ghosts besides that hand ghost, right? After all, his current strength can already kill Xiaxian, although it is a reluctant kind. So, Bai couldn't wait to start going deeper, and those ghosts couldn't sense the breath of ghosts from Bai's body, and only the thought in his mind was that if this person was not a ghost, it was a person. This is the disadvantage of not being able to suppress his eating instinct, and Bai is also glad that the system has suppressed him, otherwise he would have died a long time ago. Starting from the periphery, Bai looked for them one by one, and those ghosts also ran to Bai one by one. Only the kind of ghost Bai who was hungry and crazy when he first entered the mountain would do it. But it's a pity that almost all the ghosts here are like this, which makes Shiro very happy. I don't think I'm going to blame myself for this little thing, right? I'm just getting rid of this kind of garbage ghost who can't do anything. If it is a timid rat assessor, he will still die the same, but my wife Shanyi is an accident, and he can't use his true strength if he doesn't faint in fright. As Shiro ate more and more, his actions became faster and faster, and before he knew it, he had eaten no less than 50 ghosts, but the sun had begun to rise gradually, and although there were still many who hadn't even seen the hand ghosts, Shiro also dispelled the idea of continuing. Because Scales Zo was relieved that he was coming, then there would undoubtedly be a ghost slasher to confirm the situation the next day, and it would be troublesome if he was caught. After all, he didn't know who would come to check the situation, but the possibility of a pillar was still very high, but Bai still left very satisfied. Now all he has to do is to find a job in the villages and towns near Asakusa. After all, there are many ghosts near Asakusa. At the foot of the Vine Mountain, the first sun had just begun to rise, and Bai left happily humming a song, and at the same time, a system prompt made Bai almost scream out excitedly. However, what Bai didn't know was that on the mountain road of Fuji Attack Mountain, that is, the correct way up the mountain, a handsome big brother with orange hair slowly appeared with a smile on his face. At this time, Bai was immersed in the joy of the system prompt, and he was wrong once, and he didn't know if it was a crisis. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement Bloodbath Vine Attack Mountain, rewarding plus 5 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being recognized by the water column scales for the last time, and the reward for cultivation is plus 1 year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for serving as a rookie assessment instructor in the ghost killing team has become a major breakthrough in the main line, and the reward lottery chance is plus 5. A series of prompt tones made Bai jump 5 meters high directly in excitement, and the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. My God, it's so powerful! It's so powerful! Bai waved his fist excitedly, but he found something wrong, that is, getting Tanjiro's approval is to cultivate for plus 10 years and there is a lottery, how come there is not even a tenth of the scale of the left recent time here? System, how can you get the reward of the scale of the left's recent recognition so low? Host, believe it or not, the full fire Tanjiro can slash the scale left in 1 second. Bai was silent, and now he knew that the reward for achievement was linked to what was done. But now is not the time to hesitate on this question, what matters now is the 5 lottery chances. Quick, system, draw, direct newcomer discount 10 draws. A large turntable with the same size as last time appeared directly in the air, and the pointer began to rotate wildly without stopping for a moment, but the same thing flew out of the turntable. Soon all the things had been pulled out, but Shiro's eyes turned into brass bells when he saw the last thing that was drawn. This is the highest quality reward. I add the guaranteed red, I'm a grand slam. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the golden reward, Hell Spike, 4 books. Get the red reward, Thunder Escape, Pseudo Darkness. Get the purple reward, Fire Escape, How Fireball Technique. Get the blue reward, Recovery Pill X1, get the green reward X6. Cultivation for 6 years. Bai excitedly opened his attribute bar, as follows. Name, extremely evil, white. Race, also human and ghost gender. Male. Strength, 51 years, against the evil ghost. Ability, Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, Fire Escape, How Fireball Technique, Thunder Escape, Pseudo Dark, Hell Spike, 4 books, Thunder Tiger. Item, Recovery Pill X1, instantly restores half of the blue amount. Introduction, now you have the ability to easily kill the lower string, but your Hell Spike 4 Honkin can only use 3 fingers at most and can only use 3 fingers once. Please also improve your cultivation or improve your physical body and ability to resist attacks. Note, your ascension speed is too strong, please improve your physical strength steadily. Bai was so excited that he couldn't sleep. In his previous life, he was a proper 2-dimensional big boy, and it was impossible for him not to know what the hell Assassin 4 books was about. The strongest spear of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and the strongest Thunder Escape armor that developed the Thunder Escape Chakram mode to the extreme, was called the strongest spear and the strongest shield in the ninja world. Chapter 16. Well, I'm lucky, but since the system prompts you that you can't just eat and need to exercise, then let's listen to it. I looked at the direction when I came and Shiro headed towards Asakusa. It's just that Shiro's heart wants to walk slowly like a play anyway. This country is so big it's only 3 or 4 days in slow. The world seems to be very similar to the ancient times of my own country in my previous life, and from time to time you can see the fields and people who have already worked in the fields, and they are bending down to plant seedlings. When you meet an acquaintance, say hello and chat with and without it, and live a rural life. But if you think about it, this country is actually a rebel, so similar to the past. The only thing that surprised Shiro was that he hadn't seen anyone in conflict so far, which was really strange. Is it really so good to get along, or is it because of what? The emotions in their eyes are not like fakes, nor can they be faked, because their eyes go straight to a person's heart. It's really strange. Can't it really be a simple folk style, right? Unconsciously, Bai walked into a village. There was no fence around it, only one small wooden house after another, and it was not comparable to the Asakusa on the stone road, just a mud road. But when Shiro walked into the village, he suddenly paused, and his eyes revealed a strangeness. He looked up and was surprised to see the friendly greetings between his neighbors. What's going on? Why is there a scent on everyone, even those children? Bai was stunned, his eyes couldn't help but be a little dull. This amount of information was so large that he didn't react for a while. This is all the wicked people? The kind of wicked village that slaughters tourists? Soon, the villagers also found Bai standing in the middle of the road without moving, and when they saw Bai, their eyes were full of surprise, but then they were occupied by a strange emotion, and they walked towards Bai with a kind smile. His face was as pale as ever, and he wanted to see what the hell these people were up to, and what those strange eyes meant, especially why the whole village was scented, including children. Miss, welcome to our village. Are you here to play? A kind-faced uncle looked at Bai with a friendly smile, and that smile was quite friendly, making people feel at ease at a glance. If it weren't for the smell coming from his body, he might have been really confused, but it was enough to prove that there was indeed a problem in this village. So Bai pretended to be a little restrained, as if he was a little embarrassed to be surrounded by so many people, and his face was slightly red. The men understood in an instant, and one by one they all stepped back to make enough space. Seeing this, Bai nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I am passing by and plan to play here for a day and leave." Hearing this, the eyes of those people flashed with a moment of joy. "Why don't you stay with the shrine maidens in our village for one night? There is a custom in our village, that is, strangers need to be purified by the shrine maidens, otherwise they will not be allowed to stay overnight." Bai Yan was a little surprised, but he still nodded, as if this was a village with some kind of heavy customs. "In that case, let the children show you around the village." As soon as the kind-looking uncle finished speaking, the children standing beside them happily ran towards the other end of the village, each with an excited and cheerful smile on their faces. When the figures of Bai and the child disappeared, the faces of these men changed. His eyes were completely occupied by a desire, and his throat even moved unconsciously. "Okay, if she has lunch, it's up to the child's ability, let's disperse, just like we did at the beginning." The uncle who had a kind and gentle face just now was no better than the men around him. But the people around him seemed to listen to him, and as soon as he finished speaking, they immediately dispersed, and then he himself left. And Bai, who was pulled away by the child, quickly frowned. The question disappeared. That's right, the original scent on the children is gone, which means that there is already a conjecture about what white is. But if it is, then the village may be, no, very scary. The eldest of these children looked no more than 6 or 7 years old, and Bai felt that he should know something from them. "Little friend, tell my sister, where is your mother?" They children, who were still lively just now, instantly quieted down without saying a word, and the atmosphere of the scene changed in an instant. This made Bai inexplicably surprised, coupled with the conjecture he had just made. How could he have the idea of encountering a ghost village? Bai can see that the children have uncomfortable and unhappy looks on their faces, as if there is something unspeakable. This discovery made Shiro seem to catch some eyes on the face, and tried to make his voice softer. "Children, you tell your sister quietly, and your sister won't tell your father." Hearing this, those little children, you look at me, I look at you, and finally the oldest boy walked out and looked at Bai with a look of hope. "Big sister, my name is Yikan, can you help our mother?" The white eyes lit up, and the heart was happy. It seemed that a breakthrough had been found. "Yikan, you said, if you can help your sister, I will definitely help you." As soon as these words came out, it crackled like water into hot oil, and the children made a noise one by one and said that they wanted it too. At this time, there were 2 people in Bai's head, and the children who made a fuss were not terrible, but the terrible number came up. Okay, you guys talk about it one by one, I'll listen to it all, okay?" Now the children finally quieted down. "Big sister, our mom was taken by our dad to work in a church called Elysium." Smack! Bai's face seemed to have been slapped hard, and his eyes widened at the same time. "Isn't that the church of the children's mill? Isn't that thing in Asakusa? How can there be such a thing in such a small village?" But looking at the children's hopeful eyes, the white looks couldn't help but complicate. Abruptly, the white pupils seemed to shrink for a moment. No, if their father didn't know what the cult of bliss was all about, then an unintentional mistake would not have been able to brew that fragrance. No, their father did something that these kids didn't know about, and it was a very serious thing. The white eyes narrowed slowly. This village was really not as simple as he thought, and it was not unusual. Not long ago, I was complaining about the simplicity of the villagers, and it seems that I was deceived by appearances. Chapter 17. Ding! Release Quest, 7 Deadly Sins. Quest description: ask the host to find out the truth and know that people's hearts are terrifying. Reward: repair is increased by 5 years. Bai looked at these children quietly, and the smile on his face was very affinity, making these children very quiet. "Well, I see, I'll try to help you in that case, but let's play together now, okay?" In this regard, Bai also planned to teach them to be simpler. Charcoal is available in every household, and Bai initially taught them to draw on the ground with charcoal. It seems that for the first time they know that charcoal can still be used in this way. Charcoal is not lacking in anyone, and there is no need to worry about the paintings on the ground that will disappear as soon as it rains. So they were very open-minded, and they all became little experts one by one. Bai just squatted on the ground and watched all this silently, and subconsciously looked at the sun hanging high. It should be noon now. Hasn't the father of these children come to ask them to eat? On the other hand, the children seemed to be obsessed with painting wholeheartedly, and Bai didn't bother, so it doesn't matter if you wait. The children drew a variety of things, but although it was difficult to see clearly, it was not difficult to see that there were human figures with long hair, and each one was different. If they didn't finish the drawing, they would blur with their feet and continue on another piece of ground, and so on and so forth, until by the time they were satisfied, the sky had already appeared a faint yellow. They probably painted their mother, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. At this moment, the adults came to them, and they were stunned when they saw the paintings on the ground, but soon they looked at the white ones, and there was no remorse or longing in their eyes, as if they did not know what their children were drawing. "Miss Bai, it's almost evening, so you can go and have dinner with the Shrine Maiden, so that after dinner, you can let the Shrine Maiden cleanse you." Bai stood up, and before he knew it, he had been squatting for a day, and his legs and feet did not feel numb at all. Okay, please lead the way. Bai Yanran smiled, and the expressions of those men were wrong for a moment, and they all lowered their heads as if they were restraining something, and turned around and walked in the other direction without a sound. And the children didn't seem to be surprised, and they all went home directly after saying goodbye to Bai, without even asking. Maybe they believed in their father too much. After all, they only had their father now. This gave Bai a little headache inexplicably. Should he kill all these people in this case? Alas, let's take one step at a time. Soon, the men led Shiro out of the village and onto a hill next to the village, where there was a stone-paved road leading to the top. The shrines all seemed to be on the mountain. It didn't take long for them to take Shiro to the top of the mountain, and what caught their eyes was a building similar to what they had seen in the anime, that is, the shrine. But when Shiro saw this building, he was a little uncomfortable, and his brows were furrowed. As for why he himself doesn't know, he just feels a little uncomfortable standing here. It seems that the sins of these people also come from this shrine, and the children don't know the truth. At this time, the kind-looking uncle I met in the morning turned to look at Shiro. Miss Bai, we gave a lot of dinner to the shrine maiden, and it was just sent in, so you can go in directly. Bai pretended to be puzzled, hesitated for a while before slowly walking towards the shrine, and at the same time he sneered in his heart. Aren't your tails already exposed? I'm going to see what you've done. When Shiro pushed open the door, he saw a woman in a shrine maiden costume sitting with her back to him, and there was a meal on the table in front of her, which looked quite hearty, and there were a lot of meat dishes that were well cooked. Shiro, who saw this scene, didn't react for a while, and then closed the door. As the sound of the door closing, Shiro saw the witch's body tremble. You, what else do you want to do? I haven't done anything, the woman's voice was crisp and pleasant, with a slight sob, and her voice was full of fear and resentment. At this moment, Bai seemed to understand something, but he felt that it was not all. Mikamai-sama, why are you so sad? Is something happening? The Miko froze, and the next second the Miko instantly stood up and turned to look at Shiro behind her. She was a little happy when she saw Shiro's appearance clearly, but then there was unparalleled fear. I couldn't help but say that the witch grabbed the white hand and walked in, and said at the same time. Why did you come to this shrine? Quick, I'll take you through the back door. Otherwise, you'll be seen by the beasts down the hill and you'll be finished. You shouldn't be here so young and beautiful. In a few words, Shiro had understood everything and knew the source of evil, but he frowned again when he thought about it, and then he froze for a moment when he saw the face of the witch clearly. The red and white witch costume matched her slender figure, bumpy and convex. But the focus was not on this, but on that face. Isn't this the bellflower in Inuyasha? Lao Tzu's childhood goddess? An irrepressible anger rushed to her heart, and the witch not only did not move, but fell to the ground, looking at Bai with a look full of shock. Miko-sama, don't be afraid, I seem to know what happened to you. Those people sent me up, but I'm a man, not a woman, and I can take you out of here. They. Shrine maiden froze for a moment, her eyes becoming a little hollow, but soon calmed down again. Is that so? You'll be fine then. After saying that, she sat back in her original position and did not move, and this time Bai saw her eyes, which were dead gray. Dead gray like that little girl. The fire is born from the heart, but in order to know the reason for everything, Shiro is going to ask. So he sat down across from the shrine maiden and pressed it against the small wooden table, and a clear slap mark appeared. At first, the shrine maiden didn't understand it, but when she saw the slap print, her eyes widened. And Bai Yi changed his previous calmness, his eyes were full of anger and murderous intent, and now it is not difficult to guess that those little children are actually accomplices, but they are unconscious and even completely unaware that they are doing bad things. In this case, there would be no psychological burden to kill their father by himself, and if his guesses are all correct, then... Maiko, I want to know what's going on here, and when I know everything, I'll clear it up. Shiro's ability and words were like a holy light, and the shrine maiden's eyes gradually glowed. Okay, I'll tell you, those men. Bai listened carefully, and when he heard it, he knew that this witch was not defiled, but was inexplicably relieved after seeing everything under house arrest. And the reason why it has not been defiled is entirely because this village still believes in God very much, so this is also a blessing in misfortune. The shrine maiden under house arrest also prayed to the gods as a medium to tell them not to tell them, or the gods would punish them for causing their village to experience a great drought and lead to no harvest. As for what he saw, Bai was inexplicably uncomfortable now. But the good thing is that nothing like that happened to my childhood goddess, although it was just a look. P.S. I'm sorry, I've been busy learning my driver's license for the past 2 days, and I went to sign up and did the subject 1 question and then I put the novel on hold, sorry. Chapter 18. And now Bai also knows the cause and effect of everything. In the beginning, this village was just like an ordinary village, and the family just believed in the gods. However, as time passed, many people died one after another, and people began to think differently. It's that amiable uncle called Kazumura Uei, who is also the father of Kazumura. He coveted the appearance of the shrine maid, that is, the mother of the previous witch and the current shrine maid, and the result was that the previous witch committed suicide directly and did not give her a chance to succeed. He wanted to extend his claws to the current shrine maiden, but was stopped by the other villagers, because the village could not completely lose the shrine maiden, because this was the only one left. At the same time, most of the people in this village are bachelors, and Ichimura Uei came up with an idea, that is, to take the women who passed by in a daze and take them home to those bachelors as wives and pass them on to the next generation. Those people were very resistant at first, but under the bewitchment of Ichimura Uei and thought that they had forced the previous shrine maiden to death, this kind of thing seemed to be not impossible. But also afraid of being exposed, the shrine maiden was imprisoned in this shrine offered until death. Of course the shrine maiden must also stay. The man in the village said that if the shrine maiden didn't have a husband at the age of 40, then... And with the first time, there will be a second time, they are more and more rampant, and then they have those children, because the wife was robbed and has no emotional basis, so after the children are weaned, they collectively sent them to the Eternal Bliss sect in exchange for a large sum of money. The same is true for those wives. Ichimura Uei also took the lead in selling his own wives, which led to everything. With money, they naturally eat and drink well, and they don't even have any burden in their hearts, and they are full of energy. And then it's a constant repetition, they already have descendants, so once they get tired of playing, they will directly send them to the Eternal Bliss sect for money to maintain their lives. And the children play the role of the tour guide, and the innocent children will make the outsiders let down a lot of guard, and the hospitable appearance of the people here makes the outsiders think that they can stay for one night, and then all this happens. And the reason for all this is that this road is the only way to get to a big city like Asakusa, so there is no fear of no one at all, and even men will faint and touch the money and bury the body on the mountain, and then the shrine maiden will pray. Some of them did not resist, but they were all directly killed, because they were infatuated with this simple and easy life, and at the same time, they also felt that if this kind of rich businessman who passed by took the initiative to give them money, he would not die. The shrine maiden was terrified, and she knew it all because she was there to pray every time she disposed of the corpse, and heard it from the mouths of those people. The shrine maiden was also scared because he couldn't remember how many times he had prayed over the years. Silence, long silence. The white brain is buzzing. No, this is a terrible human heart, no wonder this mission is called the 7 deadly sins. Greed, lust, gluttony, anger, laziness, jealousy, arrogance. The 7 deadly sins are completely extreme, and this is committed by all the men in the village, because there are only adult men in this village except for the children. Kill, these adults should not be left behind. The white one suddenly got up and startled the gardenia in front of him. Miss Gardenia, I'll purge all adult males, and you can leave afterwards. As for these children, although they didn't know anything, although they just missed their mother, they also listened to their father's words, and they were able to receive those outsiders who made everything. I won't do anything to them, I'll just leave them to fend for themselves. After all, with their father's good food and drink, and toys, they also gladly accepted it, and they didn't even have any doubts. Gardenia nodded in agreement, and she burst into tears, feeling a little excited in her heart. Mother, these beasts with human faces and beast hearts have finally ushered in their evil retribution. Opening the door, the man outside the door was as stunned as Shiro when he entered, and wanted to say something, but after a breeze blew, they all fell to the ground one by one, and then turned into ashes and disappeared. Ichimura Yui's eyes were full of resentment before he dissipated, and there was a hint of relief when he finally disappeared completely. Bai watched all this, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and began to run down the mountain. Those children were already asleep, and Bai's movements were very quiet. In a short time, all the adult males of the village were swallowed, their bodies disappeared without a trace, and those things that were stained with blood were taken out in vain and thrown in one place. It wasn't until all that was done that the latter fire ignited the things, and the children were still asleep completely unaware of what was happening. Bai left the village with mixed feelings, and before leaving, he saw Gardenia show the pleasure of being happy and relieved and revenge, and then set himself on fire. Ding! Update the host to complete the mission of the 7 deadly sins, and reward the cultivation for 5 years. In the end, he still couldn't do anything to those children, because when he understood the truth of the matter, those children also began to exude fragrance. I don't know if I knew everything and affected myself. After being silent all the way, Shiro walked towards Asakusa. He planned to find a job near Asakusa. After all, there are still quite a lot of ghosts in Asakusa. What Haku didn't know was that at this moment in Asakusa's Eternal Bliss sect, a headless corpse wearing a hat symbolizing the Godfather, a black cloak and a red shirt was sitting upright on a tatami mat. In the next second, the corpse grew a head again, looking at him with a smile, and a man with short pink hair, golden eyes, pale skin, countless dark blue tattoos carved all over his body, blood-red nails, a fuchsia shirt, and a rosary on his ankles. Your Excellency, do you have any new tasks for coming to me at night? Bastard, how many times have I said, don't eat women when I'm coming? Don't you understand? Tong Mo, who had grown a new head, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled apologetically. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, I must remember the teachings of the adults in the future. He didn't speak any more, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Tong Mo, his eyes full of sharpness. I was hungry and told me where the husband who sold those women to you lived. Tong Mo was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. So Gaston, this kind of thing is just a matter for Your Excellency to say directly. Those men live on the road that Asakusa must pass. It seems to be called something. Oh yes, it's called Sunset Village, right? There's a sunset shrine. Chapter 19. Bai walked alone on the road. There was no sound on the road except for the sound of insects and the wind. Thinking about what had just happened, his mind was inexplicably a little messy. The child, who was supposed to symbolize white, was inadvertently dyed black. How should he decide if he encountered this kind of thing in the future? Or is it the same as just now? On the way, Bai kept thinking about this question, and suddenly, he suddenly laughed. What am I struggling with? I'm not white, I'm black. That symbolizes the most evil. As long as the white paper is dyed black, it will not become white again. Inexplicable. Bai's tone was a little low, but he was also sure that he would not be as soft-hearted as he was today in the future, but directly hurt the killer. There are only 0 and countless times in the world, and those children will not do it when they grow up. They will look for their lost loved ones, and then they will find out what their loved ones have done, and who can guarantee that they will not become like their loved ones when they know that they are also accomplices? Who can? The human heart is unpredictable and cannot stand the test. Feeling the cool breeze of the night, Shiro's mood was much better, so he cheered up and headed towards his destination. He vaguely remembered that there were several villages around Asakusa, and Hanako's village was near Asakusa, so why don't you go to Hanako's village? It's dangerous to walk alone at night. Where is your home? I'll send you back. Bai Yi, who was thinking about the question, was shocked in his heart. When did someone appear around him? Bai looked at his side vigilantly, and his mind was a little dazed after seeing it clearly. He looked at him with a smile on his face. If it weren't for the tattoos on his body, this smile would definitely be very gentle. Name, Zodiac race. Ghost. Gender, male. Profile, fighting ghost zodiac seat, once the second of the upper string, relegated to the third of the upper chord after the Battle of Transposition, a very gentle man. Even if he becomes a ghost, he subconsciously wants to help women, never hurts women, and when he goes out to hunt at night, he will even protect women when he goes out to hunt and even protect women when he goes home, and he hates Tong Mo very much. Note, the host can try to fight it, as a pseudo-thunder shadow. You should give full play to its reckless quality. Even if you can't beat the zodiac nest, you won't be embarrassed by a woman. Bai's fists clenched, and he scolded this bullshit system angrily in his heart. Why is this system so cheap? Let me go to fight the nest now? I have only been cultivating for 60 years, and whether the energy to fight the nest is enough or not is two words. Uoza looked like an honest man, and after speaking, he stood in place and looked at Bai quietly, and the distance between the two was a full 5 meters. No, I can go back myself. There is no doubt that Shiro intends to refuse the kindness of the Zowoza, and now all he wants to do is reach the destination. Uoza frowned, stared at Bai deadly, and nodded slowly after a long time. Got it, that young lady is careful at night. After saying that, he turned around and left. The speed was no different from that of ordinary people, and the white eyes that looked at the direction in which the nest was moving were full of weirdness. That's the direction of Sunset Village. What is he going? Therefore, if he's hungry, there's no need to run so far, right? Could it be that he's been to Tong Mo? Ding, it's past the early hours of the morning. Check in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the breath change. Any creature that perceives the host's breath is human, and it is no longer as mixed as before. It seems a little surprising to smash your mouth in vain. This thing is very good and practical. Forget it. What are you doing in Sunset Village? All I have to do now is wait until everything starts, and then it's the same as if I had a copy. Oh, there's also an examiner, and the fun stuff has increased. When the morning came, Shiro ate noodles at a stall as before, but this time it was in Asakusa, and the stall owner was It was supposed to be a bald boy around 15 years old, selling udon. As soon as Bai finished eating, the boy's face was pasted, and he looked at him expectantly. How is it? Are the noodles delicious? Bai wiped his mouth and nodded in satisfaction. The noodles were very gluten, especially the soup, which was delicious. When the young man heard this, he immediately became proud, and looked at Bai with an expression that was indeed so. Humph, of course, this soup and noodle recipe was left to me by my grandfather. You must know that the essence of a bowl of noodles is soup. Bai didn't speak or look at this somewhat narcissistic teenager, put the money on the card and left. And the young man didn't know that he was still talking with relish, and when he found out, he only saw the money on the cart, and the person had already left, which made him inexplicably a little embarrassed, and his face was slightly red. After coughing, he cheered up again, looked at the soup pot seriously, and waited for the next guest to arrive. Bai walked on the streets. Although it was just dawn, there were already many people on the streets, which is the kind of prosperity that small villages and towns do not have, and small villages and towns do not have night markets. Asakusa has it, and the things in Asakusa are really comprehensive, even the Western restaurant is there, which is incredible. After all, according to the current time, steak has been born for about 50 or 60 years. After a day of shopping, I couldn't help but whisper to myself when I looked at Asakusa Shiro, who was even more lively at night than during the day. Asakusa, what a noisy city! To say that the daytime is the normal kind of bustle, and at night it seems that life begins, and the level of liveliness is far from being comparable to that of the day. During the day, it is the bustling kind, and at night it is the non-stop shouting, belonging to the kind that will get lost if you don't walk next to each other, and you may not be able to hear others shouting you. Maybe this is also a kind of entertainment in this era, right? And the reason why Shiro spent a day shopping was because he had already figured out where to work. If you're looking for a job. Bai, who was looking around, soon spotted the target, his eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. The reason why this is so is only because there is a woman in front of her wearing a dark purple kimono with soft lips and a white face in her eyes, and there is a small attendant beside her. Hey, let's go to Miss Zushi, okay? By the way, learn how to treat diseases and save people, you will definitely be able to use it in the future. Medical skills are a hard skill. What should I say when the time comes? Is it going to make up a story? Bai didn't go over immediately, but remembered how to explain. Anyway, there is a lot of traffic here, and Zhu Shi and Yoshiro can't go fast, unless they expose their strength. So there is no need to worry at all, and after a while, the person will be gone. Suddenly, his white eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a good idea, but the next moment his eyes were full of surprise. Because Zhu Shi Yoshiro had just passed by his side, and when he was passing by, he smelled the fragrance from Zhu Shi, not the fragrance of a woman. It's the kind of scent that can seduce his desire to eat. P.S. You can check the results of the college entrance examination at 0 o'clock in the morning on the 23rd, a group of nervous people, even more nervous than when I took the exam. I can't think of a word for a long time, it may not be very good but please forgive me. Chapter 20. But soon Hakia suddenly realized that if he remembered correctly, Zhu Shi was bewitched by the ghost dance Suji no Miserable and became a ghost, and then he gave his husband and children Qi. And then in order to take revenge on Wu Miao, she even cooperated with Ji Guo Yuanyi. To be honest, she was not afraid of being stabbed by Ji Guo Yuan when she first met Ji Guo Yuan, and the result was 1 by 1. Maybe this is the origin of the fragrance. Name, Zushi. Race, ghost. Gender, female. Synopsis, her past host you already know very well. For hundreds of years she has not eaten people, but used the convenience of being a doctor to obtain human blood from legitimate sources to maintain life. Although she is full but her strength is very weak, her ability is almost useless to you. Wrapped in thunder and lightning, the illusion of causing incense through blood will be incinerated by the thunder chakram mode on the surface of the body before you can be inhaled into the body. Note, the only thing she deserves praise for is her medical skills, which have reached an unparalleled level over the centuries, even if she is a butterfly chini from a medical family. Where's that little henchman? Name: Yoshiro. Race: ghost. Gender: male. Profile: a little deflated 3, you can easily kill him. Bai. Good guy, is this kid pulling his crotch like this? Bai couldn't help laughing, looking at the two people in front of him who seemed to be planning to leave this busy city. Bai naturally followed. Shiro didn't care if Zhu Shi and Yoshiro knew that he was following them, and it didn't matter if he knew. And soon Zhu Shi and Yoshiro took Shiro to a deserted alley. At this time, Zhu Shi and Yoshiro turned to look at Shiro. This young lady, why have you been following us? Zhu Shi's voice was very soft, very good, and it was very comfortable to listen to, which could reduce anxiety and anxiety. And Comrade Xiaoqi-san immediately took a step forward, looked at Bai with a dissatisfied face, and shouted. Hey, don't you know it's rude? Yoshiro, don't be rude. Zhu Shi frowned, and Yoshiro immediately turned into a good baby and returned to Zhu Shi to stand behind him. Well, I just smelled the fragrance of medicine on you. I want to study medicine with you, is it okay? This is not only Zhu Shi, but even Yoshiro is a little surprised. Why? Zushi's purple eyes were curious in addition to softness. Bai scratched his head and said, first of all, let me state that I am a man and not a woman, and secondly, I recently became an examiner, and candidates are very vulnerable to injury. I think I should learn some medical skills, otherwise I, the examiner, will only fight, and it will be too much of a failure. I see, is it convenient to tell me what kind of examiner it is? Bai was stunned for a moment and then smiled. The examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain. Yoshiro shouted when he heard the 3 words of Fuji Raid Mountain, and his eyes were glazed out. Miss Zhu Shi, go away. After speaking, a rune paper was attached to Zhu Shi's body, and then rushed towards Shiro. Shiro didn't understand for a while, and looked at the extremely slow Yoshiro and gently raised his hand and grabbed his fist. Please don't embarrass this child. Did you misunderstand something? I just want to learn some medical skills. Yoshiro gritted his teeth and glared at Bai fiercely as if I believed in you, which made Shiro a little annoyed. I didn't do anything, why do you hate me so much? He just pulled Yoshiro's hand down and kicked him back, then smashed something in the middle of the alley and stopped. Don't think about it, it's the pearl world that is invisible to him. Xiaoqi-san, I won't care about you for the sake of Zhu Shi this time, and next time Lao Tzu will eat you directly. Under the conscious replacement of Shiro, the anger of the human on his body turned into the breath of a ghost, with a foul smell. After all, white is not less cannibalistic. Are you a man-eating demon? Zhu Shi, who had just torn off the rune paper, looked serious, and suddenly regretted his quick hand. Yoshiro was stunned, and he couldn't understand how the person who said that he was the examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain turned into a man-eating demon in the next moment. How did you do that? Zhu Shi, who looked at him with a serious face, also knew what she was asking, but he didn't intend to answer. Because he doesn't like Yoshiro's dog, he bites people indiscriminately. Even if you have a grudge against the Ghost Slayer team, what does it have to do with me? How can they have a grudge against the Ghost Slayer team? Isn't it? Bai looked at Zhu Shi and Yoshiro in amazement and asked, interesting, how did you have a grudge against the Ghost Slayer team? You haven't answered my question yet. Bai pouted, it turned out to be the immortal Minoru Chuan, that guy is indeed extremely hateful to ghosts, and Chini is the opposite. This is my ability, I accidentally met you and found that you have a medicinal smell on your body, so I want to learn some medical skills. I refuse. As soon as I finished speaking, I was rejected, and I didn't even think about it. To be honest, anyone would be angry. You seem to be very resistant to me being a man-eating demon? What's so bad about cannibalism? There are a lot of bad people. And Zhu Shi didn't listen to Bai Shi, but turned his hand and rolled up his sleeves, and his nails became longer. Trouble, why don't you have the ability to show others what you have experienced? Blood demon magic, blood confusion, fragrance of visual dreams. As Zhu Shi's arm began to bleed, layers of strange smoke drifted towards Bai with a rich fragrance. Seeing that they were about to surround Shiro, and even because they had a chance to win, Zhu Shi and Yoshiro were ready to make a move, but Shiro suddenly opened his mouth, and a fireball more than a meter wide erupted directly. Fire escape, how fireball technique. The fireball instantly burned away the oncoming incense and struck straight towards Zhu Shi and Yoshiro. It's not good, Miss Zhu Shi. Seeing that he couldn't hide from Yoshiro, he directly blocked in front of Zhu Shi, and the fireball smashed on Yushiro's back and exploded directly to form a small sea of fire, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt paste and a smell of meat. "Yoshiro, are you okay?" "How?" Made a loud noise when the fireball exploded, and at the same time there was a huge thrust, and Yoshiro directly crashed into Zhu Shi's body, and the two of them fell into the deepest part of the Dragon Alley. And Yoshiro's back is blurred with flesh and blood, although it is healing, the speed of healing is very slow, and Shiro, who saw this scene, was a little puzzled and asked about the system. The host fire attribute ninjutsu attacks the ghost with the effect of the sword. This time, the white eyes are much brighter. Isn't this a disguised plug-in? Suddenly, Bai's heart was a little itchy. I don't know if the Black Thunder Ninjutsu Pseudo Dark has any special effects. After all, this is an A-level ninjutsu. "Miss Zushi, let's go." Yoshiro struggled to get up and pushed Zhu Shi, although his strength was small. But this is an alley. Bai is at the mouth of the alley. Zhu Shi can only climb over the wall if he wants to run, and Zhu Shi is wearing a kimono. This discovery made Bai serious, and the old god was guarding the only exit to look at the two people who were in deep love for the master and servant. P.S. Yesterday I checked the results, and I didn't have the heart to update some crotch pulls. Then there is a little Easter egg in Chapter 18, and there is a foreshadowing in this chapter. Chapter 21. Zhu Shi wanted to help Yoshiro, but when she found out that Yoshiro's back injury was difficult to heal, she was shocked and looked at Shiro angrily. "What did you do to this child?" At this time, Zhu Shi no longer had the gentleness and elegance just now, but was like a lioness who saw her child injured, looking at Bai with hideous eyes. Bai spread his hands helplessly. "It's just that I was hit by a fireball, but that fireball just now has an effect similar to Hideo. You should know very well what the effect of Hideo is after living for so long, right?" Sure enough, when she heard the word Hideo, Zushi's expression couldn't help but be a little gloomy. At this moment she had already regarded Bai as an enemy. "Bai is also very helpless. I honestly even reported to my family, just to learn some medical skills, but you two are thinking about how to kill me. What can I do? And I haven't eaten it, and you're already the greatest mercy. Anyway, why do you just want to drink blood to get by? And don't target those wicked people? Don't you joke? Once you eat people, you can't go back. Miss Zhu Shi is a kind, beautiful and gentle woman. I don't allow you to teach Miss Zhu Shi badly." Bai was slightly stunned, only to see Yoshiro endure the sharp pain in his back and stand up tremblingly under Zhu Shi's stunned gaze, because the blue tendons on his face were protruding from the pain. Bai sneered, his laughter full of disdain. "Can't you go back? Are you still thinking about how to go back when you're already a ghost? It's better to punish those wicked people, so that you can not only satisfy your energy needs but also eliminate evil. Wouldn't it be great?" Zhu Shi frowned and said, "I don't know why you have this idea, and I don't even want to know why the Ghost Slayer team hired a guy like you to be the examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain. But from the moment we become ghosts, we are no longer human, and the Inspection Bureau of Human Society will punish those wicked people, and once ghosts eat people, then they can no longer restrain themselves. I have to extend my needs to those who are kind." Walking up to Zhu Shi, Yoshiro, who was about to hit him, gently pushed him and fell to the ground struggling alone. Looked at Zhu Shive, who was sitting on the ground, squatted down and looked at her. "You may be right, but I'm not wrong. If it's true that the inspectorate will punish those wicked people, as you said, I won't be able to eat. But you are right when you say that once you eat people, you can't go back, because I seem to be a little obsessed with the hearts of those wicked people, which are the best things for me, and even in my eyes, you are a wicked person. I don't know why, but you smell like those wicked people, the smell that draws me to eat. You've eaten people too, haven't you? How did you restrain yourself? Don't fool yourself anymore. Ghosts can actually suppress that urge, but it's relatively speaking." Yoshiro's pupil shrank, and his eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at Zhu Shi, and a crack appeared in his belief at this moment. Zhu Shi lowered her head. She didn't explain anything, just a drop of tears slipped down the corners of her eyes. Looking at her clenched fists, Bai knew that she was angry now. Yes, who wouldn't be angry when the scar was uncovered? Suddenly, a hand reached out towards Zhu Shi. Make a deal, give me what I want, and I'll help you eat anime sushi. Zhu Shi's pupils shrank into a needle at this moment, and the teeth in his mouth had turned into sharp teeth like evil ghosts, and he looked white as if he was about to eat people. You, eat anime sushi without misery? Ridiculous, do you know what you're talking about? Bai's sincerity was exchanged for Zushi's distrust. Shiro didn't get angry, this is a normal thing, after all, how can ghosts eat ghosts? No one except anime sushi has this ability, otherwise anime sushi is not miserable, and it is estimated that anime sushi will not make so many ghosts. He's a coward. Don't you believe it? Do you want me to demonstrate it on the spot? Said Shiro, who looked at Yoshiro, who was in a daze on the side, and a smile of unknown meaning rose on the corner of his mouth. Zhu Shi panicked, and immediately stood in front of Yoshiro, looking at Bai with a wary face. And Yoshiro's heart, that had just been shaken when he looked at Zhu Shi, who was protecting him, instantly became firm again. Lord Zushi is still the same as before, and if what this person said is true, it must be an accident. Bai got up slowly, hid his hands in the sleeves of his hanfu, and looked at the two indifferently. I just want to learn some medical skills, that's all. After all, I was entrusted to protect those candidates who are no longer capable of fighting in the assessment in a few months. It's a problem if they're hurt. This time, Zhu Shi was not busy refusing, nor was he hostile to Bai as he was just now, and seemed to be thinking seriously. Soon, Zhu Shi made up his mind. I can promise you, but you must not eat people, good or bad, while studying medicine with me. Bai nodded and didn't intend to refuse, so he asked, do you have any other requirements? Zhu Shi was stunned for a second, looking at Bai a little strangely. Can you restrain your desires? Hearing this, Bai knew that he still seemed to be underestimated, and he was tired of explaining. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Zhu Shi didn't say anything, because the tone was too perfunctory. Zhu Shi, who was holding Yoshiro, led the way in front, while Bai followed behind without hurrying, and soon the three of them came to a wall again, and Zhu Shi helped Yoshiro and went straight into it as if he didn't see it. Bai didn't hesitate to follow. After entering, it was the white capital of the new era, and I couldn't help but feel amazing. This is the real hidden in the market. It's getting late today, I'll take you underground to find a room. Bai didn't seem to hear Zhu Shi's words, and looked around the house with a curious baby look. Zhu Shi's brows furrowed, and he didn't like it, but at this time, Bai spoke. I think there's a lot of room in here, you and Yoshiro go to sleep underground, I'll sleep on this ground. Zhu Shi was confused, and his brain didn't react for a while. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the sun? As you said, it's not early, not to mention that there is a wounded person here, you go and deal with it for Yoshiro, I'll walk around here. Zhu Shi heard Shiro's words and helped Yoshiro turn around and left to leave without caring about him. In her opinion, Shiro was too arrogant. However, the next morning, Zhu Shi looked at Bai in front of him and fell into deep thought. Just now, Bai found the intersection to the underground, and then appeared in front of her, looking at her with a stern face. Can you teach me medicine now? P.S. I was really surprised by the number of follow UPS, bookshelves, and reminders, and the number of reminders, just one day. Chapter 22. Why haven't you been hurt by the sun? Or have you been lying to me all along? You're actually human. Zhu Shi's voice was low. She could believe that the ghost suppressed her desire to eat people, but she didn't believe that the ghost could not be afraid of the sun. Yoshiro still sat beside Zhu Shi as always, and this time he didn't interject casually. Bai casually looked around and said, "This is not something you should know, you just need to teach me medical skills." Silence. After Bai finished speaking, Zhu Shi didn't speak again, and Bai was not in a hurry and waited silently. "I can teach you, but I want your blood." "I refuse." Zhu Shi was stunned, squinted at her and said, "I can help you if you want the blood of other ghosts, but mine, no." This time Zhu Shi was a little difficult, to be honest. She was moved by Bai's heart, of course, not that kind of heartbeat, but Bai's body. She was very curious about how Bai could act under the sun. "All this is no different from people, if there is white blood, maybe you can." Bai saw Zhu Shi's loss. He didn't mean to comfort. The reason why he didn't give Zhu Shi his own blood was not because of the plot, but because he couldn't give his blood or even hair and other things to anyone. This is a principle. How far can you go? Whose blood can you get? Zhu Shi looked at Bai seriously, his brows furrowed. This question was very serious. "Up to 6, it should be fine." Zhu Shi was stunned for a moment, his eyes were full of surprise, and even Yoshiro on the side was stunned. "Shangsha 6, that is an extremely powerful ghost that has not changed in hundreds of years, is Bai sure to get his blood?" "Don't get me wrong, I mean I can kill Shangsha 6, it's not just that I can get their blood, my ability is not only what you see." At this moment, Zhu Shi and Yoshiro were even more shocked, and Shiro was not lying. Akihime and his brother Shiro could ignore their conditions, and they would not be able to act as long as they pulled out their hearts. They are strong and do not die directly, they will lie on the ground like corpses, and if they eat their hearts, they will die. And all this is because of Shiro's particularity, the creature whose heart he eats will die. It took a while for Zhu Shi to calm down, and it was difficult to hide the excitement in his eyes. "I want to wind up." "No, you haven't taught me medicine yet, and I can't just help you get the blood that winds up until you get paid enough." At this time, Zhu Shi looked at Bai depressedly, and finally sighed helplessly, "Okay, then I'll teach you medical skills first." So Bai began to learn medical skills with Zhu Shi, starting with the simplest bandaging wounds, and it is useless to study medicine just with theories, but fortunately, in the underground of Zhu Shi, she still caught some hungry ghosts that are not good for use as experimental materials. Under the guidance of Zhu Shi, Shiro aimed his experiments at those evil spirits. The time to study medicine passed quickly, and halfway through Shiro also saw Zhu Shi and Yoshiro eating, and poured blood into the bowl like drinking water. When night fell again, Bai picked up a towel and wiped the stinky blood on his hands, and then grabbed the unloved evil ghost on the operating table and threw it into the cage. This move made Zhu Shi a little puzzled. "What's the matter? You just started to learn medical skills, can't you bear it?" After throwing the handkerchief into the trash, he looked at Zhu Shi and smiled, "Why, I'm hungry and should go out to find some food." Zhu Shi's brows furrowed instantly, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "You're going to eat people?" Shiro turned to leave without explanation. "You can follow up with Yoshiro and have a look, don't you know if you see it?" This made Zhu Shi, who was guiding on the side, and Yoshiro, who was playing on the side, a little curious, and Bai had already told them that he had to eat a heart every day if he didn't talk about it. But he doesn't seem to have any intention of eating people. With curiosity and doubt, Zhu Shi and Yoshiro followed Shiro, but soon they were out of Asakusa, and after leaving Asakusa, Zhu Shi saw Shiro twitch his nose a few times and then showed a trace of confusion. But soon he walked towards the nearest mountain, and his pace was getting faster and faster, and Zhu Shi and Yoshiro had followed him, and it was impossible to go back, so he had to see what he said. Soon they were surprised. Shiro's speed can be said to be running faster and faster, and Zhu Shi and Yoshiro are a little unable to catch up. After all, they have only drunk blood and never eaten people since they became ghosts. How can it be compared with white? And white is still a wall. It didn't take long for Shiro to reach the halfway point of the mountain, and from the wind he could smell that the ghost was coming down the mountain without hurrying, and it seemed that he was very energetic, and Zhuxi and Yoshiro also arrived at this time. As ghosts, they have the illusion that they are human at the moment. You guy, why did you come to this kind of mountain? Do you intend to eat the people who live on the mountain? Yoshiro put his hands on his knees and looked at Shiro with an uncomfortable look. Bai just glanced at Yoshiro lightly and explained, "There are no living people on this mountain, I'm waiting for the guy who came down the mountain." As soon as these words came out, Zhuxi and Yoshiro's expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Zhuxi's gloomy face looked at the mountain road leading to the mountain, because of the night, and the trees on both sides of the mountain road. The road in front of him was pitch black, and he couldn't see it clearly. And just a few days ago, she and Yoshiro treated the injuries of the Orion family on the mountain, because they injured their legs and feet while hunting, but Shiro just said that there were no living people on the mountain. What this means is self-evident. It is likely that the Orion was injured and attracted the ghosts, but the question is, how did Shiro know? Could it be that he smelled it? How could there be 3 ghosts? Suddenly, a puzzled voice came from the dark jungle ahead, and a ghost with a pattern on his body walked out, and his puzzled look could be seen through the sporadic moonlight. Yoshiro saw that this ghost's breath was stagnant, and his anger instantly overwhelmed him, and he was about to step forward to find trouble, but he was held down by Shiro and thrown back. Shiro looked back at the angry Zhuxi and Yoshiro, and pointed to the ghost's appearance. "Your eyes should be fine, right? Do you see that ghost's eyes? Do you think you and your master can win?" Shiro's tone was full of playfulness and a hint of anticipation. Zhuxi also calmed down under Shiro's words, and at the same time, she also had a bad premonition in her heart, and when she and Yoshiro looked into the eyes of the ghost, their faces were as serious as Shiro had never seen before. The ghost seemed to have found something amuseful and chuckled, "Did you find Uncle Ben's eyes? You don't even kneel down to salute Uncle Ben." Wait, you guy. You're that traitor Zhuxi. Chapter 23. The Bottom String. Zhaiki, you are a roller. Zhuxi's voice was full of shock. She couldn't imagine that she would come out to see the world and meet the 12 ghost moons. "Okay, good, great, let me meet you, a traitor who doesn't eat people and betrays adults, bring you to adults will definitely give me more blood. Those 2 little ghosts, hurry up and get away, Uncle Ben is in a good mood today, don't stay here anymore." At this moment, the scenery is infinite, and the high-spirited appearance seems to have thought of the reward in the future. This adult seems to be very confident. A trace of thunder flashed in Bai's eyes, and in the next second, Bai's whole body was covered with thunder and lightning, and even formed a layer of armor. This scene shocked Liu Zhen and Zhuxi and the others, and their mouths were open as if they were stammering. "I won't help you get the blood of Fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro at the moment, but I can use this as a deposit for you, how about it?" A sound like an explosion of air pressure sounded from the ground, and flames shot out from the ground, and the temperature of the air instantly rose a lot. "Now, you guys just stay away and watch carefully." However, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The pillar of fire that rose from the ground clearly hit Bai, but Bai stood there unscathed, not even his clothes burning. However, Bai also pretended to be frightened, and then patted the non-existent ash as if nothing happened, and the roller almost exploded when he saw this scene. Name: race. Ghost: gender: male. Profile: an employee who didn't make achievements and dared to say to the boss to increase his salary and work hard. I don't know what kind of fool he is, although he's lived for nearly 100 years, his strength is not much stronger after all. How strong can a guy who runs when he sees a pillar be? Note: 1 column with 3 strings, 3 pillars with 1 wind. Now your strength is the same as the column, you can easily kill him. Do you have any other skills? He was stunned for a moment. A cold sweat appeared on his face, and he said stiffly, "Bastard, uncle, I'm the 12th ghost moon." With a wave of his hands, one after another fireballs were thrown out of the hand of the roller and smashed towards Bai, and the fireballs were not large and only about 20 centimeters in diameter. Shiro almost laughed, took a deep breath and blew it out. Fire escape, how fireball technique. A fireball that was a meter wide rose faster and faster against the wind, and even swallowed up the fireballs that were more than 2 meters wide. Lun was stunned when he saw this scene. Is this really an ordinary ghost and not a winding? Feeling the scorching temperature, he wanted to dodge, but the next moment Hao's fireball hit him directly on his body, and it exploded instantly, and the fierce flames even ignited the forest. Looking at the forest white who caught fire, he even ignored the screams of the rollers, thinking that this is not modern anyway, and it is not illegal to set fire to the mountain. Zhu Shi and Yu Shilang on the side were stunned, and they were speechless in shock. That fool is probably lying on the ground and screaming now. Is it so stupid to say that the next string is so stupid? Don't be in a daze, that guy is probably still lying in the sea of fire and can't get up. My fireball is with a knife effect, you can follow me to draw blood now. Zhu Shi and Yu Shiro came back to their senses at this time. They didn't hear what Bai just said, and they followed Bai to the front of the wheel and saw the tragic appearance of the wheel, and the Zhu Shi who had lived for so many years was also frightened. How can there be a ghost in the current wheel? It was intact just now, and now half of the head is completely blown up, and the flesh and blood are still desperately wriggling but never healing. Seeing the tragic appearance of the wheel, Zhu Shi's heart pounded with excitement, which was a signal. If you make friends with Bai, maybe your wish can really be realized in the past few years, and Bai is still the examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain. Without hesitation, Zhu Shi excitedly took out the needle and squatted down, and then stabbed at the body of the roller and drew a large tube of blood. Congratulations to the host for eating the heart of the 12 ghost moon lower string ghost for the first time, and the cultivation will be increased by 3 years, and the lottery chance will be +1. Licking his lips, Bai's cultivation is now 65 years old, and Zhu Shi and Yoshiro on the side are speechless when they see that Lu's heart is wiped out after being eaten. Why did he eat the heart of the ghost and die directly? Even if the ghost is all dug up, the ghost will only be weak, right? After all, it can grow back. Well, the deposit has been given to you, so please teach me medical skills with all your heart and soul in the next few days. Zhu Shi nodded and smiled softly. I know, then, now go home. Bai didn't refuse. Zhu Shi is also very smart. Why the ghost's heart died if the ghost was eaten by Bai? She didn't ask the question. After all, Bai is unwilling to give even a drop of blood or even a hair, and it is impossible for Bai to answer this kind of question, and if she doesn't say it well, she will turn against her, which is not what she wants. And Yoshimo. Bai has never regarded Yoshiro as a human being. Isn't this just a little deflated 3 who has no guts? Everything shown in the plot is obvious. This guy has a love for Zhu Shi. I don't know if it's respect and admiration, but he doesn't believe it anyway, because Yoshiro's eyes are full of the appearance of the Pearl World. After returning to Zhu Shi's home, Zhu Shi went to study the blood of Zhu Shi as soon as possible, and Yoshiro also hurriedly followed to fight, leaving Bai to sit alone in the living room and finally go out for a walk. Shiro, who had just walked out of the house, saw the sunny day not far from Asakusa and fell into deep thought. And what Shiro is not worried about at all is that the death of the wheel will pass on everything he sees to the anime Suji no Miserable, which is also the ability brought by the transformation Dan, and after killing the ONI, it will automatically cut off the connection between the ONI and the ONI Suji no Miserable. And now Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable sensed that the connection between the reels was suddenly broken, and before he saw the video, he immediately panicked, thinking that there was some accident that made the reels break free from his control. Because as long as the ghost was still controlled by the Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable, then this prohibition could not be lifted, and after death, everything he saw would definitely be transmitted to the Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable. So there is only one possibility to unlock control. Suddenly, Anime Suji realized that things were not simple, and frowned seriously and looked at Naruto, who was kneeling and playing the piano in front of her. Naruto, where is the roller now? P.S. Short, weak? It doesn't exist, it's just lazy. Chapter 24. Wow! Click. As Naruto plucked the strings, her face froze in a few moments. My lord, the reels are dead. At this time, Anime Suji was a little panicked, and after sitting in the first place and pondering for a long time, he stood up with determination. Naruto, inform all of the wines, it looks like the Demon Slayer has something. Hi. And Bai doesn't know anything about what happened in Infinite City, and under Jushi's careful teaching, Bai can already learn to operate on ghosts, although it is for ghosts. But ghosts are only slightly different from people in appearance, and there are still internal organs and something, the same as people, so what they learn by hand can be implemented on people. And unconsciously Bai has been studying in this situation for 2 months, and the operation for 2 months and 18 hours a day has made his technique not much worse than that of Jushi, but the only thing that does not work is the knowledge reserve. This is simply too far from Jushibi. On this day, after Bai lowered the ghost's 2 waists with a warm smile, he saw the ghost grow back after a while, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light but soon dimmed. It's a pity that the organs of ghosts can't be fitted to people. The evil ghost lying on the operating table was frightened when he heard this, and in his eyes Bai was a devil. At first, Bai would occasionally bring him some evil flesh to replenish his energy, and at first the evil ghost thought about running, but as soon as he resisted, he didn't know how his limbs flew out, and then he was pressed on the operating table. At that time, Zhu Shiyu thought about stopping it, but when she saw Shiro start cutting off one internal organ after another from the demon at will, she dispelled this idea. It's already obvious that it's not enough to eat for torture. Go in and lock the door yourself, if you dare to sneak out. Hey, you should know the consequences, right? The demon nodded tremblingly, and hurriedly ran back to the cage to fasten the lock as if he were hiding from a plague god, and then hid in the corner trembling and didn't dare to look at it. Well, it's time for dinner, go out and have a look. Taking off the white coat, which symbolizes sacredness, Shiro walks out of the basement, while Yoshiro and Jushi have gone out to visit the night market not long ago. Just as Bai had just walked out of the wall, a crow flew up to the telephone pole in front of Bai and quacked. Gak, quack, tomorrow, assessment, instructor. Quack, quack. After saying that, the crow flew away by himself, patting his head in annoyance. I almost forgot about it. Well, leave a letter. Bai left a letter, took a shower, changed into hanfu, and headed towards Fuji Raid Mountain, and after finishing this matter, he still had to come back to learn medicine. Now he can only be regarded as a novice with extremely strong hands-on ability. After all, he has hardly learned a lot of theoretical knowledge, and he has been asking Jushi to teach him hands-on ability. After eating supper on the way, Shiro glanced at his panel. Name, extremely evil, white. Race, also human and ghost gender. Male. Strength, 71 years, benchmarking demon. Ability, Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, Fire Escape, How Fireball Technique, Thunder Escape, Pseudo Dark, Hell Spike, 4 books, Thunder Escape, Thunder Tiger Kill, 1 Yang Finger, Change. Items, Recovery Pill X3, instantly recovers half of the blue amount, number of draws, 3. Introduction, now you have the ability to easily kill the lower string, but your Hell Spike 4 piercing hands can only use 3 fingers at most and can only use 3 fingers twice. Please also improve your cultivation or improve your physical body and resistance to hits. And now you are also the first echelon if you convert to the pillar level, and your Hell Spike is not an attack that the creatures of this world can dodge at all, and the attack will be successful. Bai took out a hand towel and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, showing a trace of helplessness in his eyes. The attack must be hit, and it is not the attack that must die. You can't dodge but you can avoid fatal wounds, maybe you have the courage to block it with a knife? Soon Shiro arrived at Fuji Attack Mountain, only this time from the mountain on the right passage. Across the torii Shiro saw two little girls. "Good morning, Lord Shira." "Good morning, Lord Shira." "White. White, long time no see." A familiar voice came from behind the two little girls, and Butterfly Chini walked out to look at Bai with a complicated expression. "Ha, why did you let a ghost become the examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain, Tomioka Yoshiu? What does your teacher think?" "Ha ha ha, I think there is no problem with the vision of the second senior of the scales left." Looking at the three people who came out from all directions, Bai remained silent. Flame Pillar, Purgatory Kyojuro, Wind Pillar, Immortal Kawa Minoru, Water Pillar, Tomioka Yoshiu, Flower Pillar, Butterfly Kane. What an accident, the sun didn't even rise before nearly half of the pillars came. Are you going to slaughter me here? These words made the person on the other side stunned for a moment, and the Immortal Kawa Minoru was stunned for a moment, and then instantly laughed. "Hell, the sun hasn't risen yet but it's almost there, why don't you hurry up and hide in the forest?" Butterfly Chini was startled when she heard the words of the Immortal Minoru Chuan. "Fengju, don't be so rude." Even the brow of the cheerful Purgatory Kyojuro on the side furrowed, but he quickly relented. Tomioka Yoshiu stood by like a fool and watched silently. And Bai was very annoyed when he saw the appearance of the Immortal Kawa Minoru. "It wasn't me who killed your whole family, and you were cruel to me. You seem to want to fight, scarred bastard. Come on, let me see what the so-called Wind Pillar is capable of." Putting on a posture, Bai looked at the Immortal Chuan Minoru indifferently. According to the timeline, the Immortal Chuan Swanya has now joined the ghost-killing team for 2 or 3 years. It's not as strong as it was at the beginning of the plot, and it's even a lot worse. The Immortal Minoru Kawa screamed excitedly, and directly pulled out the Hinawa knife on his waist, and then actually cut a bloody mark on his arm. Come on, ugly devil, Uncle Ben is rare." Poof! Before the Immortal Kawa Minoru could finish laughing, he was suddenly punched out by Bai and hit the tree, losing 4 or 5 teeth. Looking at the Immortal who stood up tremblingly, Minoru Kawa laughed mockingly. Yo, is this the strength of the Wind Pillar? I didn't use all my strength just now, otherwise you would have been cut off by my hand." The surrounding pillars looked at Bai's eyes full of weirdness. Fast, Bai's speed was so fast that they couldn't see clearly at all, and they could only see an afterimage wrapped in thunder and lightning. It's understandable that the speed is fast, but why wouldn't you be tempted by thin blood when it's a ghost? Butterfly Chini couldn't understand and looked at Yanzu, and Purgatory Kyojuro also shook his head seriously. He didn't know, but he still felt that Bai was a person, not like a ghost at all. The undead Minoru Kawa has a hideous face and half of his face is full of blood. If you want to say who is a ghost, the current undead Kawa Minoru is more like a ghost. You bastard! I'm going to kill you. Chapter 25. Shiro ignored the angry Immortal Minoru Kawa, and instead twitched his nose as if nothing had happened, chuckling. The thin blood of the thin blood, no wonder it was like that just now. Your blood is indeed very fragrant and even tempting to me. The 4 pillars were stunned, but the expressions of the Immortal Minoru and the other 3 pillars were completely different. The other 3 pillars pay attention to the words that have some temptation for me, and in the Immortal Kawa Minoru, it is the words that have temptation. Then, under the surprised gaze of everyone, the Immortal Minoru also slashed his left hand. Purgatory Kyojuro. Butterfly Kane. Tomioka Yoshiu. Shiro. Even the 2 daughters of Yaya Sanyashiki have doubts in their eyes. Shiro even felt that there might be some mental problems with the Immortal Kawa Minoru, probably because he was stimulated by the ghost who killed his relatives and suffered from some kind of mental illness. 7 type, Strong Wind, Tengu Wind. Immortal Kawa Minoru swung directly at Bai Meng, and several spiral-shaped wind blades blew up a large amount of sand and branches and leaves, invisibly exuding a kind of terror. Well, what are the tricks to deal with Black Death, then what? Thunder escape, pseudo-darkness. Bai opened his mouth and spewed out a grey-black thunderbolt, instantly shattering the wind blade directly in front of him, and shooting towards Immortal Chuan Minoru at great speed, but the remaining wind blades around him still attacked towards Bai. Immortal Chuan Minoru and the other 3 pillars were stunned. What the hell is the thunder and lightning spitting out of his mouth? Or is it black? At such a moment of being stunned, Immortal Kawa Minoru couldn't dodge this blow, and in a hurry, he had to raise the neon wheel knife in his hand to block it. But at the next moment, although the pseudo-darkness was blocked by the Hinawa knife, the pseudo-darkness exploded directly at the moment of blocking, turning into countless tiny currents and hitting the Immortal Kawa Minoru. On the other side, Shiro, who was in the thunder escape chakra mode, ran directly to the side when he used the pseudo-darkness, dodging the attack of the Immortal Minoru Chuan. What an amazing way to attack! At this moment, Purgatory Kyojuro saw the miserable appearance of the Immortal Kawa Minoru and unconsciously became serious. This kind of attack was not even the previous Leiju. Mixed. Bastard, is this your blood ghost technique? I must kill you. Even. At this moment, the Immortal Minoru Kawa was paralyzed and injured and retorted stiffly, and his eyes were almost eager to eat white. The white figure who discovered this scene suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next moment his right hand emitted a strong electric light. The moment he saw this electric light, Suzuha felt an extremely strong sense of danger, and cold sweat flowed out unconsciously. Your mouth is really hard, give you a reminder, don't look at me with the attack and speed of the previous Leiju, I can't compare to the Leiju, if you don't have a chance to block or dodge this move, you will die. Although Bai said this, will he really kill the Immortal Kawa Minoru? The answer is no. One of his purposes is to show his strength, to tell these pillars that he is not easy to mess with. In fact, most of Shiro's ability comes from achievements. And the pillar accounts for the majority of this achievement, and one less is a few years less cultivation, and once it is stiff or becomes an enemy, it will collapse directly, but he is very curious about how much Yayashiki will be rewarded for his achievements. Hell Spike, 4 books. Breath of Fire, 9 Shapes Purgatory. Just as Bai was rushing in, a huge fire dragon struck from the side when he was still a few meters away from the Immortal Kawa Minoru, and the temperature directly rose several levels. Bai frowned, and his right foot twisted violently and made a snapping sound, which was obviously broken, but it also successfully reversed the direction and aimed the attack in his hand at the Purgatory Kyojuro who was sneaking in. The next moment, the clash between thunder and fire erupted with powerful power and even exploded, and the closest Immortal Kawa Minoru was directly blown away by this force, and Butterfly Chini immediately followed in the direction of Immortal Kawa Minoru. And Tomioka Yoshi on the side stood in front of the 2 little girls at some point, and even pulled out the Hinawa knife. Purgatory Kyojuro, who was at the center of the attack, was stunned when he saw that it was 4 fingers opposite his sword. At this time, a snapping sound sounded from the Hinawa knife in Purgatory's hand, and a subtle crack emerged. Purgatory seeing Jiro was startled, gave up the confrontation, and slashed fiercely, and the 2 of them were directly blown out, and even broke several trees. Poof! They 2 of them stood up from the ground almost at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Haori of Purgatory Kyojuro was directly blown into tatters, and the orange-red hair was burned a lot, and even his cheeks and arms had burn marks, and his eyes were full of exhaustion. It was clear that he couldn't withstand the blow. On the other hand, Shiro's injuries on the other side recovered quickly, but his face was very gloomy. He didn't expect Purgatory Kyojuro to suddenly intervene. His original idea was to give the Immortal Minoru a stab wound when he was about to hit. After all, he used 4 hands instead of 3, and he experimented with recovering some of his power when he was about to hit. I knew that Purgatory Zingjiro would come out like this, so he used 3 books to directly break the Nichiren knife. At this moment, Purgatory Kyojuro in the distance spoke. I'm sorry, I can't let that attack on the immortal Minoru River, he's my partner so I have to protect him, it's my duty, and that move you just made is beyond the scope of the fight. Although there was a distance of more than 100 meters between the two, it didn't affect Shira's eyesight at all, and he sighed helplessly when he looked at the apology in his eyes in Purgatory Zingjiro. If he didn't know what kind of person Purgatory Kyojuro was, the moment he stood up, he would have been a 3-book slap. I didn't think about killing him, I could have retracted some of my strength in the first moment, it would only hurt him, and my purpose was just to teach him a lesson. You're too worried. This time he was a little overwhelmed by Purgatory Zingjiro and simply laughed. But it was not difficult for Bai to hear that there was a hint of embarrassment in the laughter. Looking at the wounded white eyes on Purgatory Kyojuro's body, it flashed for a moment and then disappeared, which made Purgatory Kyojuro and Tomioka Yoshida freeze. Could it be because of his sudden intervention that he left angrily? But the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Purgatory Kyojuro with a few herbs in his hands. You're lucky, there are relative herbs around here. Bai's eyes were a little strange, and his free hand took out a piece of wood from the tree, and then buckled it inside, and the wood that was buckled out was slightly transformed into a medicine stick. Sit down, I'll give you the medicine. Looking at the green viscous juice in the pounding medicine jar, Purgatory Kyojuro was very surprised. So you're still a doctor? P.S. Tomorrow I will take the driver's license subject 1, today and tomorrow are all 1 chapter, and I have to practice driving after subject 1, it depends on the situation, but 1 chapter is guaranteed every day. The second is the matter of the previous system squeezing the male protagonists eating energy, that's a foreshadowing to cross over to the Hokage. It's all said in the introduction that I'm going to the Hokage. And then there's the problem of the female owner. The male owner won't live forever, it's just a human and a ghost. It's not a ghost, it's just very close to a ghost, but it's okay to live for 1,000 years. So the female owner's thing, do you think it's suitable? Don't talk about Aunt Snake who said I'm in a hurry. Finally, it's a matter of trouble, can you give a rating and send some free gifts? The first time I wrote a book in Tomato, I saw that those authors were like this. It seems that you can make money, I want to make money too. Free gifts are okay, and maybe if there are more gifts, I'll explode 4 or 5 chapters a day. And there's also that Genmai, although he eats ghosts, but he is in the same session as Tanjiro. The current timeline, Tanjiro is still a little kid, and he's about the same. Chapter 26. Bai held the white silk scarf handed by the maternity house and wrapped it around Purgatory Zingjiro, and after bandaging, Bai clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. The white bandaging that has studied medical skills is still very good, it is not beautiful or ugly, it can only be said that it is just right. After all, he is currently studying surgery, followed by bandaging wounds and seeing a doctor. But the ghost doesn't get sick, and the ghost will heal soon if he is injured, so the progress of Shiro in this area is still relatively slow. Quick, help, the front of the wind pillar is burned extensively, and I can only find some of the fire reduction and cooling medicine to apply to him. I need to take him to the butterfly house. Everyone looked and saw that the immortal Minoru Kawa was put on a simple cart with only 2 lumps by the butterfly chini, and it looked like the cart might fall apart at any time. Even the entire front of the immortal Miyakawa was coated with some green slurry, and Bainyo looked thoughtfully at Kane's reddened cheeks. Witty, he chose to remain silent. Tomioka didn't speak, he acted directly and lifted the other side, and the 2 lumps fell directly the moment they were raised. Haha, White, let's go back first, come on. Seeing the 4 people who left in a hurry kicking the medicine pot on the ground far away, there was no need for this kind of thing. Then Shiro looked at the eldest daughter and second daughter of Yayashiki. Yayashiki. What's your name? Ria's Hiki Haika. They 2 little girls had a stiff smile on their faces all the time, a typical smiling and not smiling, and Bai didn't intend to care about it. Didn't you see that my parents didn't say anything? What's the matter with him preaching? Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you? There's no one here who can stop me. They two sisters didn't speak, just looked at Bai. Seeing this scene, Bai didn't make a sound, and it didn't take long for Bai to look away, walked in front of the two sisters and sat on the table. Because of the fight, everything on the table was blown away, so it didn't get in the way to sit down. And the reason why Bai is not talking is because the eyes of these two children are too deep, or they contain nothing, and he doesn't see it very clearly. He simply stopped talking. Time passed little by little, and the two little girls could stand motionless like stakes without even talking to each other, which surprised Shiro. This kind of perseverance to learn the breathing method is a lot, not to mention that it's okay to be a pillar, right? After all, you can't even shout. Isn't this the kind that you practice to death? And more importantly, these two girls seem to be very conscious. The sun began to rise, and the sound of footsteps began to be heard. Oh, someone is finally here. Let me see who the first lucky winner is. Hey! Originally, someone was very happy to come, but when he saw the person's appearance clearly, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Hey, who are you? They. Young man with black hair and blue eyes, thick eyebrows, and wearing a Megatama pendant and bracelet looked at Bai curiously, as if he didn't know that the crisis was quietly coming. Little one, you are welcome to be the first to come here, then please go in and survive for 7 days. If you can go down the mountain after 7 days, the assessment will be successful. Bai's voice was soft, but the depths of his eyes were extremely cold. Yu was stunned, snorted coldly and walked directly into the forest behind Bai. Why are you back again? Don't you need to take care of that hard-mouthed guy? Looking at the butterfly that had returned, Chana Mepuro got off the table and looked at the butterfly chain in a strange way. Seeing the white movement, the corners of Butterfly Chani's mouth hooked up a beautiful arc, and her eyes were full of softness, and she fought with Zhu Shiyu. Humph, Mr. Bai is a good ghost. As for the wind pillar, Xia Ren can handle it, but the skin may change a little color after healing. Bai didn't answer, and after being silent for a few seconds, he looked at Butterfly Chani with sharp eyes, startling Butterfly Chani and almost pulling out the Hinawa knife on her waist. I don't know if you believe it or not, I can smell whether a person is good or bad. There is a scent on that body that can attract me to eat. Only wicked people and evil spirits have this treatment. So he's really a disciple of the pillar. Butterfly Chani was stunned for a moment and asked, Shiro, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? I want to eat him. That guy is more terrible than a ghost. Bai sneered. No, that guy deliberately extinguished all the wisteria lanterns in the temple in order to survive. Obviously, as long as he hid in the temple, he could live, but he overturned all the wisteria lanterns, just to buy himself time to escape. And this move is redundant, not to mention, it is also harmful. Selfish people are White's favorite, and this kind of person tends to have a more chewy and delicious heart, and a little more energy. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, anyway, I won't be responsible for that guy, it's up to him whether he dies or lives. After saying this, Bai did not speak again, and the old god leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to recuperate. Butterfly Chani saw Shiro's appearance and stopped talking, and finally got her deep frown. I don't know why, she inexplicably believed that what Bai just said was the truth, but she also believed in the vision of Kawahime Jigero's predecessors, and at this moment she fell into a dilemma. The end result is to observe and observe after the assessment. Mitsugaku was the first, but there was no one who Bai knew among the next people, and he had thought about it as soon as he thought about it, but he was snuffed out as soon as he thought about it. If I'm not mistaken, Tokaido Muchiro is 1 year younger than Tanjiro, 2 years younger than my wife Zanai, and 1 year younger than Inishuke Ziwahira. Can be called the youngest member of the ghost-killing team in the whole play. I have to wait a year later, that is, next year, after Shito Ichiro dies. Shituichiro will not have a memory error and join the Ghost Slayer team. Shiro maintained this position until the sun went down before opening his eyes. Hinaki and Hika left just after saying hello to him and Butterfly Channa, saying that they would come back tomorrow. Seeing that the moon was about to come out, Bai no longer hesitated, and planned to go up the mountain to see if there were any unlucky ghosts who had dinner in an instant. Although the tall trees of the Vine Attack Mountain will block most of the sunlight, it is not that the sun can't shine in. This low-level ghost has almost no combat power for 2 months, and if it dies in the daytime, it can only be said to be stupid as a pig. After all, not every ghost is a hand ghost, and it will eat ghosts to replenish itself. Bye, I'll accompany you up the mountain. Bai Kyunjian's pace paused, and he looked at Butterfly Chini with a slightly sideways look in his eyes. P.S. Speaking of which, the children of these two Sanyashiki Yaya are not Huiria and Sanyashiki other, but the eldest daughters of Yaya Sanyashiki Hina and Hika, because Sanyashiki Huiria is still very young during this time period, let alone his 2 younger sisters. I went through the test subjects one by one today, and I was very happy, but those who passed the test had to wait for the afternoon makeup exam that I didn't take, and then I could take the bus back, which was a waste of time. Then I have to go to the driving school at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and I'm a little excited about it. Readers who like this book collected a little bit, send some free gifts to support the author, okay? Chapter 27. Soon Shiro withdrew his gaze. It's all right, but don't say I didn't contribute. After saying that, he dodged and went up the mountain, and the Butterfly Chini also followed closely behind Shiro. As soon as they entered, Bai and Chini were warmly welcomed, and Bai was not afraid of what Chini would see. The ghost in front of him was directly deducted from the heart and eaten, and then the ghost who lost his heart also fell down in front of Chini and turned to ashes. Bai also took advantage of the moment when Chini lost her mind, turned around and ran away, leaving Chini alone at a loss. And he just ate a wave of ghost white, and he didn't plan to eat it tonight. If he continued to eat, he was afraid that he would eat the ghosts of this mountain before the 7 days arrived. Then I started a boring nursing mission, and I ran into Chini a few times during this period, but the next day Chini left, saying that there was a mission. Shiro also met Mikadake, but he just looked at it and left, but Mikaku didn't find Shiraku. Time flies quickly, 7 days pass quickly, directly fast forward, nothing to write but the number of words. Watching 70 or 80 people come out, 30 or 40 people smashed it in vain. He only cares about the night, not the day. Almost half of them died, isn't it? Isn't it? Why is the survival rate so high? Tanjiro, which one of them seems to have survived, and all the hands can be counted, right? Looking at the people who had finished choosing the stone, Shiro also stopped thinking and coughed twice. Then I wish you all good luck and prosperity. Go home and wait for about half a month. Someone will send a knife to the door. The boring Bai who was idle during the day also asked the 2 little girls about the assessment process, so he said this. Looking at the crowd, Bai narrowed his eyes. The strength of Mayu is not very strong, but it is more than enough to deal with the ghost of this vine attacking the mountain. Actually, there is a little bit of vein that I can't figure it out. That is, the hand ghost was closed to the Vine Attack Mountain by the scale of the left several decades ago, so how did the hand ghost survive from so many assessments? Not to mention the Mountain of the Hand, let's just say that a year later, Shitio Yuichiro, after all, this child became a pillar in 2 months, why didn't he kill the hand ghost? I still had to wait until 4 years later when the plot began to die. Although he was puzzled about this matter, Bai didn't plan to delve into it. It was a matter of his character. It's not about himself, unless it's about the survival of his family and the race, and except for some special people, he won't take care of other people's affairs at will. Well, anyway, this home country is not this small day country, he just crossed over to this, not this. And now, he seems to only care about the bad guys. Alright, then it's time for me to go. Pinching. The faces of the two sisters, Hinashiki and Haika, Shirakia, walked down the mountain. Congratulations to Lord Bai, I wish Lord Bai good luck. Bai Xin was very happy when he heard this. These two sisters should say that their mouths are really sweet. When Bai left, the weather was already evening, and the time of the assessment was probably from the first day for the whole day to enter the examination room, until the 7th day for the exit. There are always some slow moves. Alas, I obviously worked so hard to eat supper, why did you wait until the evening to get clean? Why is this? And why do so many people survive? Why? Although Bai's cultivation has improved by 1 year in the past 7 days, he has been thinking about these few questions, and in the end he has no solution and does not come up with it. Bai walked on the road, thinking about what surgery should he perform on the ghost when he returned to the Zhu family, and he remembered that there was a medicine in the Zhu family to inhibit the regeneration rate of the ghost, and the purpose was to kill the ghost. Is it the karma's waste that will be sewn back later, or is the second karma sewing back? Thinking like this, Bai suddenly couldn't wait, and inadvertently he was not far from Asakusa, and suddenly he felt a chill, and his steps stopped. Well, how can it be cold at night? No, Chini seems to have died this year, and it's so close to Asakusa. Chini's body was covered with frost, and the hand holding the Nikiran knife was trembling slightly, and the breath she exhaled was even colder. And in front of her is the upper string mine Tong Mo. Isn't it something that humans have always longed for, to give up resistance and live forever with me? Chini was stunned when she heard this, and her eyes were a little surprised. Immortality, is it a ghost? Tong Mo shook his head and pretended to be proud and smiled. Immortal, of course. You are one with me. But you have some resemblance to a human woman I knew a long time ago, but that woman finally ran away because she was afraid of me, otherwise I had always planned to keep her by my side. At this moment, even Chini, who had a trace of ghosts, understood what Tong Mo meant by immortality with him. You bastard! Don't take cannibalism for granted. They. Next second she was about to rush out, and then she was shocked. Couldn't move, her body was frozen and stiff, she couldn't move at all, and the next moment she spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a pale face. And the blood was also exuding coldness, and it didn't take long to freeze. Tong Mo saw Chain's appearance, the fan in his hand was also opened, covering the lower half of his face, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Oh, has the methamphetamine invaded so badly? Looks like you're destined to merge with me, Miss Flower Pillar of the Ghost Slayer. Looking at the approaching Tong Mo Kane, she closed her eyes in despair, but she was glad that she asked Xiao Shinobu to take the crow to find reinforcements. At least Xiao Ren escaped, and Chanel's child would not be left unattended. Thinking of this, Chini's heart was full of joy, and suddenly she felt that death would not be so terrible. After all, she had been frozen and almost unconscious. It's really, the sudden voice attracted the attention of Tong Mo and Kane. Hearing a familiar voice, Chainamai struggled to open her eyes, and then her eyes were full of astonishment and surprise. I saw Bai standing not far away looking at this side with a surprised expression, and Tong Mo's hand had been placed on Chini's Haori at some point, and it had even been half pulled apart. If he didn't know what kind of ghost the plot and Tong Mo was, Bai felt that he would definitely think about it. Is there another beautiful woman? Said Shiro, whose face darkened, and Chana Ishiro, who was struggling to see herself, prayed for her. Don't die, you're not done yet. When Bai was thinking about what to do, he suddenly saw Tong Mo's information, his eyes lit up, and then his face turned black as the bottom of a pot in the next second. P.S. Would you like to guess what you saw? Chapter 28. Name: Tong Mo Race Ghost. Gender: male. Profile: the host already knows Tong Mo very well. He doesn't have any emotions but likes to pretend to be emotional. It's disgusted with human Tong Mo, but he likes to eat women, especially beautiful women. It's similar to a fallen girl. Note, Tong Mo has already regarded you as a beautiful human woman. You may be able to trick him into bursting out at full speed to save Chini at the moment of approach. If he succeeds, he will definitely complete the achievement and even have a chain reaction, or maybe the host can try to kill back. At this moment, the white face is as black as it is, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is as black as the bottom of the pot. SHHH. You can't be angry, you can't be annoyed, you can't try to kill back, the system is always fooling itself. Seduction. Seduction. Take a step back and open the sky, endure the calm for a while. I can't beat him and forcibly open him, maybe there are no bones left. Forbearance, forbearance, I am also a ninja, I have to endure it, and those who can't endure it are ninjas. Woo. Bai tried to calm down and exhaled, and then walked towards Tong Mo step by step, his eyes were full of softness. You are the godfather of the cult of Elysium, right? The little girl wants to be one with you and enjoy eternal bliss and eternal life. Saying that, Bai had already walked in front of Tong Mo, and his hands had already begun to take off the clothes on his body. Butterfly Chini. Tong Mo still looks smiling. I see, is that really what you just said? Actually, as a godfather, I can't disappoint the cultists, and Miss Hwazu on the ground can't escape anyway, right? Said Tong Mo, closing the folding fan in his hand, looking down at Chini with stunned eyes, and smiled. It's now. The white eyes have never been so bright. Bear with you, Lao Tzu suddenly can't kill you. Hell Spike, 3 books. Bai's right hand emitted a large amount of thunder and lightning, and stabbed towards Tong Mo's heart with an incomparably sharp momentum. This was Shiro's full blow, and now he could only use 3 fingers, that is, 3 fingers. However, a scene that shocked Bai happened. I don't know what Tong Mo did, and the folding fan in his hand suddenly appeared on his chest. When the sound of gold and iron struck out at the moment of collision, the aftermath made Bai's expression change. Give me death. Bai slammed his right foot forward, and his right hand pushed forward with all his might, and the energy in his body poured into him frantically. With a snap, Tong Mo was directly knocked out for dozens of meters, and the folding fan in his hand was also reduced to fragments and scattered on the ground. Looking at Tong Ma Bai, who stood up, he found that Tong Mo's chest was not hurt too much, and he was startled, and his body instantly squatted and picked up Chini on the ground. Thunder Chakra Mode, Open. After a while, Tong Mo, who had just stood up, saw that a blue figure had run for hundreds of meters, and his face pretended to be depressed. Hey, is this beautiful lady also a pillar of the ghost-killing team? Is it a Mingzhu? I don't even use the Nichiren knife, or is it that I am afraid that I will see through it when I lose the Nichiren knife? The other half. Bai guaranteed that the butterfly Chini ran wildly, and in just a few minutes, he had already run for several kilometers, and when his sense of smell completely disappeared, the smell of Tong Mo, he immediately stopped. No, I have to get rid of the methamphetamine quickly, or you'll die. What should I do? Where should I go? Zhu Shi's family can't go, maybe I'll run into Tong Mo on the road, and Chini may not be able to last until that time. At this time, Chini suddenly laughed, with frost on her face, although the smile was miserable but beautiful. I'm very grateful to Mr. Bai for saving me. It seems that my persistence is not wrong, people and ghosts can really coexist peacefully. Mr. Bai is the best example. Bai, who was originally a little in a hurry, paused, and looked at Chini's eyes full of complexity. I'm extremely evil, and I also eat people. Chini glanced elsewhere, and then looked at Bai with a gentle look in her eyes. I understand, I know, but Mr. Bai will only eat the wicked, right? I believe Mr. Bai will not attack innocent people, right? Bai was silent, and then laughed. Are you so sure that you can't see it with your eyes if you survive so well? Looked at Bai Chain, who put herself down, and was a little surprised. Hey! Don't be sure, you're frozen and almost unconscious, aren't you? Saying that, Bai directly tore off Chinawi's clothes, revealing a white and flawless body with frost, and Chini at this moment was clearly seen by Bai. There was nothing left. Bai's face was indifferent, the nail of his right index finger became longer, and his left hand took out the sign-in to get a needle and thread. Don't have any other emotions, I'm also a doctor. As he spoke, he ignored Chane's shy eyes and placed his index finger on Chane's lower abdomen. Then swiped lightly. Layers of red smoothies poured out frantically towards the outside world with cold air, and at this moment, Bai instantly took out a pill and put it in Chini's mouth for Chinamai to eat. Chanel Hui, who had just turned pale, had a hint of ruddy magically, and her white heart ached inexplicably when she saw that the effect of the recovery pill was so good. Although the recovery pill is a blue medicine, it is aimed at Bai who has energy in his body, and humans do not have this kind of energy, they rely on their breath and their own body to perform their moves. Moreover, as long as there is energy, Bai can infinitely restore wounds and even regenerate severed limbs. Therefore, human beings taking the recovery pill is relatively a medicine to treat the body and replenish physical strength, and it is very suitable for Chini in this state. As for the problem of bacteria in outdoor surgery, is this cold fake? Blood can be frozen into a smoothie, and the small bacteria in the outdoor will freeze to death as soon as they get close. Looking at the slow cold, Bai frowned. No, it's too slow, I'll have to open the wound on your body a little bigger. As the wound expanded, the cold dissipated faster, but Chanam's face suddenly turned pale again, helpless. Bai could only endure the heartache and feed Chinamai a pill of recovery pills. Chini, who ate reply Dan again, began to flush again, and her eyes were extremely surprised. What a miraculous medicine, can you teach me the recipe of these medicines? Shiro glanced at Chini, saw that the cold air had almost dissipated, and began to prepare for the stitches. I'm sure you wouldn't want to know how this medicine is made. Chini's face froze, and she seemed to know how the medicine was made in a tone of voice. Soon, Bai sewed the needle for Chan Ahui, and the needlework was quite beautiful. After all, he learned this. Bai couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction, he really deserved to be himself, but soon he had a headache. However, after the wound was sewn, Chane's body temperature began to decrease due to heavy blood loss, and at this time she needed to be warmed up and transfused. Chini's clothes had just been torn by herself, and she looked like she had been dragged into the forest by an idiot and then something. What should I do? Bai began to panic a little again, and suddenly a breeze blew through Bai and smelled a familiar smell. Very good, looks like you can live, Chini. Knowing that Chini could live, Bai happily stroked Chinawi's cold cheeks. However, this scene was seen by a woman carrying a medical kit in the distance through the moonlight through the stream between the trees, and there were 3 dark shadows not far behind the woman. You brute, let go of my sister. P.S. This book doesn't necessarily have a female owner after all, the male owner can live for a long time and I said that the male owner will go to the Hokage world, so even if there's a male owner, you can't find it in the Demon Slayer world. I've even figured out how to write the second book. This one depends on the readers don't want the female owner. The second follow-up male protagonist must have a wife for rebirth. I advise you not to go too far. Chapter 29. Butterfly Shinobi, who arrived with a medical kit on her back, smelled Chain and rushed to this side, but as soon as she arrived, she saw her sister lying on the ground in tattered clothes. And Bai Zhang gently caressed Chinawi's cheek, and a terrible thought rose in her heart. Insect breath, butterfly dance, teasing. Butterfly. Shinobu held the medicine box on his waist with one hand, and flew directly into the air with a step on the branch, and the Hinawa knife in his hand was aimed at Shiro's head. White. With a click, the neon knife in the hand of the butterfly ninja was pinched by Shiro with 2 fingers, and the butterfly ninja who fell from the sky was also fixed in mid-air. She's too short, and she's attacking from the air, and she's caught in the blade of the sword in vain, so it's as if she's stuck there. Hey, and 3 other men. A look of vigilance appeared on Bai's face, and a ball of thunder and lightning immediately flung out from his left hand. Thunder Tiger, kill. They. Thunderbolt instantly changed into 3 tigers of about half a meter in the air, and attacked the 3 figures behind. It's healing here, and non-doctor men are avoiding. After Bai finished speaking, he directly snatched the medicine box from the butterfly ninja and opened it, and his eyes lit up when he saw that the needle was everything. Immediately slashed the arm of the butterfly ninja, and after feeling that it was the same type of blood, he immediately began to draw blood from the butterfly ninja. By a series of movements, Butterfly Shinobu didn't react, and saw a needle stuck in his arm, drawing blood into the blood bag. Well, it just so happens that you still have clothes on you, take them off. Butterfly Ninja. At this time, Butterfly couldn't help but be angry and immediately prepared to scold, and even the Hinawa knife in his hand was ready to stab at Shira, but Shiro just took off the feather weaving on her body and then covered Chini to caress it. Hold on a little longer, and you'll be given a blood transfusion as soon as this bag of blood is drawn. Chini nodded palely. She didn't have the strength to speak anymore, and the effect of the pill passed quickly in this case of heavy bleeding and open abdomen. But the good thing is that everything is worth it and comes to win. Bai quickly applied alcohol disinfection to Chinamai's wound and bandaged it with medicine, and then covered Chinamai's clothes tightly. He was embarrassed to put it on chain, and Chinamai had a wound on her abdomen and was not easy to move. And Butterfly Shinobu also saw the needlework on Chain's abdomen, and her head suddenly went blank. Bai looked at the blood in the blood bag intently, glanced at Butterfly Shinobi, and was stunned for a moment when she saw her lost consciousness. What's wrong with you? You. Don't you blame me? Butterfly rolled her eyes as she listened to her stiff tone. Blame you? What's so strange about you that your 3-legged cat Kung Fu can't hurt me at all? If you really want to make amends, you will recognize me and let me get a reward for my grades. After a while, the blood bag was full, and the white hand quickly pulled out the needle for the Butterfly Shinobi, and at the same time took out a new needle and needle for Chini for blood transfusion. Not to mention anything else, the medical equipment in Butterfly House is still quite good, and there are infusion equipment, and it is also because of this that Chini can save her life. With the blood infusion, Chinawi's face began to improve, but the temperature did not rise much. No, you have to warm up, Chana. I looked around, because I was too busy with the operation just now, but I didn't notice that there were no trees and weeds around this area, it was a vacant land. Butterfly Shinobi, you go find some branches, I have to make a fire for your sister to warm up. In a hurry, Butterfly Shinobu didn't ask Shiro how she knew her name, and immediately went to find a branch, and her face began to be filled with joy. After a while, Butterfly Shinobu came with a branch, and he was followed by 3 men, and Butterfly Shinobu felt that his sister was completely covered to allow his companion to come over. Bai just glanced at the 3 of them and asked Butterfly Shinobu to put the branch on the ground, and then controlled the energy and released a fist-sized flame to ignite the branch, and the temperature around it instantly rose. Butterfly couldn't help but look at Bai, who was busy in a daze, and subconsciously glanced at her sister, but saw that her sister was looking at her gently. It seems to say that her insistence is right. Is this what the Lord said? Will he save Chini in the hands of the winding up? Amitabha. A white-eyed man dressed in feather weaving with a compassionate face folded his hands. It was the ceiling inside the column, and the sorrow was screaming. What a gorgeous operation, did you just use the legendary ninjutsu? Hearing this, Bai glanced at Yu Tianyuan lightly, and looked at the fire quietly without saying a word, and there was also Yaihei Xiaobane, but the snake pillar had been staring at Bai all the time, including the snake on his shoulder. Although Bai is expressionless on the surface, he is directly happy in his heart. Congratulations to the host for being recognized by the sorrowful Minjiu Xing, and the cultivation will be increased by 3 years. Congratulations! To the host for being recognized by Butterfly Chanel and increasing her cultivation for 2 years. Congratulations! To the host for being recognized by the Butterfly Ninja, and the cultivation is increased by 1 year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being recognized by Ihe Cobain, and the cultivation is increased by 2 years. 8 years of cultivation, a full 8 years. These are the 3 pillars. There are also 6 in addition to a production house and Yaya and the future protagonist group, not to mention more than 10 or 20 years of cultivation, right? At this moment, Bai's cultivation has also risen directly to 80 years, and he estimates that when it rises to 100 years, he should be able to use 2 books of fingers, and then he can easily break the defense of the winding. But even so, it is estimated that it can only be used once, so you have to be cautious. Thank you for your support, and thank you for Bai, otherwise I would have been killed by Tong Mo. Thank you very much. 4. Some reason, hearing Chain's unusually gentle words, Bai unconsciously trembled. Is it convenient to tell me how you were rescued? At this time, Iguro Xiaobane, who had not spoken, spoke, and his white face was shocked. No, you can't let them know about my seduction, you have to tell me. So under the smiling eyes of Butterfly Chain, Bai explained how he saved Butterfly Chain, which also gave these 3 pillars an idea of his strength. That is, it is not worse than a column, and Bai's strength is also a column. At this moment, the 3 pillars also believed that there were really good ghosts, otherwise Chani would have died a long time ago, and they didn't believe that ordinary ghosts could suppress the smell of blood. As for whether it is possible that there is a spy sent by anime, Suji no miserable? Don't make trouble, Shiro can act during the day, and there are such ghosts under anime Suji no miserable who will be sent as a spy? Instead of eating Shiro himself and getting Shiro's ability to come by himself? Seeing that Chanewi's face was gradually improving, and she was even asleep and breathing steadily, Shiro also stood up and patted the dirt and other filth behind her. Okay, she's fine, then I'll go. Bai got up and was about to leave, but he didn't want to be stopped, and he looked back to see that it was Kane, who was obviously asleep. P.S. Mistaken, Shito Ichiro is Shito Ichiro's brother. I looked at the timeline combing and looked at my brother wrongly, Dad. Sorry, I'll change it in front of me next. Chapter 30. Can you go back with me? Bai. Bai's eyes were a little frightened. What did this mean? However, the next second, Chanewi's words made him breathe a sigh of relief. I think you should be able to become friends with everyone, and you're also the examiner of Fuji Raid Mountain, so let's go together. Bai hesitated for 2 seconds before shaking his head. I still have things to do, your buddies are here, and I should go too. This time Bai really left, although the 3 pillars who rushed over recognized Bai, they also knew that this was not the time, at least they had to wait for the next time, and this time there would definitely be a meeting of the pillars. When the time comes, you will definitely not be able to take care of the white, and if something goes wrong in the middle of this, it will be troublesome. In the end, Butterfly Shinobu made a simple stretcher and left with Chani, and after Shiro left, he was lucky not to run into Tong Mo, and then began to continue to concentrate on medicine. This time, Bai knew the importance of medical skills, and it was good to know how to kill enemies, but this would only become a killing machine. To put it simply, he is a fool who only knows how to kill enemies, and he can't do anything but kill ghosts. It's the same as reading. I don't know anything except reading books and reading to be a nerd. Time is in a hurry. It's been 2 years since the last time I was separated from Chana-e last year. The White Invigilator saw Shito Muchiro at the same time. Last year was also the year when Tanjiro died. P.S. This is my mistake. I didn't cut it out for a year and a half of Tanjiro's training. If you start with the slaughter of Tanjiro's whole family as the beginning of the plot, it's the death of Chanahui 2 years before the beginning. Tanjiro and Tokaido Ichiro died the year before. I forgot to count. The front was also changed back. However, this year, it was the year when Tanjiro's family was slaughtered, and it was a full 4 years from the death of Kane to Tanjiro's becoming a member of the ghost-killing team, which means that Tanjiro's family was slaughtered around June in the middle of this year, and then trained for a year and a half to be assessed. Putting down the teacup in his hand, his white eyes sparkled. Name: extremely evil, white. Race: also human and ghost. Gender: male. Strength: 120 years, benchmarking demon. Ability: Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, Strongest Thunder Escape Armor, Fire Escape How Fireball Technique, Thunder Escape, Pseudo Darkness, Hell Spike, 4 books, Thunder Escape, Thunder Tiger Kill, 1 Yang Finger Change, Spiral Pill, No Attribute, Thunder Escape, 1000 Birds, 1000 Bird Knife, Thunder Escape, Ray Che. Items: Recovery Pill X6, instantly recovers half of the blue amount, number of draws, 0. Introduction: now you have the ability to kill the upper 6 to the 4th, but your Hell Spike 4 Honkin can only use 2 fingers at most and can only use 2 fingers twice. Please improve your cultivation or improve your physical body and resistance to blows. Your Thunder Escape Chakra mode has reached the point of 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, and has become the strongest shield, and its defense is even stronger than that of the first and second orders of Susanoo, which is on par with the third order, and at present, no one can break the Demon Slayer world unless the Oni Dance Suji is not miserable, but in this mode, your energy is consumed very quickly. Note: your Yi-Yang finger change can already take over the next day. Do you want to go to Tanjiro's grave to jump? This system is becoming more and more unreliable. Foreshadowing. Today. It's the end of May, and there should be no problem saving Tanjiro's family. Bai got up and left Zhu house and headed towards Yunkai Mountain, while thinking about what had happened in the past few years. A few months after separating from Chini, he went out hunting at night and met the immortal Minoru Chuan, and the guy saw that he was eating ghosts and could still recognize himself. This made Bai confused all the time, and he didn't understand why. Moreover, Bai's cultivation can rise so fast because the achievements of the Ghost Slayer team have all been completed. In the early hours of the next morning, it wasn't long before the sun rose. Bai had already arrived at Yunkai Mountain and was about to go up the mountain. Looking around, it was still the same as before, but the next moment his pupils shrank suddenly. Because he was in a small wooden house next to the way up the mountain, he saw Tanjiro sleeping inside through the glass window. Oh no! At the end of May, isn't it June after the early morning? Shiro smelled the thick smell of blood, and when he returned to the cabin, he saw a man in a black suit preparing to leave from the other side. Shiro's breath is stagnant. Hell Spike, Nihonko. Almost instantly, Shiro rushed to a meter behind Anime Suji, and stabbed his right hand directly towards Anime Suji's heart. Hey! Ghost Dance Suji's narrow red plum-colored pupils shrank, and when he turned around, he saw a palm with thunder and lightning stabbing towards the back of his heart with an extremely dangerous act, and his heart suddenly panicked. How did he not know that someone had appeared in his back? Anime Suji Wumio tried his best to twist his body to avoid this blow. It should be said that he was worthy of being a ghost king who had lived for more than 1,000 years, and he could forcibly twist his body in the last second when the attack was about to hit. With a snort, Ghost Dance Suji's left arm soared directly into the sky and took off a few hundred meters. On the other hand, Ghost Dance Suji Nothing's whole person flew dozens of meters because of that huge force, and kept rolling on the ground. The white anger at this moment was uncontrollable. What do you think of life? Anime Suji Momi, who had just stopped rolling, heard this roar, and his eyes were full of incredulity. How is this possible? Anime Suji stood up angrily. His body began to change the moment before he got up, becoming as hideous as a monster. However, the moment he stood up, 2 hands wrapped in thunder and lightning pierced his heart straight into his heart. Anime Suji's pupil shrank, and in the next second, Shiro was directly hit by Anime Suji's angry blow and flew out and fell in front of Tanjiro's house, and then coughed up blood. and his hands are clutching the two hearts. Human, when did there be such a strong human? Don't use the Hinakura knife, are you the human that Tong Mo said at the beginning? Facing the anime Suji no miserable who came step by step, Bai didn't say a word and stared at the heart in his hand, and anime Suji didn't care about this scene. It's just the heart, but it's not that it can't. Wait. Ghost Dance Suji's face was full of surprise, he looked down at his empty chest, his heart didn't grow back. And some of the energy in his body was permanently missing. Bastard, what did you do to me? Shirako laughed hideously, and directly stuffed two hearts into his mouth in front of Ghost Dance Suji Wumi, and swallowed it directly without chewing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the anime Suji Miserable Heart X2, cultivation is increased by 20 years. In an instant, all the energy in Bai's body was replenished, and anime Suji lost 2/7 of his energy forever. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. P.S. Today's 2 shifts, can you get up with the urge and free gifts, I want, oh omega. The number of reminders is more, the chapters are updated, the free gifts are updated, and the diligence is more, this is the correct reminder comrades. Chapter 31. In Shiro's sight, anime Suji's right hand turned into 2 telephone poles and grabbed at him at a rapid speed. The white body squatted down, and the left hand choked the wrist of the right hand, and in the next second, the palm of the right hand began to bloom, and thunder and lightning made a sound like a bird song. Thunder Racer. Bai galloped at high speed, his right hand plowing against the ground and making an extremely deep mark, directly facing anime Suji's miserable right hand. Anime Suji's giant arm was cut open like tofu, and Bai continued to rush forward without diminishing. He knew that anime Suji's arms also had a heart. At each of them, the air was filled with a scorched stench, and the scorched stinky blood splashed all over him as Shiro advanced, but even so, the speed of progress did not decrease at all. Anime Suji realized that something was wrong, and immediately shifted the heart of his arm, and at the same time, 8 pipe whips full of 7 meters and covered with thorns were borne in his legs, and they were whipped towards Shiro. The speed was already faster than the speed of sound, and only a sound explosion could be heard. Bai Xin was startled, and without reacting for a while, he was directly thrown away for a full 40 or 50 meters, leaving a huge human-shaped hole in the snow. I thought that this time I would solve Shiro and prepare to eat Bai Suji Wumi, but when he saw Shiro standing up intact, his pupils were infinitely dilated, and his eyes were full of panic. No human being. No human can survive this supersonic sensory attack. It is impossible to be unscathed. At this time, the darkness began to wreck, and there was only a short moment left before the sun rose and emitted the first rays of light. Seeing that Ghost Dance Suji was running miserably, and even the 17 whips on his body were used as tools to hurry, and he rushed out of the distance at once, and Bai's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he ate a reply pill and rushed out directly. In just a few kilometers, 3 or 4 seconds were directly erased by Bai, and Bai once again appeared behind Wu Miao. Thunder escape, thousand bird knife. With a snort, anime Suji Momi, who was still running away, glanced slightly and saw that his left arm was flying towards the back, and his pupils widened. He still has a heart on his left arm that hasn't been transferred. Ghost Dance Suji was ruthless, all the hearts were transferred to his chest, and he turned around directly around Shiro, and the meat whip on his leg grabbed the stump on the ground and ran in the other direction. But because of this kind of ultra-high-speed running, because of the miserable sudden, he suddenly turned around and stayed for a moment, and rolled forward directly for hundreds of meters. Fortunately, there are a lot of trees on the top of this mountain, otherwise there would definitely be an avalanche. Looking at the Ghost Dance Suji who had no shadow anymore, he angrily hammered the snow beside him, but it still felt soft when he punched it, obviously this snow was very deep. He rolled into the woods. Bastard, let him run. Shiro's eyes were red with murderous intent, and if it weren't for the friction and slowdown of the snow without the ground, he would still be able to catch up with Anime Suji. Feeling less than 30% of the energy in his body, Bai gave up the pursuit. In fact, it was not because he didn't have enough energy, but because he rolled into the forest from the top of the mountain, and now he couldn't chase Anime Suji without misery. Slowly, Shiro regained his calm, the sun rose completely, and Anime Suji had a giant baby form, which could even allow Anime Suji to act in the sun for a short time. Can't catch up. Bai Huang walked towards Tanjiro's house leisurely, and he ate the 2 hearts of Anime Suji no miserable, making Anime Suji no miserable permanently lose 2/7 of his strength, which can be regarded as a ruthless slash. At the same time, Bai was also thinking that if it wasn't for the top of the snowy mountain, even if Anime Suji Wumi, who had lost part of his strength, wanted to escape, he would have to damage at least 2 more hearts. After thousands of years of cultivation, 2/7 of it has been permanently lost, and Ghost Dance Suji is not far from death, and he can't make it up. The energy is still not enough, the strongest shield form can't last 2 minutes at all, and we have to find a way to improve. Who is it? Hey! Shiro came back to his senses and looked up to see a young man wearing a green and black checkered head with a scar on his head looking at him with a bloody girl on his back, and the boy's legs were shaking. Tanjiro twitched his nose twice, and his pupils were shocked. You? Are you brother Bai? Bai Vinian trembled. He still remembers me? It's been 2 years, he's only 10 years old at that time, right? Why do you call me brother? I just had a meal at your house. Shiro's face was indifferent, as if he wanted to clear up the relationship, but Tanjiro knelt down directly to Bai from a distance. Please, please, help you beans. Shiro was silent and looked at the sun that had just risen. Run, Tanjiro, run down the mountain with all your might, and I'll be behind you. Tanjiro was shocked, and immediately got up and ran towards the way down the mountain with your beans on his back, but after a 2-second pause, he still chose to follow. The sun had just risen, and there were many trees where only faint sunlight could shine through the trees, but as we got closer to the bottom of the mountain, the density of the trees decreased. Shiro followed 20 meters behind Tanjiro and followed unhurriedly. Soon, a familiar aura appeared behind Bai, and at the same time, a sense of sharpness also came. At that moment, Tanjiro, who was running in front, also stopped because of this sound and looked back. Is your nose out of order? Bai glanced at the Hinawa knife that was caught between his fingers and said indifferently. Because of the fight, the clothes on Shiro's body are tattered, and they are stained with the blood of Anime Suji, and it seems that Tanjiro can smell who he is at present. Shiro. Tomioka Yoshiu's pupil shrank, and he looked at Shiro in astonishment, and then looked at Tanjiro, who was standing in front of him in a daze. When Tomioka Yoshiyuki saw the beans on Tanjiro's back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and it was at this moment that the unexpected birth of the beans suddenly woke up and struggled violently, causing her and Tanjiro to roll down. Tomioka drew his Hinawa knife and ran in the direction of Tanjiro's roll, and Shiro hesitated for 2 seconds before choosing to leave. Tanjiro and Yodoko will be fine, all he has to do now is to take a shower and find some food, because at this moment the plot has already begun, and he just needs to be present in the subsequent assessment. Of course, after eating the food, he probably had to go to the Ghost Slayer team to report the situation. After all, it was not so simple to complete all the achievements of the Ghost Slayer team before, but it was only after agreeing and completing some things that he was recognized by Yayashiki. After eating breakfast, taking a shower and changing clothes, Shiro came down from an unknown mountain and walked towards the base of the Demon Slayer. The time had reached noon, and the energy in Bai's body had also recovered because of breakfast, and he looked at the mountain in front of him and then began to go up the mountain. Chapter 32. Bai went all the way unimpeded, and soon came to the courtyard where the meeting was held, where the pillars were waiting, including Tomioka Yoshi also returned. It was not surprising to see Tomioka Yoshi Shibaku, and it took a lot of time to eat, drink, and bathe after he left. At the moment when Bai arrived, everyone looked at him, including the Lord. "That's right, my lord. White is also a pillar, the 10th pillar, the ghost pillar." And the reward for becoming a ghost pillar at the beginning made Bai a lot of surprise, that is, 5 years of cultivation plus 2 lotteries. Did Tomioka say everything? "You guy, you should have eaten that ghost, right?" Immortal Minoru laughed, a little hideous because of the scar on his face. Everyone is convinced of the words of the immortal Kawa Minoru, and they all know Bai's strength, powerful, weird, and can do the legendary ninjutsu, and the speed is unmatched, even if the Mingzhu of the past dynasties is far behind. His speed is in the moment of the explosion, you can only see a blue light disappear in place, and the next second it will appear in front of you. All of this together makes Bai Faint have the strongest tendency. "Wait, Bai Jun, why did you go to that child's house? That child said he knew you years ago." Bai glanced at the person who spoke, and after finding out that it was Chanahui, he hesitated and said, "I passed by Yunkai Mountain a few years ago, and the child's mother was very enthusiastic and left me for a meal, that's all. Today I just want to see how their family lives, and then all this happened, but I don't know that after a few years, he can still remember me at first sight." Everyone nodded, but they were still curious about what kind of ghost could make Shiro so embarrassed. "Haku-kun, can you tell me about that ghost?" Yayashiki, who was standing on it, spoke softly, but he didn't look at Shiro's side. No way, he couldn't see it with his eyes. After Yaya finished speaking, everyone was also interested, and they wanted to hear it. Looking at everyone's curiosity, the corners of his mouth twitched. "I didn't eat him, and if it was something else I'm sure of, but it was Anime Suji who let him escape." At this moment, the scene was silent, and the faces of the people were full of shock, followed by trembling with excitement. "Anime Suji is not miserable, how is his strength, can we kill him?" It was still the immortal Minoru Kawa who spoke, and it was right to say that his face was hideous. "That, how did Baijun know that it was Oni Dance Suji no miserable?" A soft and weak voice sounded, it was the honey glass of the Ganlo Temple of the Love Pillar. "His eyes and strength." Everyone was silent, even the immortal Minoru Kawa didn't say a word. "Although I didn't eat him, I ate 2 of his hearts, and his strength permanently dropped by 2/7, and he had a total of 7 hearts and 5 brains, and he was extremely resilient. If it weren't for my peculiarity, maybe I wouldn't have had it so easy to deal with him. This is the truth, if it weren't for the fact that once he deducted the heart of the ghost, the energy of the ghost would disappear partially, and it would be very tiring to fight the ghost Dance Suji no miserable. The other ghosts all have 1 heart, and he has 7, and once the other ghosts are deducted by him, they can only lie on the ground and watch." Suddenly, the white body trembled, and he looked at the immortal Kawa Minoru with some creepy. "Tsuki, if you say that, now the strength of Anime Suji has become a lot weaker, right? Comrade, your idea is dangerous." At this time, Haku found that it was not only the immortal Kawa Minoru, but the other pillars also looked eager to try, and only Shito Muchiro looked at the clouds in the sky with a slightly dull look. "Don't think about it, it's dangerous, all of you together may not be a match for Anime Suji." Bai's tone was very serious, because in the original book, all the pillars opened the markings, and they were all hit by the 8 pipe whips of Oni Dance Suji's legs, and they didn't even react. Although the strength of the Anime Suji has decreased, the pillars have not opened the markings, so there is no gap according to the current timeline. He remembered very well that the 8 pipe whips of Anime Suji's legs could only be dealt with calmly by Jikuni Ueniki, and secondly, Tanjiro, who had learned the 13th type of sun breath, could barely cope with it. Bai's expression became serious, and he swept over the pillars one by one. "Remember, when you encounter Anime Suji, you must run away, spare no effort to escape, and you must not fight him. As Soon as these words came out, the face of the pillar became extremely unwilling, but Yayashiki's face was still as gentle as before, with a faint smile. Damn, is there really no way? The immortal Kawa Minoru slammed his fist to the ground with an angry expression, full of unwillingness. The other columns are similar. Bai sighed and said, it's not that I'm exaggerating, even I can't react to Ghost Dance Tsuji's miserable attack. You all know my speed. If it weren't for my invincible defense, I might have been eaten by Anime Tsuji miserable. But if he can maintain the strongest shield mode for a long time, he is sure that he will be able to kill the Ghost Dance Tsuji alone. Or if you have enough energy and can use the strongest spear, you can also kill solo. Don't be so pessimistic. If Anime Tsuji is so easy to kill, he would have died a long time ago, but this time we now have a great hope of killing him. Haku-kun, I hope you can track down the news about Anime Tsuji, only you can do this at the moment, please. Yayashiki's voice was very soft, there was a feeling like a spring breeze, and the pillars who were originally a little anxious also became calm under this voice. I know, I will. Then this is the end of the pillars meeting, let's go and rest. Then Hina and Haika helped Yaya to go back. The pillars still stood in place and didn't move, and when they saw this scene, they ran away without hesitation, and they didn't even think about it to know what these pillars were thinking. I must take them to the fight myself. This is impossible, now they can't even beat the top 3, and the time of the infinite train in the original book is obviously the water released by the nest seat, otherwise Purgatory Xingjulan would have died a long time ago. To be honest, if Ozoza hadn't had the idea of turning Purgatory Kyojuro into a ghost, Purgatory Kyojuro would have died a long time ago. Now taking them to fight will only kill them, the time is not ripe, he needs a wedge, that is Tanjiro, and now Tanjiro is still in training, and he also has a rare rest. In the past year and a half, he can find a way to improve his energy. Alas, how did Tanjiro die so coincidentally? His house was stolen about a year after he died, and if Tanjiro hadn't died of illness, then he would definitely have been able to drag me to come, and Anime Tsuji would have died. Bai sighed regretfully on the mountain road. It's a pity, it's a pity. P.S. The next plot goes very fast. There's not too much of the Demon Slayer Blade plot. After the Demon Slayer plot is the Hokage. I'll try to do 2 more times a day, but it's up to you if you want to add more. Chapter 33. It's been another 2 years, and a new round of tryouts has begun. Name, extremely evil, white. Race, also human and ghost. Gender, male. Strength, 155 years, benchmarking demon. Ability, Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, strongest Thunder Escape Armor, Fire Escape, How Fireball Technique, Fire Escape, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Thunder Escape, Pseudo Dark, Hell Spike, 4 books, Strongest Spear, Thunder Escape, Thunder Tiger Kill, 1 Yang Finger, Change, Spiral Pill, No Attribute, Thunder Escape, 1000 Birds, 1000 Bird Knife, Thunder Escape Rachel, Lay Doppelganger, Stand-in Technique, 3 Hook Jade Riding Wheel I. Items, Recovery Pill X12, instantly recovers half of the blue amount, number of draws, 0. Introduction, now you have the ability to kill any upper string, but your Hell Spike 4 Honkin can only use 1 finger at most and can only be used once. Please also improve your cultivation or improve your physical body and resistance to blows. With the strongest shield and the strongest spear, you are terrifying even in the Hokage world, and you can handle the tailed beast with your bare hands. Note, you can see the energy distribution and flow in Anime Tsuji's body, and you can see his remaining 5 hearts. Do you want to go to Asakusa to eat a few more? Isn't this Chanel, is it coming alone? Zato attacked Yamashita. Bai looked at Chanel, who came alone, and said hello, but Chanel had a knot in her heart, and she had to hesitate for a long time when she nodded. And behind the white stood the other side of the delivery house and the delivery of the house to Huelaya. Turning his head slightly, Bai had a little headache. Yayashiki's 4 no, 5 children look exactly the same, the 4 daughters are all white-haired, and the son is black-haired, the only difference is the dress. And these 5 children all look like birth house Shaki Tinayan, but the son's hair is like birth house Shaki Yaya. Should it be said that it is worthy of the birch tree fairy? Soon, familiar people appeared in Bai's sight. Sitting on the ground leaning against the mouth of the tree, Hire Inashuk, hiding behind the tree with a gloomy face, staring directly at his immortal Minoru Chuan. There was also the chestnut blossom falling Chanel, who was standing there in a daze at the beginning, and on the other side, my wife Shanyi was standing there with a hard face covered in scars. Who is this fighting with? Soon, Shiro saw Tanjiro, who was looking around at the examiners, walking towards him. Sanyashiki and Sanyashiki Teru looked at Shiro. This was the first time they had come to do this, so I wanted to ask Shiro, who was a senior, what to do. Butterfly reason. Felt the gaze behind him, and Bai also understood. Look at it and study it well. When the people are here, then you need to survive on this mountain for 7 days, and if you can't stand it, you can abstain and run down the mountain, because there are wisteria flowers under the mountain, and most of the ghosts are afraid of wisteria flowers, so I wish you a smooth journey. Hearing a familiar voice, Tanjiro looked at the person who spoke, and then looked surprised. Mr. Haku. Soon, Tanjiro remembered the words of Sataki Seiku. At present, the only one in the Ghost Slayer team who has the ability to kill Anime Suji is Oni Pillar Shiro. On the day your whole family suffered, Shiro went all out to permanently weaken Anime Suji Misery's 2/7 of his strength. If you want to take revenge on Anime Suji, then you must need Shiro's help, and only Shiro can fight the monster that has lived for thousands of years. Remembering what the teacher said before leaving, Tanjiro couldn't help but run towards Shiro because he was so excited, but in the next second, a figure stood in front of him. Immortal Kawajanya looked at Tanjiro with a hideous face, and his eyes were full of anger. He's a ghost. Don't get close to him if you don't want to die. All the candidates became nervous at this moment, and they all pulled out their knives and looked at Bai. Liar, deceitful, right? How can there be a ghost who is not afraid of wisteria flowers? Some of the timid looked in disbelief at the moment, and the hands holding the knife were trembling. Bai frowned, and looked at the immortal Chuan Swanya with some annoyance. Immortal Chuan Suanmi, the disciple of the rock pillar Soro Minjai Sing Ying, and the younger brother of the wind pillar immortal Chuan Shimai. Looking at the white immortal Kawajanya who was walking towards him, he spat and took out the double-barreled gun from his arms and aimed it at Shiro, in Tanjiro's stunned gaze that had just come back to his senses. Immortal Kawajanya pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a loud bang, the crows that stayed on the trees scattered in a hurry, and Bai stretched out his hand to catch the bullet that fell from his forehead. I was disqualified from the exam because I attacked the examiner and disturbed the order, so let's come back next year. Bai at this moment was slightly helpless. He didn't want to do this, even if Immortal Chuan Minoru told him to wait for Immortal Chuan Swanya to go up the mountain to find a way to get Immortal Chuan Swanya out and cancel his qualifications. He didn't plan to do it. But at this time, the Immortal Kawajanya must show that he made a mistake. The first mistake disrupted the order of the assessment, and the second mistake attacked the examiner. Who knew that the immortal Chuan Swanya not only didn't listen, but roared angrily at Bai. You cannibalistic devil, don't pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring here. Are you still eating fewer people? Bai's eyes became a little weird, and a shocking scene happened. One of his eyes began to spin and turn red, then 3 black megatamas spun out, and then he fell down with a glaring at immortal Kawajanya. To be honest, he originally admired this person who could eat ghosts like himself and could use the power of the eaten ghosts, but in the end, it turned out to be like this, which made him sigh. What are you still doing here? Go up the mountain. They white riding wheel swept over those people, and immediately ran honestly one by one up the mountain, especially my wife Shanyi, who ran the fastest one. Tanjiro also went up the mountain with a look of wanting to say something. He didn't know that Shiro was actually a ghost and had eaten people, and these scales had not been told to him recently. Watching everyone go up the mountain, Bai was looking at the immortal Chuan Suanya on the ground, and he had a headache inexplicably. Troublesome thing. How can this little cub be hotter than his brothers? He didn't know that his brother yelled at me like this last time and stayed in the courtyard for a month. Although Bai said this, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a weird smile when he saw immortal Kawajinya frowning and sweating and looking like he was having a nightmare. Oh, the guy who doesn't understand and respects his predecessors. Let's reincarnate on the night the whole family was slaughtered. That's right, Bai just looked at the immortal Chuan Jinya, and at that glance, he released the illusion that comes with the Sharingan, which will wake up as long as the body is damaged or realized. But is that possible? Let's go, take you to meet your brother and the rock pillars. I'm sorry for you here. As he spoke, Bai Yi lifted the collar of the immortal Chuan Suanya, and then clipped it under his armpit and ran towards the Ghost Slayer team. Chapter 34. The base of the ghost killing team is not very far from the Vine Attack Mountain, otherwise the two children will not be exhausted to death when they walk to the Vine Attack Mountain. After a while, Bai took the immortal Chuan Suanya to the ghost killing team base, and every 7 days of the assessment, the pillar of the ghost killing team will have a holiday, unless they can't stay idle and have to go out. But the first day will definitely rest and train in the base, Bai knows that. With his memory, he ran towards the residence of the immortal Minoru River, and met several members of the Demon Slayer team along the way. After asking them to call the sorrowful Minjai Xingming, they also came over and left. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Shiro saw the immortal Minoru Kawa training there with his upper body naked, and the scars all over his body were shocking, and because of the sweat from training, there was still some reflection in the sun. At the moment when Bai stepped into the courtyard, the immortal Chuan Minoru turned around and just wanted to say something, but when he saw the immortal Chuan Suanya holding under the white armpit, he suddenly choked. Looking at the stunned appearance of the immortal Chuan Minoru, Bai directly threw the immortal Chuan Suanya in his hand to the ground, and the pain made the immortal Chuan Suanya wake up instantly. Don't, brother, run. Bai looked at the immortal Chuan Suanya in surprise, and the immortal Chuan Minoru on the side came back to his senses and then pretended to be angry and walked over. You bastard! Do you still want to join the ghost killing team when you are so weak? Looking at his brother who yelled at him with a fierce face, and the warmth of the sun, the breath of the immortal Chuan Suanya gradually stabilized. Then tears swirled in his eyes. Shiro and immortal Kawa Minoru were stunned. What the hell is this? However, the next second, Shiro was stunned. The moment immortal Chuan Suanya turned around and saw Shiro, he immediately knelt down and put his head on the ground. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I saw it in my dreams and understood the truth. If I had been resentful as before, I would never have known. Thank you very much. Immortal Chuan Suanmi burst into tears, snot and tears flowed down his face, and then got up and hugged his brother, who was the most gentle in his eyes. At this moment, Bai still doesn't know what the immortal Chuan Jinya did in the illusion. Probably because he wants to escape, find a way in the illusion, and then see everything before. Because of his own intervention, the immortal Jinya Chuan, who originally knew the truth in the decisive battle of Infinite City, now knows it. This made Bai sigh for a while. I gave him an illusion for the purpose of torturing him, not to reform him. And coincidentally, the sorrowful Minjai Xingming also arrived at this time, and when he saw the Fengji brothers hugging each other and crying, he stood at the door and recited Amitabha Buddha before walking in. Ghost Zhu, did you call me here for Su and me? Bai nodded, stunned and a little irritable. He didn't expect to use the writing wheel eye for the first time to achieve others, and he didn't have the fame of writing the wheel eye at all. Looking at the two people who had been crying silently and had a lifetime of momentum, Bai was inexplicably angry, and immediately stepped forward and kicked 7 or 8 meters away and fell to the ground. Okay, you two brothers, don't hug me, I'll stop here. Immortal Kawajanya almost incited all the candidates to attack me for attacking the examiner and disturbing the order. I brought him here to show you how to punish appropriately. After all, he is the first candidate to make a mistake. But what are you two going to do? Immortal Kawa Minoru, are you going to fake the public and help yourself? This time, the Immortal Kawa Minoru woke up in an instant, and the joy and excitement just now went down a lot in an instant. The Immortal Chuan Swanya on the side was also ashamed, lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, although the sorrowful Ming Yu Xing Ying was the same as Ye Yashiki, his eyes turned white and he couldn't see clearly. But he has his own way of seeing, so when he looks at the Immortal Chuan Swanya, his expression is full of helplessness. No one is barred, right? Sorrow Minjai Xing Ming was blind from crying in prison because of what Mayu did before, but he has his own way to see things, otherwise how can he fight with ghosts or the ceiling in the original book? This disciple knows very well that his temper is worse than his brother, so he didn't say anything about letting the Immortal Chuan Su and me calm down. It's useless, otherwise this scene wouldn't have happened. He didn't need to think about it. It must be that Immortal Chuan Swanya was emotionally upset after knowing about the ghost pillar. This kid has a temper worse than his brother's, and he's in trouble. Sorrowful Minjai Xing Ming clasped his hands together and nodded indifferently. In this case, I will punish him directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Immortal Chuan Minoru directly blocked in front of the Immortal Chuan Swanya, and his eyes were firm. My younger brother is not sensible, it's me, the elder brother, who didn't teach him well, and he should be replaced by me. As soon as Immortal Chuan Minoru finished speaking, Immortal Chuan Swanya stopped doing it again, and the two brothers quarreled, and their faces were red and red. In the end, Immortal Kawa Minoru couldn't help but slap Immortal Kawajanya in the face. Bastard, do you know how strong Shiro's attack ability is? You're going to die. Immortal Chuan Swanya was stunned, and looked at Bai with a somewhat dark face to the side. The two brothers had forgotten about this ghost pillar since they had just quarreled. Thunder and lightning bloomed on Bai's right arm, and the thunder and lightning in the palm of his hand extended into something like a hand knife. Immortal Minoru Kawa's eyelids jumped when he saw this scene. Shiro, are you trying to kill my brother? Shiro was indifferent to the roar of the Immortal Minoru Chuan. Kill your brother? Remember what you wanted to challenge me in the first place? Isn't this the same? Your brother has gone even further than you, he hasn't passed the test yet, and he's not a member of the Ghost Slayer team. So there's no need to inform the Lord, right? Then the Immortal Kawa Swanya pushed away the Immortal Kawa Minoru who was blocking him. Sorrowful Minjai Xing Ming had just left directly, and he didn't feel that Bai was hostile to the Immortal Chuan Swanya, he just wanted to scare them. Sure enough, the thunder and lightning on the white hand dissipated, but the next second he suddenly appeared in front of the Immortal Kawajanya and kicked him out. With a loud bang, Immortal Chuan Swanya directly smashed through the wall of the courtyard and flew to the feet of the newly departed sorrowful Yu Xing Ming, and then began to vomit blood. Grief Minjai Xing Ying. Like to make trouble, you didn't make a mistake at all and were ready to be punished. You, who are brothers, also follow him to make trouble. Do you have the appearance of being a brother? In the face of Bai's angry shouting, Immortal Chuan Minoru stood there weakly and didn't dare to say anything, and when he came back to his senses, he felt that his actions just now were a little inconsistent with his character of doing things. Isn't what he likes the most to punish those who violate the rules of the ghost-killing team and those who kill ghosts? Seeing the contemplative appearance of the Immortal Kawa Minoru, Bai Lang snorted. As a pillar of wind, you can't bend the law for personal gain, otherwise the atmosphere of the ghost-killing team will be unright, and the following offenses will also incite the candidates together. You cannot be punished, but you can't go unpunished. My kick is enough for him to lie down for a week, and he is not allowed to catch ghosts and mend his body for a week. If you dare, I take you to fight together. He, extremely evil and white, it is impossible for him to be partial because he appreciates a person. On the contrary, because of the system, he began to like justice, and he liked to punish evil and promote good. Perhaps only in the eyes of the wicked is that he is the most evil white. Chapter 35. After Bai left, the immortal Chuan Minoru carried the immortal Chuan Suanya in the direction of the butterfly house, and the immortal Chuan Suanya was sweating in pain but did not say a word. Grief Minjaihu Sing Ming was accompanied by him. After arriving at the butterfly house, Butterfly Shinobu was helping Chini deal with the wounded together, and with the arrival of the immortal Minoru Kazumi, Chini looked at the person he was carrying with some surprise. "Oh, is this your brother? It's the first time I've seen it, and his face is as hideous as Fengju. Is it too late to be injured in the assessment?" They. Sorrowful Minjaihu Sing Ming on the side left directly at this time. Immortal Chuan Jinya didn't dare to say anything, and lay down on an empty bed with the support of his brother. Since Butterfly Shinobu and Kane are busy, Kanzaki Aoi and Sanko begin to deal with the wounds of Jinya Immortal. When he took off the dirty clothes on the immortal Chuan Jinya, and saw the injuries of the red one here and the one swollen there and the purple one next to him, Rao as Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help frowning. The right arm and right calf are fractured, and there are more or less bone cracks elsewhere, not like they were injured by a ghost, but like they were beaten. After checking the wound, Aoi Kanzaki looked at the immortal Jinya Kawa lying on the hospital bed with a strange expression. Immortal Kawa Jinya saw that Kanzaki Aoi was examining the wound on his body, and his face was suddenly as red as an apple and he didn't dare to say anything. The butterfly who was sticking needles to the patient on the side couldn't help but look at Akira in surprise. Someone was beaten. No one should have the strength to beat people like this in the assessment, right? Enchini, who had just finished giving medicine to the patient on the side, seemed to understand something, and looked at Minoru Immortal with a smile in her eyes. "Was he beaten by Bai? I guess your brother's temper should be the same as yours, and he should be a little stronger than you." Immortal Minoru looked at his faceless brother helplessly and nodded. The butterfly on the side laughed. To provoke that guy who only sees good and evil in his eyes? This made the immortal Chuan Jinya even more embarrassed, and although the wounded did not say anything, they all listened carefully. "Are you provoking the ghost pillar?" Kanzaki Aoi raised his eyebrows, and then began to give the immortal Kawa Jinya a bone. Click. Brushing the sweaty immortal Kawa Jinya, in the somewhat panicked eyes of the immortal Kawa Jinya, Kanzaki Aoi put his hand on the calf of the immortal Kawa Jinya. Click. Okay, don't move, I'll give you a medicine and a bandage. Immortal Minoru Kawa watched from the side, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Shiro, who had just returned to Fuji Attack Mountain from the ghost-killing team, saw Tanjiro behead the hand ghost with a knife, and then quietly ran towards the other side. 7 days passed quickly, and Shiro also knew that Tanjiro was a good man, and when someone was injured and chased by a ghost, he would go to help and behead the ghost. This also caused his rations to be reduced, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, this is a ghost killed by others. As a person hurriedly looked at himself after selecting the stone and left, Chanel was standing there with the old god. Inashuk left directly, and my wife Shanyi looked like she had survived the catastrophe, and as Tanjiro went down the mountain in embarrassment, several of them also finished choosing stones. Quack! They. Crow flew to their shoulders and stopped, but the funny thing was that my wife was a little sparrow. Ignoring my wife Shanyi, who was pecked by the sparrows because she disliked the sparrows, she smiled and said, "Okay, the last batch has also come out, very good, you go back now and wait for about half a month, the neon wheel knife will be delivered to your doorstep. I wish you good luck." They. Last sentence was said by Shira and Sanyashiki Teruya. "Wait, brother Shira, can you wait a minute?" "Hey." Haku was going to take the two children back, but was suddenly stopped by Tanjiro and looked over. Not only Shiro, but the people who were about to leave also looked at Tanjiro's side, and this inexplicable pressure made Tanjiro a little embarrassed. No, right? He shouldn't ask this man if he can become a pillar even though he has eaten people. Right. Asking this kind of question will definitely be eaten by this man, right? Definitely. My wife Shanyi on the side was trembling with a sparrow in her hands, and no one knew what he was thinking. Although everyone's eyes were on him, Tanjiro adjusted his state and looked at Shiro with great determination. I want to know how strong Anime Suji is. Hey! Tanjiro's words surprised everyone, and even Chanel looked at Tanjiro with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Shiro looked at Tanjiro and thought for a few seconds. How strong? How can I say it? I think it's about the same as me, at most a little stronger than me, right? No, maybe it's not as strong as me now. Shhh. My wife Shanyi, who was on the side, heard this, her legs trembled, and her teeth were biting together because of the trembling. Liar, isn't he? Isn't he the strongest ghost? What's the matter? Why do you ask this? If you just know how strong the enemy is, I advise you to dispel this idea, and if you fight Anime Suji, even if it is a pillar, it will only be a part of sending you to die. I even dare to say that all the pillars of the Ghost Slayer team now except for me may not be enough for Anime Suji to kill alone, so you should dispel your caution. Shiro waved his hand and left with the two children. Left behind Tanjiro, who was unwilling, and Chanel, who was shocked, and my wife Zanai. He's lying, isn't he? How can he be so strong? Chanel glanced at my wife Shanyi, who was muttering to herself, and left with her own crow, although she also felt that it was impossible in her heart, but she felt that Onizu was not the kind of person who liked to talk big. In fact, Bai didn't panic. Ghost Dance Suji's pipe whip attack speed is supersonic speed, and it's not just a little over. Once the face is pasted, the current pillars are simply not enough for Ghost Dance Suji to kill alone. Even if the strength is cut by 2/7, it is not something that the current pillar can resist, and even if it is now fully opened, the odds of winning together are not high, and the original columns are fully open, and even the Ghost Dance Suji's miserable pipe whip attack can't react, and they are directly all beaten and seriously injured. And the head of the Ghost Dance Suji no miserable can instantly become several times larger, and the mouth is full of dents and countless fangs, which is the ontology of the survival reaction of the Ghost Dance Suji no miserable instinct. Iguro Kobane was bitten to death in order to block Tanjiro. And at that time, the pillars were all marked, and even so, the only one who could fight with Anime Suji was Tanjiro, who had learned all the daily calls. The other columns are hard to string, and one of them will die if they are not careful. But he wasn't afraid. Anime Suji's miserable attacks couldn't break the strongest shield, but the time of the strongest shield could only last for 5 minutes now, and if he used the strongest spear again, he would shrink by half. But Bai knew that the only person who could let him fight with all his might was Anime Suji, and even Black Death Mao didn't deserve to let him be like this. If you hadn't learned your father's breath, you wouldn't have been able to defeat Kamai Suji, Tanjiro. Haku's heart secretly said. In a few days, he called Tanjiro to the ghost-killing team to order Tanjiro, and at the same time told Tanjiro that his father Tanjiro was a natural strongman. P.S. Killer weapon. The 8-tube whips on the legs are the real killer of Wu Miao, and they are the fastest 8-tube whips in the whole body, with a length of about 7 meters. Its speed is far above the 9-pipe whips on the upper body and the stabbing whip of both arms, and the sonic boom produced when it attacks cracks the earth, and Wu Miao once used this technique to knock down 7 people, including Grief Naruyuki, Immortal Kawa Minoya, Ziwihei Inashuk, Kurifa Falling Chineu, my wife Zanai, Iguro Kobane, and Tomioka Yoshiu. Tanjiro Kamado, who has learned the complete 13 types of the breath of the sun, can barely see through the attack method of no misery by penetrating the world, and uses the cycle of the 13 types of the breath of the sun to defend and avoid being killed by it. I didn't blow the ghost dance Suji no miserable, I won't call to fight the ghost dance Suji no miserable is to send it, and Tanjiro can only defend with all his strength to find an opportunity in this case of ghost dance Suji no miserable, and the decisive battle of Infinite City Tanjiro is marked, transparent. Chapter 36. 7 days have passed, and on this day, the immortal Chuan Suanya was discharged from the hospital, and he was about to go to find Bai as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. Because Bai can eat ghosts and obtain the energy of ghosts like him, but he temporarily obtains the power of the eaten ghosts, and Bai is permanent. He wanted to ask Shiro for advice on how to fight the ghost in close quarters, because he almost always pulled with the ghost, relying on the gun in his hand. However, as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, he was dragged away by the immortal Minoru Chuan. "Wait, brother, I'll talk about it later, I'm going to find the ghost pillar now." Immortal Minoru didn't even look at his brother, and after confirming the stream, he pulled him downstream. "I know, you've been telling me this every day for the past few days, and he's training a newcomer who has just joined the Ghost Slayer team in the lower reaches of this river. There's no way to stop you from destroying the demons, so as an older brother, it's necessary for me to improve your strength." Immortal Minoru's tone was a little lost. He used the Hinawa knife and used the breathing method, and his brother was different, he had nothing to teach at all. The only one who can teach his brother to fight the ghost perfectly is Shiro, and they all need to use weapons for these pillars, and once their brother's weapon is taken away or knocked away, it is easy to have problems. Looking at his brother who was a little anxious, Immortal Chuan Jinya's heart was warm, and he actually laughed, and he didn't look terrible at all when he laughed, but gave people a gentle feeling. It's true, in the manga, the Swordsmith Village chapter smiled at Tanjiro and Yudoko, so you can take a look. Downstream. Bai is not in a hurry, and eats the food in his hand slowly. If you get irritated just by waiting, don't kill ghosts, just hide with your beans honestly, and don't learn Rihu. Fortunately, Tanjiro did not show a trace of dissatisfaction, but his eyes became more and more determined. This is completely Tanjiro's determination to save his sister and avenge his family. Finally, Shiro finished breakfast, and Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Is it finally time to start training? Shiro stood up slowly, looked at Tanjiro, and said, "Tanjiro, what kind of person do you think your father Tanjiro is?" Bai's words directly confused Tanjiro. Seeing this, he said bluntly, "Then do you think your father will be a strong man?" Tanjiro was stunned, and his mind unconsciously remembered Kagura, the god of fire, whose father tirelessly danced in the snow all day on a snowy day. But after thinking back to the evil ghosts he had seen, as well as the rumors of the so-called 12 ghost moons, he shook his head. Because of the relationship between the protagonists, Tanjiro asked a lot of things about the scale of the left near time. Looking at Tanjiro, who shook his head slowly, Shiro showed a look that was really like this. "Really?" Hakuro chuckled and then said softly, "Tanjiro, remember your breathing, adjust your breathing, and make yourself a Vulcan-sama completely." Tanjiro. Wow! Next second, Tanjiro was directly punched by Shiro, spitting sour water. "Do you have an impression now?" Shiro walked towards Tanjiro, who was standing up. "Wait, why does Big Brother Hakuku know what my father said?" Hakuro stopped and looked at Tanjiro with complicated eyes. "Because I once passed by your house, and when I saw your father, my heart was afraid, and I was afraid that I would be killed by your father." Tanjiro was frightened into a cold sweat by Shiro's words, and his pupils contracted. "You heard me right, your father, Mr. Tanjiro, revealed my identity in one word, and I was weak at the time. Mr. Tanjiro is a natural strong man, but he is weak and sickly, so he doesn't dare to go out at will. Tanjiro, you're the last human to breathe the sun. The breath of the sun, but my father didn't teach me." Tanjiro looked puzzled. The breath of the sun, the originator of all breathing methods. The breathing method you learn is split from the breath of the sun, and the breath of the sun splits the 5 basic breathing methods. They are the breath of fire, the breath of water, the breath of thunder, the breath of rock, and the breath of wind. The breath of the sun is the founder of the Warring States period of the Jiguo Yuanyi. Jiguo Yuan is born with markings and transparent world. He can easily kill Anime Suji no Miserable, but in the end Anime Suji no Miserable escaped. And before Jikokuaki died, he gave the breath of the sun to your ancestor, Kamatu Tankichi. And your father, like Jigo Yuaniki, is a natural strongman, born with markings and a transparent world. If your father was there, although he would not be killed by Anime Suji without misery, but he could be dragged until I arrived, and then join forces to kill Anime Suji without misery. And the breath of the sun is Kagura, the god of fire. After listening to what Bai said, Tanjiro's brain was buzzing, obviously because the amount of news was too large to digest. Fortunately, Bai was not in a hurry and waited slowly like this, and suddenly Bai looked at the 2 immortal Chuan Minoru brothers who were running towards this side in surprise, and frowned slightly. Why are these 2 grumpy old brothers here? Big brother Bai, what is the world of markings and transparency? Bai didn't answer this question and instead said, it's not a question for you to think about now. What you need to learn now is the breath of the sun, which is the god of fire Kagura that your father taught you. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn, so I'll give you an acceleration. Look me in the eye. Tanjiro subconsciously looked at the white eyes, and when he saw the red eyes with Megatama on them, he fainted directly. Seeing Tanjiro Shiro who fell to the ground, he didn't move him, and after removing the riding wheel, he just stood in place and waited for the 2 brothers Minoru Kawa to come over. Seeing that neither of the 2 brothers was embarrassed to speak, Bai seemed to understand something. What's the matter? Your brother is going to train with me too. Seeing that Shiro said it, Immortal Chuan Swanya nodded without thinking about it. The immortal Minoru Kawa looked at Tanjiro on the ground and pondered a little. Okay, walk around twice in the sun after ghosting. Immortal Minoru Izumi. Immortal Kawajanya. Looking at the immortal Chuan Swanya's look like eating she, Bai sneered. Are you afraid that you won't have a gun and your melee ability is not outstanding enough to be beaten by ghosts? It's a bit self-motivated, but it's easy to get hurt if you learn melee combat, but these are not big problems for you. This time, the immortal Chuan Swanya was a little puzzled. If I'm injured, I need time to recover, and I won't stay in the house for another hour. Immortal Chuan Swanya's tone was a little weak, as if he was afraid that he would be beaten by Bai again and be hospitalized later. However, Shiro, who heard this, looked at the immortal Chuan Janya with the eyes of a fool. Aren't you stupid? Aren't you able to demonize and eat the flesh of ghosts to provide a lot of energy for your body? Are you injured and ghost transformed and eat some of the flesh of ghosts? Hearing Bai's words, immortal Chuan Suanmi's mouth suddenly opened. Even the eyes of the immortal Minoru lit up. It seems that there is Fuji Raid Mountain not far away? P.S. Don't ask the protagonist if he will be asked by Tanjiro or Zhu why he knows so much. Ask is that the protagonist can say that he is a ghost who has lived for a long time before he starts eating people and eating ghosts anyway. The protagonist is obviously a ghost but can eat human food. If Tanjiro asks why he knows so many things about his father, he asks that he has secretly talked to his father, and there is no proof of death anyway. Chapter 37. The immortal Minoru Kawa immediately decided to catch a ghost with a wooden box, but the next second he saw Tanjiro lying on the ground. Is this your stepson lying on the ground? It's no wonder that immortal Kawa Minoru thinks so. Once the pillar accepts disciples, they are all raised as stepsons, that is, their own successors. Unless someone who has retired like Tsutaki Zokanji and Kawahima Jigoro, it is to accept disciples to fill in the fresh blood for the Ghost Slayer team. Hearing the words of the immortal Kawa Minoru, Bai groaned slightly. Stepson, it depends on whether he can comprehend it. They Immortal Chuan brothers didn't understand these brainless words, but the immortal Kawajanya looked at Tanjiro with a little disdain in his eyes. Lying on the ground uninjured and fainting, I am afraid that he was not directly stunned by the strength displayed by the ghost pillar, but he was still in the vine attack mountain in order to stop him and was punished by the ghost pillar. Suinmi, you seem to look down on Tanjiro a little. Bai's tone was a little surprised. Was it because of his own reasons that Immortal Chuan Swanya was unhappy to see Tanjiro in advance? Facing Bai's words, Immortal Chuan Swanya was stunned and smiled. I just think he is too timid. That's it. The white eyes looked at the Immortal Chuan Janya with deep meaning, and nodded. In that case, is it not going to pull you into the illusion? They. Immortal Kawajanya, who was still a little unhappy with Tanjiro, stiffened, and now he didn't understand why Tanjiro was lying on the ground. At the same time, I was secretly worrying about why I was so stupid. Obviously I was also dizzy at a glance. This is a good scar and forget the pain. The immortal Kawa Minoru on the side didn't say anything. His younger brother's temperament still needs to be sharpened, and only Baineng is ruthless in the ghost-killing team. As the elder brother, he and the other pillars would not come up with a way to heal the wounds of ghosts, so they could imagine what their younger brother's training should look like next. Fortunately, the immortal Kawa Minoru didn't stay long anymore, and left directly to find a way to catch the ghost. The immortal Minoru Shira, who had left with a blanket of ice, returned to the stone and did it, and in the shocked gaze of the immortal Kawajanya, a ball of thunder and lightning separated from Shiraku's body, and then turned into a new white. This is my doppelganger technique, don't make a fuss, then you can fight with my doppelganger and learn. Tell me when you can break up my doppelganger. Bai waved his hand, and the thunder clone dragged the immortal Chuan Swanya towards the depths of the forest. Soon a burst of screams came from the woods, and the birds were unmoved by the chirping of birds rising into the sky. Because he saw a wisp of flame just flowing from the corner of Tanjiro's mouth, it seemed that he had learned to fur and was about to wake up. Don't, Daddy, Mommy, Yuduzi! Tanjiro shouted in a panic, and then found himself lying by the stream. Everything seemed to be a dream, and Shiro was sitting on a stone and watching himself quietly. When he woke up, Shiro came down from the stone. Wake up, come, take out your god of fire, Kagura, and attack me. Give it your all. Bai's tone was slightly excited, and his yang finger was ready to catch the white blade empty-handed. Hearing Shiro's words, Tanjiro didn't react for a while, and as he finished combing through everything that happened, Tanjiro slowly stood up, and then shook his head, which made Shiro a little surprised. This force should be to kill evil ghosts. Mr. Bai is a good ghost. Bai was slightly stunned. Has the title changed? With a snort, the sound of the fist breaking through the air sounded, and Tanjiro was hit by a white punch and flew more than 10 meters away, unable to get up for half a day. Your brain doesn't seem to be very good, Tanjiro. If you don't even have the determination and courage to fight me, what will you do to avenge your family? Or do you think it's just an epiphany that you can defeat me? As he spoke, while Tanjiro was still trembling and getting up, Shiro appeared in front of Tanjiro again, grabbed Tanjiro's skull and lifted him up. It's no wonder that Shiro, the protagonist of Tanjiro's growth type, must suffer beatings, coma, hospitalization, recovery, and other one-stop services to become stronger. So. Shiro punched Tanjiro in the abdomen again. Tanjiro's eyes instantly widened and spit out a large mouthful of sour water, and Hakuan quickly dodged it, and threw Tanjiro 5 or 6 meters to the ground. Shiro ignored Tanjiro's face distorted by pain, and his expression was only indifferent. In the original book, Tanjiro was beaten all the way and became stronger all the way and gradually mastered the day call, just like fighting monsters and upgrading. How can you become strong without being injured and not hovering on the verge of death? Only by squeezing people on the verge of death and constantly wondering, will this person keep becoming stronger, becoming steady, mature, and sharp? And all this is for the sake of survival. That's all, Tanjiro, if that's it, what kind of revenge? By the way, I remember that your sister has become a ghost, right? To be honest, I haven't eaten a female ghost yet, and not every ghost can do what I want and be no different from a human. You don't need to worry about you beans when you look like this, anyway, it's impossible to complete revenge with this look, so I'll just help you eat your beans. Hearing Shiro's words and Shiro's actions, Tanjiro's heart felt infinite fear at this moment, and he looked up in panic to find that Shiro was moving away step by step. He was afraid, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes because of fear, and the depths of his eyes were filled with hatred and tenacity. I said that I must protect your beans. Move, move. Ah! His momentum and movements were not at all like what an injured person should be. Shiro's speed was not in a hurry, as if he was strolling in a leisurely garden, and Tanjiro quickly caught up with Shiro. At this moment, his pupils dilated, the corners of his mouth emitted flames, and the blade began to turn red. Kagura round dance, the god of fire. At this moment, the corners of the white mouth with his back to Tanjiro grinned, and the moment the blade was about to touch his neck, thunder and lightning instantly appeared on his body. The Thunder Chakra mode blocked Tanjiro's attack, and not only that, Tanjiro's attack did not pierce the Thunder Chakra mode at all. Bai couldn't help but be a little disappointed, he only used 30% of his strength, couldn't even stab into it. It couldn't be that the god of fire Kagura was weak. It seems that Tanjiro is still too weak. Is hatred and hatred not enough? Shiro turned his head and looked at Tanjiro, saw the disbelief in Tanjiro's eyes, and without hesitation, he turned around and kicked Tanjiro out and fell into the river. Tanjiro, why are you so weak? Is it not enough hatred for me wanting to eat your beans, or is it not enough hatred for Anime Suji Muru and wanting revenge? If so, there is nothing you can do as a waste. P.S. Oh, I was quite surprised when I wrote it, and I wrote it with my feelings, but after I finished writing, I took a look. It seems that it feels good, at Chapter 38. Tanjiro. Who can you protect as a person like you who is incapable and arrogant? Did you protect your family? Or did you protect your sister? Your sister is still taken care of at your teacher's house, right? Oh no, I'm going to eat your beans soon, and I can't stop me these days, maybe I will kill him and an old man if I miss a mistake. Hehe, did you say Tanjiro? Don't say that. Tanjiro can't stand this murderous words. Even the immortal Kawajanya, who was dragged out by the thunder clone on the side, felt a chill all over his body when he heard it. He began to doubt himself in his heart, how could he find such a wight to train himself? Tanjiro's face changed after hearing this, and the pain on his body seemed to disappear at this moment, and he roared and rushed towards Shira. Bastard, what kind of pillar are you? Tanjiro's eyes were blood red, and the Hinawa knife in his hand was covered with crimson flames, and he slashed at the white knife with a fierce momentum, and his speed and strength rose more than a notch compared to just now. Sure enough, when people are extremely hateful, and angry, they burst out with much stronger power than ordinary times. It's good that there is no filthy earth reincarnation in this world, otherwise Tanjiro would have chased me and cut it. In this way, Shiro comfortably swung Tanjiro's Nichiren knife with his fingers and gave Tanjiro a moment from time to time to make him sober. This battle lasted for a full 3 minutes in the eyes of the immortal Kawajanya, and his heart was beating when he saw Tanjiro attack harder than another, and fear appeared in his eyes. Why is this guy so strong? The breathing method he just used doesn't look like the breath of fire. Shiro found that Tanjiro was starting to get tired. His strength and speed were declining rapidly, and he stopped playing tricks on him, and kicked Tanjiro into the stream again. Tanjiro tried to get up, but his whole body was in pain, as if he had been torn apart. All of this was expected by Shiro. How could that kind of high intensity and continuous slash end in an intact condition? Muscle strains are normal, but this can also make Tanjiro's body further strengthened, and the upper limit of the next muscle strain will not be so long. So Bai looked back at the immortal Chuan Suanya, and the thunder clone dissipated after bringing the immortal Chuan Suanya. Seeing Bai looking at him, immortal Chuan Jinya subconsciously squirmed his throat, looking at Bai's eyes full of panic. Lord Anazu, your doppelganger said that today's training is over. Bai raised his eyebrows, and his eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. What are you afraid of? Can you ghost? Are you still afraid of muscle strains and injuries? Shiro, who was originally about to end today's training, heard the words of the immortal Kawajinya, who was a little uncomfortable because he was afraid. You asked me to train you, but in the end, you are still afraid? This is also a grievance that you have to Kawajinya, who is not afraid of this. Every member of the ghost killing team has some grudge against the ghost. If Bai kills people like this, who in the ghost killing team is not afraid? No one can beat him. In the end, Bai waved his hand and turned to leave. That's the end of today's training, Tanjiro. If it's late tomorrow morning, I'll go find your sister. Tanjiro, who was lying in the stream, didn't say a word, couldn't speak, and he lay in pain breathing in the stream, his eyes full of anger. As time passed, his heart slowly calmed down, and he figured out why Bai said that kind of thing, but it was really annoying. Although it was for his good, if what he said was true, would his sister be eaten? He didn't dare to bet, so he could only follow the agreement. And after a while, the immortal Kawa Minoru dragged a large box here, and after bringing the immortal Kawa Swanya into the forest, the two of them walked out after a while. The injuries on the body of the immortal Kawajinya are all healed, but the clothes are in tatters. They took Tanjiro to Butterfly House and explained the situation to Kane and left. Chini didn't react a little, and subconsciously looked at Tanjiro, who was lying motionless, and saw that he didn't mean to speak. Kane left after giving him medicine. The next day, Tanjiro and the immortal Jinya arrived as promised, but this time Tanjiro practiced the basic skills at Shiro's request, and the immortal Jinya was still the same as yesterday. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and the immature and soft momentum on Tanjiro's body has been smoothed out a lot, and now he will not have a gentle death for a ghost like Spider Mother. Shiro is sure that when he meets Spider Mother in Spider Mountain, Tanjiro is definitely the fire god Kagura with a head cut. If you are soft, he will lose. Looking at the two people in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction, and then threw a red dress and black pants to Tanjiro. You're going to have to wear this outfit for the next 10 days, and you can change after 10 days. Tanjiro nodded and didn't speak, and that was what Shiro meant. This outfit was specially custom-made by him, and it was reproduced 1-to-1 according to the clothes worn by Jikoko Yuanichi, and he planned to eat Anime Suji's heart in Asakusa 10 days later. So it's necessary to come up with a Jiguo Yuanyi, and the moment when Anime Suji is stunned is when he does it. Scattered. With Bai's order, the two of them spread their legs and ran desperately, and they disappeared as soon as they slipped through the smoke, and Bai had no idea about this, but walked slowly towards Asakusa. After the trip to Asakusa, I'll go to Flower Street and eat a single 6, just those two guys, it should be easy to kill. Bai glanced at the bright and warm sun, and the corners of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Let's go back and operate on the ghost. I haven't operated on it for a long time. I'm afraid I'm rusty. Why don't you try neurological surgery? Well, I'm curious. And after Shiro left, Tanjiro on the other side ran towards MT Sasagiri with all his might, and saw the familiar wooden house. Tanjiro push open the door, and then saw a small head sticking out of the small room in the house. Tanjiro's face bloomed with a smile the moment he saw your beans, and tears even flowed from his eyes. Great, you're fine. Tanjiro couldn't come back to Sashimi-yama at all for the past 7 days, because Shiro secretly found Kane and didn't let Tanjiro go out of the butterfly house at will. Shiro also did this to put pressure on Tanjiro. After all, only when there is pressure can there be motivation and hard work. So Tanjiro was still a little frightened during the 7-day training, for fear that Shiro would really do what he said. And Scales so can't see the look on his face when he wears a mask recently, but when he sees Tanjiro crying with your beans and ignoring him, he won't be very happy when he thinks about it, and he should run away with some depression. Tanjiro, the past 7 days of training at the ONI pillar seem to be very good? Just as Scales so said this, Tanjiro's body froze, and the first day of special training unconsciously appeared in his mind. P.S. The Ghost Slayer plot will pass a little quickly, and it is estimated that it will be finished in about 80 chapters, and then there is the Hokage world, and the Naruto world should be able to write hundreds of chapters. To be honest, the second book is a little bit of Ultraman. Chapter 39. So Tanjiro said a word and fooled the Scales in the past, not that he didn't want to tell the truth, but he was too embarrassed, just know it. Finally, with the help of Hirotaki left Kanji, Tanjiro left MT Sasagiri with a wooden box on his back and began his own path. After Shiro finished training Tanjiro and Immortal Kawajanya, he returned to the basement of the Zhu family and began to try to transplant his eyes into his arms. Bai hasn't tried this aspect yet, after all, the optic nerve is a problem, but with the help of Zhu Shi, it's not clueless. Time flies, 10 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and on this day, Bai and Zushi have finally completed the optic nerve grafting. I have to say that the knowledge of a doctor who has lived for hundreds of years is comparable to the complete collection of medicine. After all, ghosts will not be poisoned by anything other than wisteria flowers, nor will they die because they cut off their hands and feet and gouge out their eyes. So Zhu Shi and Bai also have time to study. This is something that Orochimaru can't match. Orochimaru test subjects are used quickly, but they have to be caught every once in a while to catch them, and the protagonist doesn't need to, and Zhu Shi's knowledge reserves don't need to be said. That night, a rare smile appeared on the white face of the man who had learned to transplant his eyes into his arm. I don't know what's going on, since he kept getting things from the Hokage world, he likes to compare himself with Orochimaru as soon as he studies medicine. It's just that Orochimaru's subject is immortality, and he is a variety of surgeries. Lord Zushi, Mr. Bai, it's already dark. His white eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness, and he took off his gloves and walked towards the stairs leading to the ground. I'm going to help you get the blood for you a while now. Zhu Shi, who had just stuffed the ghost back into the cage, turned around instantly when she heard this, but Shiro was gone, but her face was full of joy. Thank you very much. Shiro left Zushi's house and walked towards the night market in Asakusa, and it was here that Tanjiro met in the original book, and it was here that Anime Suji was not miserable. Sure enough. Shiro stopped and began to walk slowly towards his goal, his eyes focused on Tanjiro, who was running towards Anime Suji. And Tanjiro was wearing the outfit he had given him earlier, and at this moment Shiro seemed to have seen Anime Tsujino miserable frightened, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Anime Suji is not miserable, after this time, you will be a weakling. At this time at the night market, Tanjiro's expression is flat, but his eyes are extremely hollow, giving people a terrifying feeling inexplicably. Tanjiro made this expression in the manga. Tanjiro's speed is getting faster and faster, even though there are many people in the night market, but his empty eyes are staring at Anime Suji. Also because of Bai's training, his strength far exceeds this time period in the original book. Syllable. Hey! Anime Suji frowned, wondering why someone tapped him on the shoulder. As he looked back at Tanjiro, his red plum eyes shrank into needles. Anime Suji is no miserable, you are the least worthy creature to live in this world. Tanjiro's dress, this tone, and the same thing as the markings on his forehead, made Anime Suji no miserable stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. It's strange to note that Tanjiro has a scar on his forehead at the beginning of the anime and manga, which was burned by a brazier when he was a child, and the scar turned into a markings after training in MT Sasagiri. At this moment when Anime Suji was stunned, Shiro moved and disappeared in place in an instant. Riding Wheel Eyes. Thunder Chakra's strongest shield. Poof. The two hearts were instantly deducted out by Shiro, and the moment they were buckled, Shiro was directly stuffed into his mouth, and at the same time, his legs were not idle, and Tanjiro was kicked out and crashed into a stall. All of Shiro's movements are like flowing water, without a hint of stagnation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the anime Suji Miserable Heart X2, and the cultivation will increase by 20 years. A wave of energy rose in Shiro's body, and Bai was extremely excited at this moment, and when he looked back at anime Suji Mumi, he found that anime Suji Muru was still in a state of confusion. Chiang. Isn't it a surprise that Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable? Are you sure you still want to be in a daze and not run away? After all, you are now reduced to my rations. Dad. Haku. Hearing this immature voice, Bai suddenly looked over and saw a little girl Pear Blossom running towards anime Suji without misery. Oh no! Forget this stubble! Anime Suji also reacted. The energy in his body lost more than half, and his strength had dropped by more than half over the years. As this person said, if he didn't run, he would be eaten by him. However, how could anime Suji, who had lost most of his energy at the same distance, outrun Shiro in the strongest shield mode? And opened his mouth after hugging the little girl, and spit out a 1-meter wide fireball. Fire escape, how fireball technique! However, Ghost Dance Suji was directly turned away from this attack. Bye! There was a loud bang, and the Ghost Dance Suji was directly blown away dozens of meters, and 8 pipe whips were borne on his legs, and he slapped the house directly on the roof, and ran away without a trace. At this time, the little girl in Bai's arms was frightened, not only the little girl, but also those who visited the night market. And the little girl's mother and the police also came. Bai Lingji put down the little girl and smiled. Thank you for watching this wonderful magic trick, and I will compensate for the damaged houses and stalls. I'm so sorry for this kind of vulnerability, I'm very sorry. After saying that, Bai also bowed, and then pretended to put his hand into his clothes, but in fact, he took the money he had signed in, and then took out a large handful of money and stuffed it into the hands of the police. I'm going to have to go first. Without waiting for these people to react, Shiro ran to Tanjiro's side and ran away with him. This kind of mess can be handed over to the official, who knows about the existence of ghosts, and has reached some kind of agreement with the ghost-killing team. Officials know about ghosts, and they have always provided funds for the ghost-killing team, and when Shiro heard this from Yayashiki's mouth, he understood. That is the final self-explosion of the original book, and those bomb channels are estimated to be officially provided. After all, in this era, gunpowder is not controlled by the officials of any country. And the amount is still so large. None of the black fire dealers are so good. Scheming at Tanjiro, who was already dumbfounded, Shirako looking for the taste found your beans. At this time your beans were sitting on the stall, and there was a bald head next to the stall who was talking proudly. As soon as Shiro arrived here with Tanjiro, he immediately forgot about it, but when he saw Shiro carrying Tanjiro, your beans actually had a tendency to enter the ghost. Seeing this, Shiraichi threw Tanjiro on the ground and looked at your beans with interest. Interesting. P.S. Didn't I say that I wrote this Ultraman in the last chapter? If I wrote it. The protagonist is a monster, and it's hidden, and the protagonist just wants to help all's hidden get rid of the control of hidden and Baxter, and then build a huge hidden star with the help of the system, and the protagonist is the king of hidden star. Emperor's hidden. Hidden skills have been enhanced and changed by magic after all. There's a system I've thought about the plot or something personally. I think the plot is more interesting. Chapter 40. Yubin looked at Tanjiro, who fell to the ground, and the blue tendons on his forehead protruded directly, and the peach-pink pupils turned into vertical pupils and attacked White. The hand also turned into a sharp claw and grabbed Shiro's face, but the next second his hand was pinched by Shiro. Yuduza frowned cutely, and raised her left foot and kicked it violently at Shiro's waist. Bang's sound sounded like a kick on iron, and Shiraku, unscathed, looked at Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground and was already stunned. "Tanjiro, your sister is worried about you. It's still the same as when I was a child, but it's even cuter with a bamboo tube in my mouth." When he said cute, Shiro's tone was a little heavy, and his index finger flicked on your bean's head, and then your bean's forehead was swollen. After letting go of your beans immediately blocked in front of Tanjiro and looked at Shiro guardedly, although he would secretly rub the bag on his forehead. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shiro didn't make the next move, and then grabbed Yuduzi. "Big brother Bai, you didn't mean it." Bai didn't say anything, but looked at the bald head thoughtfully, and the bald head also looked at himself thoughtfully. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in their minds. "Shrug, you're the stall owner, guest, from a few years ago," he nodded with satisfaction as he sucked on the udon noodles that the bald youth had given him for free. "Yes, it's a big improvement compared to a few years ago, keep up the good work." When the bald young man heard this, his eyes lit up, and his face was full of excitement. "Yes, it's an honor to be complimented by former guests, and it's a great honor to have guests who remember me and come back to eat my udon noodles for years to come." Bai looked at the bald young man who didn't know where he was looking, shook his head helplessly, and got up to leave. Seeing this, Tanjiro on the side also hurriedly asked for your beans into the wooden box, and then followed with the wooden box on his back. Then when the young man found that the person was gone, his embarrassed face turned red, and he subconsciously scratched his head that was glowing under the street lamp. "Ah, this guest has to be the same as a few years ago." And Bai Xiang, who left, didn't want to go directly to the Zhu family. "Everything that should be done tonight is done, and tomorrow you can leave for Flower Street, almost at night, and it happens that Flower Street has the custom of walking around the street at night. I don't know if there is, I don't remember very clearly. I vaguely remember that Anwaran of the same level as Fallen Ji helped my wife Shanyi wipe her wound at night with a bunch of attendants. It seems to be my wife Shanyi, right?" I felt that Tanjiro behind him had been following him, and Shiro felt a little strange. "What are you doing with me?" Seeing Shiro stop and ask himself, Tanjiro was silent for a while. "I don't know where the money went after I was kicked by you." Silence, silence. Shiro looked at Tanjiro in a daze. This means that Tanjiro has lost his money by himself, and he has no choice but to follow him? But he has no money. All his money has just been given to the police. After all, even if the money is too much, even if it is not the case, it will become what you think. And I don't have any money, and Zhu Shi is rich, so it's a big deal to find Zhu Shi to get money when you want to fight the tooth sacrifice? Suddenly, at this time, Bai remembered the original plot. Tanjiro seemed to have stayed at Zhu Shi's house for one night. "Well, I forgot about some of these little things by moving around on my own. Let's go, I'll take you to find a house to live in." Tanjiro nodded, followed Shiro honestly, and then came to a fork in the road when Shiro went straight into the wall. Tanjiro was stunned, and hurriedly stepped forward to take a closer look and found that it was indeed a wall. So how did the person disappear? Tanjiro was so puzzled that a hand suddenly stretched out on the wall and dragged Tanjiro in. Then Tanjiro saw a white that hated iron but not steel. "Why are you so stupid? I don't know if you can touch it with your hand to know how to see." Tanjiro, who was sighing at the wall, was a little ashamed when he heard Shiro's words, but fortunately, Shiro didn't say anything more, so Tanjiro didn't feel so embarrassed anymore. "It's amazing. There are even houses here." Tanjiro's behavior at the moment is similar to when Shiro first came, looking east and west. Click. The door was opened, and Zhu Shi led Yoshiro out, just in time to see Tanjiro who was visiting and Shiro standing aside. Looking at the Nikiran knife on Tanjiro's waist, Zushi seemed to understand something. "This kid's sister is a ghost. I heard that he wants to turn her sister into a human. You talk to him about the rest, I'm going to have surgery for fear of being rusty. After saying that, Shiro walked past Jushi and Yoshiro towards the house. Tanjiro also came back to his senses at this time and looked at Jushi and smiled. I'm sorry to bother you. Seeing Tanjiro so polite, Zushi's eyes couldn't help but soften a lot. It's okay, come in. Yoshiro watched all this from the sidelines, and when he saw Zushi's attitude, his eyes stared at Tanjiro, which made Tanjiro feel strange for a while. Everything that follows is the same as in the original book. Tanjiro and Jushi talk about the conditions, but Jushi says that now all he needs to do is send the blood to the wind and start trying. Then, just as Tanjiro was excited, a blind ghost and a four-armed female ghost barged in, shouting that they were going to kill Tsuyo and Tanjiro. The two of them came here purely because Anime Tsuji was no longer miserable, and they wanted to kill Tanjiro, the person who caused him to lose his distraction and lose his power. But he didn't know the relationship between Tanjiro and Shiro, and he didn't even know that Shiro was a ghost killer. After all, Shiro eating ghosts would directly block Anime Tsuji without misery. The next result is also conceivable. Tanjiro finally saw the hope of turning your beans back into a human, and the two guys shouted to kill this hope. Tanjiro's fire immediately became bigger, and after receiving Shiro's training, his personality began to deviate a little from the original. That is, in the face of evil spirits, there is absolutely no need to say a word, carrying the Hinawa sword, and the god of fire Kagura is to greet the evil spirits. It didn't take long for the two demons to be slaughtered by Tanjiro, and the breath of the sun was not something that this kind of music could resist and dodge. After destroying the two demons, Tanjiro settled in the Zhu family. And after settling in Tanjiro, Jushi also came to the basement to do optic nerve grafting surgery with Shiro. This operation is a breakthrough in the last few days, and it needs to be done a few more times to get acquainted. And Yoshiro is acting as an assistant next to him. The white horse passed by, the night passed quietly, and the sun began to rise. Glanced at the wall clock on the wall, took off his white coat, and left the basement under the terrified gaze of the ghost on the operating table. He breathed a sigh of relief to see Shiro leave the evil spirit. He no longer had the idea of escaping, he just hoped that this man would not operate on him. Seeing Tanjiro, Shiro, who was still sleeping, left Asakusa and walked towards Hanakai. On the sixth wind, Fallen Ji is hiding in the flower street as Anwaran, and she has to be lured out. Otherwise no one will believe that it is magic when so many people turn into ashes. I wonder what the reward will be for eating the heart wound for the first time. P.S. The update is a bit late, sorry. Chapter 41. Around evening, Bai is only a few dozen minutes away from Flower Street. Anyway, he can only fall out at night, so there is no need to go so fast. White. Exclamation came from the nearby woods, and then a familiar figure scurried out of the woods with three women. The man at the head looked at Bai with a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to come to Flower Street. Looking at Yu Tianyuan, who was looking at him up and down, his white eyebrows frowned. I can't compare to you. I brought 3 wives to visit Flower Street. How many do you want to play in one go? The scene instantly quieted down. Yu Tianyuan's whole person froze, and his 3 wives stood behind and tried to hold back a smile. They had heard the ghost pillar white of the ghost-killing team from the mouth of Utsu Tianyuan. Their husband's evaluation of Bai is an extremely gorgeous and powerful guy, and it's hard to say anything about their husband's second illness as a wife. The corners of Yu Tianyuan's mouth twitched, and his face was a little ugly. You guy is really not gorgeous at all. I brought them to Flower Street for a serious matter. If I remember correctly, Chini seems to be right to you. Bai was silent. He wasn't a fool to see it, but he didn't understand why Chini had a good impression of him. Was it just because he was a kind ghost? Or did he look at her body? But anyway, according to his conditions, he couldn't find a wife. He could live a long time. If he married Chini in the end, he was still young, and Chini would die in his eyes because of the passage of time. And in the end, he wasn't even sure whether his child was a human or a ghost. If he gets married, he will be a girl from a Hoa family. The scene was silent for a long time, and Bai did not choose to answer Yu Tianyuan's words. I'm here to kill the strings. Yu Tianyuan and his 3 wives. Bai glanced at Yu Tianyuan. Of course he knew what Yu Tianyuan was doing here. Let your 3 wives go back. I know who the 6th of the upper string is. Your wife's strength is very poor, and she doesn't even have a chance to survive when she encounters the upper string. You and I are enough. Bai didn't directly blow up Yu Tianyuan's family, it's too rude. After all, people almost died in the original book and broke half of their hand. Yu Tianyuan scratched his head, and looked at the 3 wives with a look of hope with a little headache. All this white nature into the bottom of the eye. Give up, the 6th of the first quarter is not one, but a pair of brother and sister ghosts. Hinatsuru, Musu, Suma, you go back. When he learned from Bai Kao that Shangxian 6 was a pair of brothers and sisters, Yu Tianyuan did not hesitate to ask his 3 wives to go back. And the young cranes also understand that the upper string ghost is also a powerful ghost that has not changed for hundreds of years, and each of the winding ghosts has killed several pillars. If they continued to follow, if a battle broke out, Yu Tianyuan might not be able to save people. Looking at the 3 people who were still hesitating, Bai felt that women were really troublesome, and the so-called love and love would only involve people, leaving a bottom line in people's hearts to expose flaws. Sure enough, I didn't choose to find a wife. The 3 of you, as the wives of the pillars, should leave directly at such a moment, instead of being a drag on your husbands, and don't underestimate your husbands. The 6th of the first quarter has already eaten 15 pillars. If you want Utsuki Tenjin to follow in his footsteps, just stay. Bai's indifferent tone caused a lot of wounds in the hearts of the Yu Tianyuan family. Don't say it. Let's go. I hope that Lord Onizu can protect Lord Tenjin. After the crane finished speaking, he pulled the 2 sisters by the head and ran away without looking back, and Yu Tianyuan looked at Bai with a smile. What you said? Is it true? That pair of brother and sister ghosts, eating 15 pillars. Bai Neng could hear the obvious anger in Yu Tianyuan's tone, and it seemed that he had reached a critical value. Don't worry, I'll eat them all tonight. That brother loves his sister very much, and I'll trample him under his feet and eat her sister raw in front of him. When Yu Tianyuan heard this, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Yes, 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 it's worthy of white, just a few words have already made my blood boil. I can't wait to compose a new movement. Looking at Yu Tianyuan, who was extremely excited because of anger, he nodded lightly, thinking that after he seduced the Fallenheim, he would let Yu Tianyuan and Chi fight. When the prostitute Taro arrives, it's time to do it yourself. As for what happened to the prostitute Taro and the Fallenheim? What is there to sympathize with the ghost who kills people indiscriminately? Looking at the excited Uki, Tianyuan Bei didn't know what to say, and took him to the gate of Flower Street and said, You go to the forest 100 meters away to hide, I will lure the ghost out, and it will be up to you then. No problem. Bai nodded, looking at the already dark sky and walked into the Flower Street, and as soon as Bai walked in, he attracted the attention of everyone in the Flower Street. There is resentment, there is lust, there is greed, there is shock. Turning a blind eye to all this. Flower Street, as its name suggests, is a gathering place for Fenjio places. At night, the night market on the street is also noisy, but most of the things sold in the Flower Street are for women. And Bai is also wandering in the night market, and he won't go out during the day, but not necessarily at night, otherwise how would so many people under the ground get in? Looking at this lively street and thinking about the explosion in the original book, Bai is also a little curious. After all, although Flower Street is called a street, it is also a relatively prosperous town, and it sounds a bit bluffing to be able to smash a prosperous town. So how strong will the strength of the pillar be in the Hokage? Ding, the strength of the pillar in the Hokage is all in the physical arts, and the strong can be regarded as the physical skill shadow level, because all the strength of the pillar comes from his own physical skills, so the strength is low. They. System's abrupt explanation stunned Bai for a moment, and then understood. After all, ninjutsu is a strange thing, and any ninjutsu may exist, but even so, shadow-level physical skills are not troublesome. Do you believe in your own people and cut your own people? Bai pondered, and a foul smell accompanied by a fragrance entered Bai's sense of smell. Bai hurriedly turned around, only to see that Fallen Ji was sitting on a sedan chair and being carried, and coincidentally, Fallen Ji was also staring at him. Seeing this scene, Bai Xin thought that it didn't take much effort, and he hadn't started to look for Fallen Ji yet, and he sent it to the door. P.S. Some people say that it is not advisable to counter violence with violence. Let me go to see Mr. Luo's what kind of circle and what justice? 6 years ago, when I was in the first year of junior high school, I had a lot of pocket money, and I was borrowed by the gangsters in the class every day, and they didn't pay it back, and beat me if they didn't give them money. In the end, there was a night self-study that I couldn't bear anymore, so I directly opened the head of one of them and sent him to the hospital, in exchange for those people who didn't dare to be me. It is useless to counter violence with violence. I have personally experienced it to tell you that it is very useful, and those who are cowardly are afraid of the hard, those who are hard are afraid of the horizontal, and those who are horizontal are afraid of not dying. It's just because these things may not have happened to you that you just say that it's not advisable. Who do you want to laugh at to death? When I am trampled against others, where is the justice? Where is the fairness? That's all shit, that is, I will resist when I understand this truth. That's why I say that it's useful to counter violence with violence, because when you're being trampled against evil, only you can protect yourself, and justice that comes late can no longer be called justice, but a crime, because the victim will think, why didn't you come earlier? Why didn't I come after they had done everything and suffered everything? Isn't it? But there is no justice in my place until the end, hee. For example, now, school bullying is more serious than it was back then, and I often see a student in a certain school being beaten up, so what is the teacher doing? Is it the same as me at the beginning, just warning those students a few words and then ignoring them, causing the final tragedy? Finally, the school in my first year of junior high school was demolished a few years ago, which can be regarded as a consolation. So if you know my story, do you still think that countering violence with violence is useless to refute me? Of course, what I'm talking about is that you can use violence to counter violence when you protect yourself. Because the wicked don't listen to advice. Chapter 42. Bai feigned a puzzled expression, and then slowly walked towards the outside of the flower street. The fallen concubine on the sedan chair frowned. Go back, I'm tired. The person carrying the sedan chair was also stunned. He was tired and wanted to go back without even a quarter of an hour. But because of the fame of the fallen queen and the gold of the body, he didn't say a word, and the speed of the fallen queen was much faster. Of course, Shiro, who left, felt that the smell of Akihime was getting farther and farther away from him, but he didn't feel defeated, because Akihime couldn't let go of good-looking people, whether it was a man or a woman. As long as he looks good, he will die in the eyes of the fallen him. And his behavior just now is undoubtedly to leave Flower Street, and it is impossible for her not to catch up, so what he has to do is to keep a normal speed and leave Flower Street so as to give Fallen Jie a chance to attack. Bai thought so, and after a while, the smell of Fallen Jie appeared in his range again, so Bai fakely looked at the surrounding goods and showed a trace of disappointment, and the pace of his feet was also a little faster. Lying on the roof, he looked at the white eyes that had left the Flower Street, and then followed with a flash of anger and impatience. Shiro soon walked into a forest path, and even Shiro himself did not know where the forest path finally led. But as long as there is no one nearby, it can be used as an ambush location for him and Utsuki Tenjin. Smack! A patterned pink satin suddenly flew past her white cheeks, and the silk that should have been soft was now nailed to the tree like a piece of iron. Bai panicked and turned around and saw Fallen Ji standing on the ribbon, tilting her head condescendingly and glaring at him. "You guy, where are you going?" Bai didn't speak, his eyes were a little complicated. Name, Fallen Ji, Mei. Race, Ghost. Gender, female. Profile, her strength is about the same as that of Gu-1 bird. Maybe it's stronger than Gu-1 bird because of the particularity of brother and sister ghosts. You must behead both brothers and sisters at the same time to kill your experience host you know very well, or people they just want to simply live and don't want to starve to death in order to avenge the insult to my brother. The final outcome is to become a ghost, but after becoming a ghost, their brothers and sisters have no conscience, and some are just ghost instincts. No miserable spoiling of Fallen Ji is entirely because of his brother prostitute Taro. If there is no Fallen Ji dragging his feet to limit Taro, Taro even has the potential to sprint to the third. You can easily kill her or even her brother, and your defenses and attacks are invincible in this world. Note, in the original book, Fallenheim's combat performance is even inferior to that of Yuduzi. Shiro shook his head, didn't look at Akihime again, but walked over the ribbon and left. Seeing that the human in front of her was so arrogant, she was immediately furious. "I'm going to have to peel your skin off." Blood demon technique, Yaobi. They. Ribbon under Akihime's feet flew out at this moment, slashing towards Shiro's back. Suddenly, several black balls the size of fish balls suddenly shot out from the other side, hitting the ribbon of the Fallenheim, and there was a violent explosion. Seeing her ribbon being blown up, Fallen Ji's pupil shrank, and then she felt a powerful aura. This sense of chi is a pillar. Breath of sound, Ichino boom. They. Voice came from behind Fallenheim, and Fallen Queens panicked instantly, and when she turned around, she saw a pair of twin knives about to slap on her. "Did you drop the bomb in the air from behind me and hit my attack?" String number 6, atone for your sins. Breath of sound, 5 no shape, string concerta. Udamato roared, and the Hinawa knife in his hand spun rapidly and rushed towards Fallenheim. The blade of the blade spun rapidly and exploded, and Udamato's speed was also much faster. Looking at the rushing Yu-Hair Tianyu and Fallenheim, panic appeared on his face. Blood demon technique, 8-fold belt slash. Countless bandages emerged from behind Fallenheim, and they struck towards the rushing Yu-Fei Tianyuan with the same speed. However, Akihime's bandage was attacked like rags by Utsuki Tenjin's Hinawa knife, and it was directly shattered, turning into pieces and spreading all over the sky. Suffer death. Seeing that the pupils of the Fallen Ji who were about to slash at her neck shrank, and in an instant, a large number of ribbons appeared from her back and hit the Udamaka Tianyuan in front of her. That's right, it's to bump into it, and use Yuta Tenjin's attack to dodge yourself. Hey! At this moment, there were only ribbons in front of him, and these ribbons even formed a ball and crashed towards him. There was no way, Yu-Fei Tianyuan could only split the ribbon in front of him, but he also escaped. Bastard, why is there a pillar here? P.S. Don't bar, the strength of the Fallen Ji is weak. The brother and sister ghost Fel Ji just made up the number of brothers and sisters ghosts, and the real strength of the last string 6 is the prostitute Taro. If it weren't for the particularity of the brother and sister ghosts, the Fallen Ji would have died a long time ago. No, we have to drag my brother over. A large amount of silk appeared again, like a javelin, straight towards the rushing Yu Tianyuan, although Yu Tianyuan dodged or shredded one by one. But the silk still penetrated deep into the ground, making a violent sound like a blast, and the earth was cracked by the silk. Breath of sound, one shape boom. Udamaka Tenjin jumped high, and his twin blades slammed at the Fallenheim below, making a loud sound like thunder. Fallen Ji was directly beaten into the dirt by this blow, and before Fallen Ji could climb out, her neck was broken directly. At the moment of breaking, Utsuki Tenjin directly kicked the dirt and kicked Fallenheim's head into the sky. In the air, the eyes of the fallen queen who only has one head open wide, and it spins because she is in the air. And when she saw Yu Tianyuan again, she found that Yu Tianyuan was looking around with a wary face. Sure enough, 3 blood sickles as thin as paper rushed out from behind Yu Fei Tianyuan. Has her brother really arrived? Tickled. Yu Tianyuan was startled, and immediately took out 3 explosives from his waist and threw them behind him. With a bang, the blood scythe was directly blown away, and a thin figure rushed out of the black mist, wielding the blood scythe and slashing towards Yu Tianyuan. When the bang, the Hinawa knife in Yutama's hand blocked the blood scythe of the prostitute Taro. Don't bully my sister. Watching Akahime's head fall to the ground, the prostitute Taro roared angrily, and the blood sickle in his hand kept flying. Feeling the power of the prostitute Taro, Utamaka Tenjin was shocked. Sure enough, as Bai said, the real 6th of the upper cord is this brother and not that sister. Yu Tianyuan took a deep breath, and a stream of air visible to the naked eye was inhaled into his abdomen by Yu Yan Tianyuan. Breath of sound, force shape loud and endless. The sound of a violent explosion resounded in the forest like firecrackers during the New Year. The prostitute Taro and Ugashi Tenjin kept slashing at each other, and the entire forest kept collapsing under this high-intensity attack, and even because the explosion had caused a fire. Bai looked at all this. The gap between Yuzuki Tenjin at this moment and the battle in Flower Street in the original book was not big, and because he revealed the information about the prostitute Taro to him, the battle of Ugaku Tenjin was not as passive as in the original book. Looking at the forest that had been almost destroyed, Bai walked in front of Fallen Heim, and Fallen Ji was looking at him in astonishment, although the head and body were separated, but it did not affect her to see things. It's time for it to end. P.S. The strength of Yu Mao Tenjin is very strong, and his strength is second only to the first speed of the Soroming Island, and the first echelon of the proper one, but even so, if there were no 3 little Yu Mao Tenjin in the original book, he would definitely be killed by the prostitute Taro alone. In the next chapter, I'll try to write a little bit about it, and there will be a fight scene between the prostitute Taro and Utsuki Tenjin. Chapter 43. The entire forest was like hell descending on the world at this moment. Black smoke rose into the sky, and explosions sounded in the forest continuously. Boom! Finally dead, it's stronger than the previous pillars. Give him to my sister to eat, so that my sister will eat 8 pillars, and Lord Wu Miao will pay more attention to her sister. It's really worrying, sister, just going out to eat something and being bullied like this. The prostitute Taro said as he walked towards Utsuki Tenjin, who had fallen to the ground after being poisoned. In his opinion, Yusu Tianyuan was dead, although it was more difficult to kill than before, he was still dead. Walking up to Utama's corpse, the prostitute Taro held a scythe in his hand and hooked it towards Utama's head. Poof! Nani! Breath of sound, Ichino boom! The courtesan Taro glared as his right hand with the scythe was severed and fell to the ground, but the next second he was blown off and rolled on the ground. How is it possible? For such a long time, the toxin, and such a strong battle, the toxin should have flowed all over your body. Courtesan Taro. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Utamato untie his clothes, take out a piece of pork that had turned black and purple from it, and throw it on the ground. No, 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 nothing. I can kill you, little minion, right now. Pork patted beforehand, how did he come up with this? The prostitute Taro glared, his voice low and hoarse, full of puzzlement. The reason he did this was undoubtedly to avoid poisoning, but how did he know that my scythe was poisonous? No demon slasher had ever escaped from me. Utsuki Tenjin was covered with wounds all over his body, and he was attacked by the blood ghost technique of the prostitute Taro. And sticking a piece of pork in front of him was told to him in vain, and there was no shortage of wild boars in this forest, but it took a little more time to clean up. I'll kill you now. The prostitute Taro's pupils shrunk as he looked at Utamato in front of him and roared. What a joke! This time, the prostitute Taro swung the scythe with all his strength in his left hand. A large number of blood scythes flew out, destroying the ground like a storm, and at an elusive speed towards the Yuzuki Tianyuan. Yu Tianyuan's breath stagnated, and in the next second, the Hinawa knife in his hand kept slashing at the blood sickle that came to the front at a speed that was difficult to see through with the naked eye. Breath of sound, wanton shape, sound slashing, was obviously an attack formed by blood, but the moment it collided, it made the sound of gold and iron colliding. A violent roar rang out, as Yusu Tenjin blocked all the attacks. Suddenly, a tornado of blood suddenly appeared on the side and smashed towards his waist. Utamaka Tenjin was startled, and the Hinawa blade in his hand collided with the blood tornado and let out a violent roar. The prostitute Taro appeared from the smoke and dust at this moment, and his recovered left hand picked up the scythe that had fallen to the ground before, and the terrible thing was that his right hand was also performing the same blood demon technique. "Go die!" The prostitute Taro smirked, and the blood tornado in his right hand smashed towards Utama. Although the attack did not arrive, the aura emitted by the blood tornado that swirled in a spiral and covered his hand made Utsuki Tenjin feel mortal danger. "I thought that I would be able to kill Utamato this time, but what happened next made the prostitute Taro furious, and kicked Utamato in the chest and kicked him out. Just now, when Wutaro's attack was about to hit Yuta Tenjin's twin knives were drawn from the left side to block the attack of Wutenro's right hand. And the kick of the prostitute Taro was kicked out with anger, and the chain connecting the two Hinawa knives was directly kicked and broken, and it was precisely because the chain resisted part of the power that this blow was not enough to seriously injure Utsuki Tenjin. P.S. The prostitute Taro was angry because Wu-Hair Tenjin blocked his attack like this. In his opinion, this is Wu-Hair Tenjin looks down on him. In fact, the prostitute Taro is twisted in his heart. This thing can't look down on a man who is better than him. The original prostitute Taro heard Wu-Hair Tenjin say that he has 3 wives and boasted that he was handsome and imposing to be able to do this, and he was half angry. The reason why I explained was that I was afraid that some readers would not understand and then say that I was. The kicked Utsuki Tenjin got up from the ground, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, but his expression was distorted with excitement. "My score, it's done." Utsuki Tenjin disappeared into place, running towards the prostitute Taro with all his might. Seeing that this was no different from suicide, the prostitute Taro's pupil shrank, but his eyes were angry. "Don't laugh at me." As the prostitute Taro waved the scythe with both hands, countless blood scythes burst out of the air, but the next moment the prostitute Taro's eyes flashed a moment of astonishment. 3, 5, 7, 4. Towel. I can see through it all. I can see through your dirty score. Yusu Tenjin wielded the Hinawa sword in his hand, his body twisted as if he was dancing on the battlefield, and he smashed all the blood scythes into pieces and attacked the prostitute Taro with unmistakable and gorgeous slashing. "This bastard! Did you make my blood ghost technique into a musical score?" Watching as Utsuki Tenjin, who was already close, swung the Hinawa knife at himself, and the prostitute Taro also brandished the scythe in his hand. Without the link of the chains, Utsuki Tenjin's Hinawa knife opened and closed widely, and in this case, the frequency of attacks was comparable to that of the prostitute Taro. "I'm going to win, even if it's not in vain." All you can see is the sparks and explosions caused by the collision. One person and one ghost frantically waved the weapons in their hands, and at the same time kept moving to find the flaws of the other party, also afraid that the smoke and dust caused by the attack would block their vision. That's why it's the kind of town that is smashed to pieces. If you look in the air at this moment, you can see a smoke dragon with fire and explosions. At this moment, they roared like monsters and attacked. The non-stop explosions are now only worthy of being reduced to their knife amusement. They roared, their weapons aimed at each other's lethal points. Head, neck, hands, waist, thighs, eyes, chest, heart, abdomen. At this moment, they fell into the most primitive and crazy battle mode, their pupils shrank to the size of soybeans, and there was only each other in their eyes, and the whole eye showed the position of the opponent who wanted to attack. P.S. After I'm done, the next chapter of the protagonist will end, and then you can write about the excitement and loss of the zodiac after knowing that there is a winding ghost. Some local lords wrote the leader in the previous article. I wrote it when I was writing the 2 words of the leader and the lord in my head. I think it's right to write the leader of an organization. I can't remember so many original books. I've been reading it for a while later. I still saw that some readers said that I made a mistake when I wrote it later, and I'm in the 3rd year of high school. It's impossible to watch this kind of thing, and most of the anime I remember a lot of things. I only remember the general plot. What's more, it's impossible for me to practice the car now, causing some readers to say I haven't seen it. You don't realize the busyness and sense of urgency of the 3rd year of high school. It's just reading books and brushing questions in your head, the feeling of almost forgetting the game TV. I can understand what readers say. After all, there are deviations from the original book in some places. But you say that my writing is very bad, a bad horse? You say that my writing is not good, I believe it. I can understand that I am poor. You say that I am a bad horse, I don't believe it. Who wouldn't talk nonsense? The reader who said that I am very bad will open a book for me to see. As for the book where the main character is a monster, at least I have to wait for this Ghost Slayer 20W word. It's possible to write after all. How can there be a first book recommendation that hasn't been on, and I'm busy opening the second book, right? I'll read all the comments. Opinions are free to mention. From today onwards I'll change anything wrong immediately, give you a good viewing experience. I don't want to say me because my mistakes affected you. It's okay to have bad reviews. I'll read all your comments, especially bad reviews, because I want to know what's wrong with me. The writing is poor. As long as I have time, I can learn, go and see how those big guys describe and battle descriptions. Alas, I'm really tired. And the most annoying thing is that this kind of batch of people who obviously say that my writing is poor and say that I haven't read the original book, and finally say that he joked with me and then gave a bad review. This kind of person, don't you even want a face? Chapter 44. Shiro was holding Akihame's head in one hand and dragging Akihame's leg with the other. Looking at this scene like a missile washing the ground, and when it was still washing not far away, Shiro shook the head of the fallen Hime. Do you think your brother will survive? Akihime didn't reply, but kept wrapping the ribbons around Shiro, although the ribbons were all broken as Shiro walked, but she didn't want to give up. She doesn't understand why this man obviously exudes the breath of a human being, but there is a more terrible cure than her? The male protagonist can change his own life breath on his own, and he has done this before. Fallenheim's heart was several times stronger than the explosion at this moment. Boom! A turn, Utsuki Tenjin, and the prostitute Taro hit Shiro's face. The moment she saw her brother, tears appeared in her eyes. Brother, kill this bastard who grabbed me. Taro, a prostitute who was fighting, heard his sister's miserable voice and immediately looked at Shiro. When he saw Bai grabbing his sister's hair with one hand and dragging his sister's leg with the other, the anger in his eyes couldn't be hidden at all. After dodging Udamato's blow, he kicked hard, shooting towards Shiro like a missile. Die! In the blink of an eye, the ground where the prostitute Taro was in place directly shattered and spread outward for 6 or 7 meters, and the prostitute Taro himself had already appeared in front of Shiro, and the sickle was only 5 centimeters away from Shiro's eyes. When speed can be praised. The prostitute Taro glared at the man who had caught his fingers between his fingers and struck with all his might. He didn't believe in such a human being. This can't be, it's impossible, it's impossible. At this moment, the prostitute Taro seemed to have fallen into a madness, and the 2 scythes exuded a very destructive power, but they were cracked by Shiro with 2 fingers. Not far away, Yu Yan Tianyuan looked at Bai's relaxed appearance, and his eyes turned into beanie eyes. It seems that there is a big gap between me and Shiro, not to mention the prostitute Taro and Yutama. Akihime was stunned, and she asked herself inwardly, does this kind of human really exist? As if she noticed that Akihime was not struggling, Shiro saw the tip of the prostitute Taro's scythe at the right time and directly pasted Akihime's head on it. Ah! The prostitute Taro froze as he watched his sister's head being pierced by his own scythe. Sister! Sister, are you all right? The prostitute Taro's tone was scared, worried, and concerned. Shiro's expression moved and kicked on the prostitute Taro's chest, and the sound of bones shattering accompanied the prostitute Taro, who flew out farther and farther away. Eat! Lifting the body of the fallen G on the ground, Bai directly pulled out the heart of the fallen G and ate it. When the prostitute Taro is kicked away in the air, the prostitute Taro hurriedly pulled out his scythe and hugged his sister's head, and then stepped down with his legs and dragged it for dozens of meters before stopping. Sister, brother is not. No, no. What did you do to my sister? The prostitute Taro, who had just stopped, was just about to explain that he didn't mean to, but he saw his sister's head begin to dissipate in his arms, and until finally the prostitute Taro could see the hatred in the eyes of the fallen Heim. Congratulations to the host for using the heart of the sixth of the upper string, fallen Heim, and the cultivation is plus 3 years. It seems that you have to eat the prostitute Taro to be considered a top wind. As for what you said to your sister, didn't your ghost dance Tsuji-sama tell you? Oh yes, he didn't know where to run and hide last night. How could he have time to talk about this with you guys? The prostitute Taro's eyes turned unexpectedly red, and he looked white as if he was going to be eaten alive. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to be sorry for a moment. Thinking about the pillar that was eaten by their brother and sister, he heard it very clearly when he pretended to be dead just now. 22, a whole 22 columns. The pillars are so unthinkable, not to mention the ordinary people they eat. But your final destination is to meet in hell, and what I do is to send you to hell. The strongest thunder armor. Hell spike, 1 piercing. The prostitute Taro, who had just finished speaking, fell to the ground in astonishment, looking at Bai, who was pinching his heart in a daze. I am. Are you going to die? The prostitute Taro's voice was small, muttering to himself. As long as I eat this heart, you will be the same as your sister, but you brothers and sisters can be together again. If I give you a chance, do you want to live or do you want to see your sister? The prostitute Taro's energy fell to the ground as his heart was removed from the white, but even so, as a winder, he could still speak. Hearing that he could see Fallenheim again, a light appeared in the eyes of the prostitute Taro. Please, let me go. See May. Click. Without hesitation, Shiro ate the heart of the prostitute Taro, and the prostitute Taro smiled softly at Bai at the end of his disappearance. Bai was stunned for a moment, and then returned to normal. If he hadn't joined the Demon Slayer and had survived as a ghost, maybe he wouldn't have been able to do it. But this dooms Bai to be difficult to become stronger. If you live as a ghost, you will definitely be discovered by the ghost killing team, and when the time comes, don't be a ghost, and you can't enter the ghost killing team, and you can't do it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the heart of the sixth of the winding, the prostitute Taro, for +7 years. Ding! The host eats the heart of the winding ghost for the first time, and the cultivation is +5 years. Name: Extremely Evil White. Race: also human and ghost. Cultivation: 200 years. Ability: Thunder Escape Chakra Mode, Strongest Shield, Hell Spike 4 Honkanju, Strongest Spear, Fire Escape How Fireball Technique, Fire Escape Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Thunder Escape Thousand Bird Knife, Thunder Escape Thunder Cut, Thunder Clone, Spiral Pill, No Attribute, Stand-in Technique, 3 Hook Jade Riding Wheel Eyes, 1 Yang Finger Change. Item: Restore Dan X12, restore half of the blue amount. Number of draws: 0. Introduction: you are already invincible, just make it. Bai turned around and found Yu Fei Tianyuan standing there in a daze, his eyes strangely turning into beanie eyes. Daoduyan, can Yu Fei Tianyuan do this? This forest Bai and Yu Tianyuan can't take care of it, and if they can't fight and burn it out, forget it. After all, it's to kill the upper string ghost, it's worth it. P.S. Don't say it's better to fight directly in the Flower Street. The original work was forced to be helpless because in this case, the people of the ghost killing team must save the civilians. Then the news of the ghost will be told by the survivors. 1 or 2 may not be believed. What about the town? Doesn't this cause panic? So you should all understand, right? Not long after the death of the prostitute Taro brother and sister. In another different space where the house rotates upside down, the nest swept around suspiciously. Is it an infinite city in another space? I was summoned here, which means that a winding ghost is dead. I don't know if it's an illusion, but there was this intense excitement in his eyes when he said the end. P.S. The scoring mechanism of Tomato is a little incomprehensible, 9 points yesterday and 6.7 today. It seems that a new scoring mechanism has been implemented today. I'm really angry. It's clear in my article that the protagonist eats the heart of the ghost will die directly. It's so simple and clear. Some people say I'm scribbling. Please read carefully before commenting. I will be very aggrieved and unprepared to write an article if you comment like this. Chapter 45. After popping Tong Mo's head in frustration, he tried to calm himself down, and then watched Anime Suji no miserable waiting for Anime Suji's instructions. Lord Wu miserable, why don't you let me go with Bantengu next? I know what to do to directly eliminate the Sanyashiki. They. Jade Pot jumped in front of Wu Miao, and Mao recommended himself. Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable, and the green tendons on the door of his head will appear, and he grabbed the head of the Jade Pot and threw it out. I don't know what the meaning of your existence is now. For so long, the Sanyashiki clan has not perished, and the cyan flower has no clue. Tell me, what is the meaning of your existence? And the Ghost Slayer team has that even more terrifying monster. Are you going to deliver food to that monster? The remaining 5 stringers looked up in amazement at Anime Suji, and Naruto's string also broke at this moment because of too much force. This time he spoke, rarely with a hint of anticipation and longing. Murumumi, was the prostitute Taro destroyed by the monster you were talking about? Can you tell me which pillar that monster is? Anime Suji took a deep breath. He was sure that it was the one who ate his 4 hearts who ate the prostitute Taro. And his sister. But is it for no reason that such a monster has allowed these upper strings to increase his strength? Ghost Dance Suji no wrinkled his head. The 5 brains were in a mess at the moment, and the upper strings didn't dare to say anything when they saw him like this, and stood quietly below. Ghost Dance Suji has 5 heads and 7 hearts. 4 hearts were eaten by the protagonist. The strength of the heart will drop by 4/7 forever. P.S. The creature whose heart is eaten by the protagonist will die directly unless there is more than 1 heart. It's a special kind of life energy deprivation kill. I'm talking about it here. Really don't say I didn't say it clearly. I was going to have 2 chapters today. I was depressed for a long time when I saw that comment. There is an infinity train in Asakusa, and it is full of passengers day and night. This is your chance. I need you to become stronger. Just let the nest and the Black Death go. Didn't the Jade Pot say that he knew how to exterminate the Sanyashiki clan, and wanted to be with the Half Tengu? Hearing the Jade Pot of the train full of passengers, the thought of wanting to eat people was suddenly blocked in his throat just as he was about to speak, and he could only nod. As for Tong Mo, your eternal bliss sect is not short of food at all, and you will try to make yourself stronger during this time. Tong Mo pretended to be a good cub, smiled and nodded, and then looked at the Jade Pot. Jade Pot, why don't you tell me what the secret you know? Do you have any orders from the miserable adults? It's so sad that I just don't want any less to be wound, but you didn't seem to knock my head off without asking me about it. Your Excellency is really ruthless. P.S. Will Tong Mo call the Lord of the Nest? I remember that there seems to be, if not, Please tell the Tong Mo how to call the nest, I want to change it back, I really don't remember it so clearly. Poof. Once again, he blows Tong Mo's head and leaves Infinity City. When Tong Mo's head grows back, he finds that only him and Naruto are left in Infinity City, and Wu Miao leaves after finishing speaking, and the other ghosts also leave one by one. It's just that Tong Mo's head has been blown up by the nest, so I don't know. Well, please Naruto send me out. Naruto didn't even look at the grinning child, just nodded and plucked the strings. On the other side of dividing line, Bai was a little stunned after treating Yu Tianyuan's wound. Because Yu Tianyuan's wounds were all over his body, but fortunately, he listened to what he said, and pasted a piece of pork in front of him that was not eroded by the poison of the sickle. And Bai, who treated Yu Tenjin's wounds, also knew why Yu Tenjin would say that he was in charge of the gorgeous god. The anime and manga look far inferior to real people, and Wutsuki Tenjin's handsomeness is not much better than him, but he doesn't have as many muscles as Wutsuki Tenin, and he looks a little feminine like a woman. In fact, the main reason is the sound problem. Looking at the white-haired stunned appearance, Yu Tianyuan laughed proudly. How's that, aren't you intimidated by my gorgeous appearance? Bai sneered twice, and without looking at Yu Tianyuan, he walked in the direction of the ghost-killing team. If you can choose once, he, extremely evil and white, will definitely follow the plot and force Yu Tianyuan women's clothes to sell skin swallows to find a wife. No wonder the original book My Wife Shanyi complained about why Yu Tianyuan didn't go unconsciously, and when he saw Yu Tianyuan's complaints, Bai also finally understood the things of the two-dimensional world, and the three-dimensional people can't fully understand it, unless it's in one dimension. For example, now, Bai is very angry, he also wants to grow muscles, grow strong, and he does everything he can for this. However, eating is the same as not eating, and he gives up. The white horse passes through the gap, the backyard of the Ghost Slayer base. Shiro sat on the steps with his hands on his head and didn't know what he was thinking, while Utsuki Tenjin, who was almost covered with bandages, honestly knelt there on one knee with his head bowed, waiting for Yaya to come out. Bai faintly glanced at Yu Tianyuan, who had been kneeling for 10 minutes, and did not make a sound. He could feel that Yaya Sanyashiki didn't have a few days to live, his body was much more serious than Tanjiro, and if it weren't for Butterfly Shinobu and her sister helping to hang that breath, he would have died a long time ago. It is estimated that because of this, it takes half a day to get up. Thinking like this, Yaya was helped out by Sayashiki Tianyuan. What's the matter, Bai, Tianyuan, is there something going on so early? Or Yuguo's side Tianyuan, your wife has already found traces of the winding, if I'm not mistaken, your wife only went to Yuguo yesterday, right? Bai squinted his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was enjoying this voice a little. But it's a pity that there are no 4 generations here, and there are no Toad Immortals. Hearing Yayashiki's voice, Yuki Tenjin raised his head excitedly. Of course. Lord. Just last night when I took my wife to Yuguo, I met Bai. Bai has accurate information, so I repatriated 3 wives, and I worked with Bai to kill the 6th of the string last night. However, what she doesn't know is that even if she doesn't know the information about the prostitute Taro in vain, Utsuki Tenjin can kill the prostitute Taro, but it may cost her a lot of money. The original Utsuki Tenjin is dead without the explosion of blood of your beans, and he can't be killed without Tanjiro's help in the battle, and the poison can't be suppressed, and he will still die. This success made Amina Sanyashiki see the possibility that her husband's long-cherished wish would be fulfilled. Yaya chuckled, although it was not very different from just now, but it was difficult to hide the excitement. Yes, it's really hard for you, as your lord, there is nothing I can do but pray to the gods that you will be safe. Bai nodded. Bai was convinced of this. Yaya Sanyashiki was indeed very suitable to be a leader, he would control people's hearts, and he could really do what all leaders couldn't. For example, even though he didn't have a few days to live, he insisted on getting up early every day and carrying his physical discomfort to sweep the graves of all the deceased members of the ghost-killing team? Chapter 46. Thank you very much for your efforts. After Yaya finished speaking, he let go of the hand holding Tianyan who was holding him, and bent down in the stunned eyes of several people. My lord, it doesn't have to be like this. This is what Bai and I should do. You. Tian Yuan's hand quickly supported Yaya Yaya, who had just bent down, and Tian Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after helping the lord up. Bai felt that the stooping of Yaya was dispensable. Anyway, Anime Suji no Miserable was not far from death, so the curse of the Anime Suji no Miserable family could be unraveled. What's the harm in being so respectful to him? It doesn't matter if you don't bow, you will eat Anime Suji no matter what. It's everyone's job to see your goals clearly and work hard to achieve them, and don't let some other things distract you. After Yuguo's matter is finished, then I'll talk about Asakusa's matter. Hwaja is a town in the Yukuo area, which is similar to the province of our country. The night before I went to the Yukaku area and met Utsuki Tenjin, I met Anime Suji no Miserable in Asakusa. I once again ate 2 hearts of Anime Suji, and now his strength is only 3/7 of his original strength. We can already find a chance to kill Anime Suji. Tian Yuan looked at Bai with a long mouth and a confused look, but Bai had a flat look, as if this kind of thing was normal. And this time, Yaya and T9 didn't look surprised. I know, the other side has just sent a letter to inform me. Your words are no different from my guess. Should I say that it is you? Bai was a little surprised. Did the news pass so quickly? His eyesight is so good. Did he send the news to the Ghost Slayer team in one day? Shiro, I heard that there was a child of the Ghost Slayer team who was traveling with you that night. Tanjiro Kamadu, the family was attacked by Anime Suji, and only he and his sister who had become a ghost were left alive. It's a pity, his father died early. Tian Yuan was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, Oh? It seems that Bai and the child's father know each other? I see, I think Shiro must trust the sister who has become a ghost, right? In that case, Shinobu will be assessed by Tanjiro and his sister and 2 other children. Endure. Is it Chini's sister? Bai frowned slightly, puzzled. He also wanted to know how Yashiki would reply to Utsumi Tenjin. At this time, Sanyashiki Tianyan nodded and took out a letter from his arms. This is the assessment letter that Shinobu asked her sister to send. Shinobu wants to be the 11th pillar of the Demon Slayer team, and the mission we gave is Spider Mountain, which is occupied by a lower string and some powerful ghosts. Tanjiro and his future companions will stop the ONI except for that lower string. Given that Tanjiro, my wife, Zanai, and Inashuka Izura killed the 6th of the previous substrings yesterday, this time it is their task to make them grow better. At the same time, the time of the mission is set for today. P.S. The butterfly effect. Tanjiro learned the god of fire Kagura's strength has increased greatly, with the assistance of Shanyi and a pig. Killing a ringing kai is simple. Listening to Sanyashiki Tianyan's words, Bai and Tian Yuan's eyes were a little strange, but they didn't say much, just nodded their heads to show understanding. Then I won't disturb my lord's rest, and I wish my lord good health. Well, I wish the lord good health. Then Bai and Utsuki Tenjin left the backyard, and Yaya returned to the room, and this time he was not supported by Sanyashiki Tianyan, much to the shock of Sanyashiki Tianyan. Yaya seemed to feel something and smiled. This is thanks to Shiro. With the decline of Wu Miao's strength, my body is also slowly recovering. It is really hard for Shiro. Hearing her husband say this, she laughed. Yes, if we go on like this, we can live a normal life. Yaya nodded and walked towards the living room. Tianyan, let's go to the back mountain after breakfast. Sanyashiki Tianyan naturally knows where the back mountain is, and she can't stop her husband from doing this, but her husband was very weak before, and he only wants her husband to spend less time every day. But just now she knew that her husband's health was starting to improve, so she would no longer have such worries. On the other side, Bai and Yutamoto, who had just left the backyard, saw the three of now standing there nervously. When they saw that Yu Tianyuan's body was full of bandages, they immediately cried and lay on Yu Tianyuan's body, and kept looking at it. The white forehead and green tendons bulged and left without looking back. Utsuki Tenjin wanted to stay in Shiro and taste the breakfast his wife had cooked. But thinking about the green tendons that had just appeared on his white forehead, he withdrew his hand brightly. Well, next time. Okay, don't worry, I'm just suffering a little skin trauma, and I'll be fine soon. Utsuki Tenjin was there comforting his wife, while Shiro was walking towards the butterfly house alone. He didn't know where my wife Zanai and Tanjiro were, or where Spider Mountain was. Because he didn't ask the way to Spider Mountain, because there was nothing to go to Spider Mountain at the beginning, and it was useless to go. And now that he's stronger, he can't look down on a lower string at all, and his goal is on the upper chord and no miserable lunch. So he's going to go and find Butterfly Shinobi, and he's going to go with him. After all, the plot is already so fast, and he has already finished the plot of the Flower Street film in advance before the Infinite Train. Then he doesn't recommend directly speeding up the plot to the decisive battle between the Infinite Train and the Bladesmith Village or even the Infinite City. So that he can retire. P.S. Small theater outside the plot. Dull Melon, no, you can't retire, I'm a Naruto fan, you should understand when I say that, right? Extremely. Evil White. Bai succeeded in coming to the butterfly house with a long memory, and now there was a layer of light on the horizon, and Bai could clearly see the busy figures inside through the window. Chana Megami and Shinobi, as well as Kanzaki Aoi and Butterfly House, three small ones. Chanel in the courtyard is also practicing swordsmanship there. The patients in the Butterfly House have never been cured in the true sense of the word, and some have only the wounded and sick who are familiar and unfamiliar. At this moment, Butterfly Ninja, who was medicating the wounded who had been sent a while ago, frowned, and pulled out the Nichiren knife that he was carrying. Sister, I feel an extremely stinky smell, it's a ghost who has eaten a lot of people. Chanel snorted and laughed, patted the head of the frightened butterfly Shinobu and pointed to the white outside the window. P.S. If nothing else, there will be a chapter later. Chapter 47. Now, look at who that is. Butterfly. Who just wanted to say that her sister was more serious, subconsciously looked over, and when she saw the white eyes looking at her through the window with strange eyes, she suddenly had a feeling of hair all over her body and subconsciously hid behind Chanel Hui. The wounded who had wanted to hear from the bed that a powerful demon had come to the butterfly house, and they were ready to pick up the knife on the bedside table to meet the enemy. But when they saw the legendary ghost pillar entering, his eyes changed from wariness and hostility to admiration. This is the man who can take advantage of the legendary Ghost King. He is a symbol of the strength of the ghost-killing team. As long as there is a ghost pillar, they can see the day when the ghost-killing team will be completely wiped out. This can also be regarded as revenge for their relatives and friends, or the fulfillment of their desire to adopt their own teacher. With this kind of guts, why do you have the idea of wanting to become the 11th pillar? Just like before, isn't it good to be an assistant to your sister? You are short and weak, and it is quite difficult for you to decapitate the ghost. Is it for you to be a pillar to eat? Butterfly Shinobu saw Bai so mocking himself that his face turned red, and he walked out directly behind Chanel angrily. Don't underestimate me, my poison is very powerful, and I was a first-class ghost slasher a year ago. Name, Butterfly Ninja. Race, human. Gender, female. Profile, the butterfly ninja. Strength and poison that have not experienced the pain of the original book will not be as deep as the original book, but when she knew that you can be a pillar a few years ago, she suddenly had the idea of wanting to be a pillar, and at the same time, she also saw in you the hope of destroying all evil ghosts to avenge the dead family, so her mood and mentality are much better than the seriousness of Chani when she was not dead in the original book. Note, the current butterfly shinobi pays more attention to life with her sister and Chanel, but she doesn't want to waste her strength close to the pillar to treat the wounded, and she also wants to kill ghosts in her spare time to reduce the burden on the team, which is also a way to reduce the wounded. Bai's eyes flickered slightly. Really, you've reached the first rank of the Ghost Slayer, so you want to become a pillar. Your idea is really interesting. But it doesn't matter, I don't want to meddle in other people's actions and intentions, I just came to you to find out where the 3 children you were with are now. Butterfly Shinobi's expression froze, and then she became a little annoyed. You guy, am I so unbearable? Bai didn't reply to her, but the meaning was inseparable. Chani was smiling happily. Okay White, don't be teasing Xiao Ren, those 3 children sent a message yesterday and rested at the Wisteria house in XXXX, I don't remember. If you go now, you can get there in the afternoon, and Shinobu will help me deal with the wounded, and I won't get to Spider Mountain until evening. Shiro nodded and said, Thank you, Channa. Then he walked away without looking back. Looking at Bai who disappeared after asking and left, the butterfly frowned dissatisfiedly. What, sister, look at this guy. Channa Hui shook her head with a smile in her eyes and smiled, Xiao Shinobi, it's time to deal with the wounded, otherwise you will be late for the assessment. Got it, sister. Suddenly, a large number of crows flew to the branch outside the butterfly house and stood, and Chani and Butterfly Shinobu sensed something strange and hurried out. There were more and more crows, until the branches outside the butterfly house were full of crows. Butterfly Shinobu and Chani were puzzled, what is the matter with the wounded man's crow? Their owner is already injured, and there is no way to still have a mission. Ghost Pillar White, Sound Pillar Yu Tian Yuan, lightly injured and killed the 6th of the upper string, and killed the 6th of the upper string. Ghost Pillar White, Sound Pillar Yu Tian Yuan, lightly injured and killed the 6th of the upper string, and killed the 6th of the upper string. Ghost Pillar White, Sound Pillar Yu Tian Yuan, lightly injured and killed the 6th of the upper string, and killed the 6th of the upper string. After shouting 3 times, the ravens flew up in unison, soaring into the air like a black cloud and scattering in all directions. Everyone in the butterfly house fell into a kind of contemplation in a daze. Upper string Oni was killed by the combination of Onizusama and Otozusama. Otozusama was only slightly injured, which is amazing. How do you know that it was Otozusama and not Onitsusama who was slightly injured? Are you stupid? How could Onizusama's divine body be injured? Yes, I was stupid. I can now see the adults taking us to destroy all the demons. I'm really looking forward to it. The butterfly house was lively at this moment, bustling like the ants selling in the vegetable market, as if their injuries seemed to be healed at this moment. Chani and Butterfly Shinobu glanced at each other, their emotions different. Channa makes joy, and Butterfly Shinobu is aggrieved, and he was preached by Bai just now, and now it is said that Bai and the Sound Pillar have eliminated the upper string ghost. She didn't need to think that the main force must be white, otherwise the sound column would not have been slightly injured, it should have been seriously injured or even killed. After all, too many of the Ghost Slayer's quad pillars died at the hands of the upper winding. Xiao Ren, don't stand still, hurry up and deal with the wounded and prepare for the toxins needed for the assessment, or can you consider Bai's suggestion? Hearing that his sister would help Bai speak, Butterfly Ren's face first showed a touch of incredulity, but after thinking about it, it seemed that what her sister said made sense. I know, sister. Butterfly replied weakly, turned around and went back to the house. On the other side, Shiro, who had obtained the exact location, also headed towards his destination. Chani's time is still good, and she really arrived in the afternoon when she walked slowly, and it seems that the pillars of her lazy ghost-killing team all know about it. Suddenly, Shiro heard an extremely greasy and familiar voice and couldn't help frowning and staring ahead. Tanjiro, let your beans come out at night. Although your beans are ghosts, it's no problem if you come out at night. Is it okay, Tanjiro? Tanjiro who was carrying a wooden box containing your beans, got goosebumps when he saw that my wife Shanyi was so tired. Hey, I see, please don't torture me like this with your face against me. Seeing Tanjiro agree, my wife Zanai jumped up excitedly. Who's that? Such a beautiful big sister must not have a boyfriend, right? Surely not. Hey. P.S. My wife's Shanyi character seems to be like this, and he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, and he and the protagonist only have a one-sided relationship during the assessment, and doing too many tasks means that he has to be afraid, and if he is afraid, he will faint out of the tuba, so naturally he doesn't remember. My wife Shanyi instantly entered the state and walked towards Bai in a daze. Tanjiro and Izura in a shook, who noticed that my wife Zanai was abnormal, were stunned, and when Kaoruhei in a shook wanted to laugh at my wife Zanai, Tanjiro covered his mouth with a frightened face. In just a short time, my wife Shanyi had already walked in front of Bai. Hey, hello big sister, it's almost night, do you want me to send you home? It's very dangerous to go home alone at night. P.S. Can you give a good review to readers who like to see it and think it's good looking? The scoring mechanism has changed, and I 9.0 directly changed to 6.7. People are numb, or today it rose 0.1 to 6.8. Asked for, _ Chapter 48. Oh, you're going to take me home, really? Thank you so much, my family lives on the top of Spider Mountain, sorry for you. My wife Shanyi nodded with a look of enjoyment. No problem at all yo beautiful sister, we are just going. Nanny. Your family lives on the top of Spider Mountain. My wife, Zanai, who reacted, turned white with fright, and ran behind Tanjiro with a frightened face, poking his head into the white with a frightened expression. Charcoal. Tanjiro, this guy is a ghost, isn't it? Her family lives in Spider Mountain. There's a lower string ghost there, right? That lower string ghost must be her, right? What should we do? What should Tanjiro, will we die? Tanjiro. Please say something. My wife Shanyi's frightened snot bubbles came out, and she grabbed Tanjiro's arm and shook it with tears streaming down her face, and the snot and tears flowed down Tanjiro's clothes. Looking at Shiro, who was approaching step by step, Tanjiro remembered the 7 days when he was trained by Haku, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was hell. And compared to the fear of my wife Zanai and Tanjiro's fear, Kaoruhei Inashuk is different. The shrill laughter was full of excitement, and the 2 Hinawa knives on his waist that were full of blood grooves were instantly pulled out and pointed at Bai. You're the ghost pillar that the crow and Tanjiro just talked about, right? Uncle Ben is going to challenge you. Tanjiro looked at his mouth with a frightened expression, and Inashuk's brain exploded into a pulp at this moment. He just said to Inashuk that the purpose of these things is to make Inashuk Izura converge, and everyone is usually friends and partners, so it's nothing. But the ghost pillar is different. I'm very sorry Mr. Shiro, I'm so sorry that Inashuk often has the wrong tendon in his brain, and I apologize to you for him. Tanjiro's hands were quick and his eyes were fast, and before he could speak, Inashuk continued to use his taunting skills, as if he was covering his mouth and pressing him down. However, in the next second, the mouth of the mouth-high Inashuk hit Tanjiro with the elbow of his right hand, and he directly broke away from Tanjiro. Tanjiro, what are you doing? Uncle Ben is not wrong. Anyway, he is a ghost and he won't be hurt. Tanjiro and my wife Zanai's faces froze, and they looked at Inashuk Ichihiro with a look of horror, and the next second the two appeared 10 meters away from Inashuk Ichihira. Tanjiro's retreat is self-evident, but he knows how ruthless it is to fight and torture people. And my wife Shanyi is completely his instinct to be afraid of death that prompts him to stay away from Inashuk at this moment. After all, now Inashuk will definitely hold Shira's hatred, maybe Shiro will forget what he just did? Is it, do you want to fight with the strong to temper yourself? Very good, I just like this kind of young man who is high-spirited and dares to think and speak. Come on, as a senior, I will let you strike first. Inashuk Kaoruhei originally wanted to mock Tanjiro and my wife Zenitsu for being so timid, but when I heard Shiro's words, I immediately forgot about it. Pinch haha, Uncle Ben is here. Beast's breath, one no fang, piercing. Ichihei Inashuk's two knives were side by side, and the blades of the two knives stabbed towards Shiro's neck. Tanjiro, who was hiding on the side, saw this scene and his scalp tingled with fright. Oops! My wife Shanyi was stunned and looked at Tanjiro in surprise. Tanjiro, that's the pillar that killed the upper string, how could Inashuk Kaoruhei hurt that kind of guy? Tanjiro shook his head slightly stiffly and said, no, Inashuk Kaoruhei is going to be bad. My wife Shanyi, iota_. I'm not stupid. Smack. What's wrong? Tanjiro hurriedly looked, only to see Inashuk Kaoruhei fall a meter in front of Shiro's body, just in time for Tanjiro to see Shiro's eyes with 3 black megatama. Oh no! Shanyi, don't look at those eyes! Tanjiro exclaimed, and hurriedly turned around to block in front of my wife Shanyi, but it was still a step too late, and my wife Shanyi also fell. Seeing that the two friends were hit by that terrible illusion, cold sweat slipped down Tanjiro's cheeks. It's an interesting combination of one bold and reckless, my wife Zanai, one arrogant, Kaoruhei Inashuk, and one weak and incompetent, Tanjiro, just one incompetent waste, immortal Kawajanya. Shiro doesn't know why, but when he saw Tanjiro, he couldn't help but want to taunt him, and by the way, he also brought my wife Zanai and Inashuk in the mouth. Maybe it was that training that made him unconsciously addicted. Unfortunately, there are no two pillars in this world. P.S. I can already imagine a scene where the protagonist shouts harder than Atake when the Hokage is written. Let's see what dreams they have. Anyway, such a bizarre thing happened to them, and when they woke up, they would definitely say what they saw, right? Tanjiro's mouth twitched with difficulty. He was used to Shiro talking about him, not even him, including the immortal Kawajanya. During that time, he was said to be weak and incompetent, and the immortal Kawajanya was an incompetent waste. Although it was hard to listen to and provoke hatred, such a strength that provoked him did improve very quickly, so fast that even he couldn't imagine it. The same is true for immortal Chuan Swanya, although he doesn't like to be said like this, he and immortal Chuan Swanya are still very grateful to Bai, because Bai makes them stronger, faster and more effective. Although the process was painful, the good thing is that the result is good. Shiro sat down on the spot, and Tanjiro stayed by the two of them after dragging them under the tree. At this time, in the illusion of Inashuk Kaoruhei, seeing that he had turned into a baby, he kept struggling to get out of a woman's arms, but he just couldn't break away, and the woman held him tightly. After he couldn't help it, he thought about pulling the woman's face, because it was still okay to be held at this distance. But the strange thing is that he can't see the woman's appearance clearly, but the surrounding woods can see it clearly, and what is even more strange is that he can't see the woman's appearance but can see the tears on the woman's face. Unconsciously, he was carried by a woman and ran to the edge of a cliff, and at this moment he could see the woman's face clearly. It was a face that resembled him. What's going on? Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? His voice changed to babbling as soon as he said it, but it sounded a little urgent. Inashuk, you can definitely live. You can. Oh la, did you run here? But why did you run away? Because you were afraid of me. I didn't want to hurt you at all, but now you can only enjoy eternal life with me. An unfamiliar voice appeared in the ears of Izora Inashuk, and he suddenly twisted his little head to look over. P.S. There's one more chapter later. Chapter 49. When Inashuk Kaoruhei saw the person who spoke, his pupils dilated, because the man's eye had the upper string written on it, and the other eye had Akira Inashuk written on it. Kotoha saw Tong Mo chasing after him, and looked at the mouth in his arms, and tears were all over his beautiful cheeks. "I'm sorry, Inashuk, I'm sorry." When Inashuk was wondering why this woman was apologizing, he was thrown out directly in the next second, and his brain crashed at this moment. His eyes turned black and he fainted, then opened his eyes again and the other side at the same time. My wife, Shanyi, got up from the ground in amazement and looked at the wooden house where she had grown up. Wasn't he near Spider Mountain? Why did he come here all of a sudden? But he soon left this question behind him, and the next question made my wife Shanyi's scalp tingle with fear. Although I just fell asleep and dreamed, but the old man will definitely train me to death next, right? The old man who escaped from the battle during the mission will definitely break his leg. What should I do? What should I do? My wife Shanyi was a little flustered, suddenly. He twitched his nose a few times in disbelief, and a strong smell of blood wafted out of the cabin. What does this smell like? Lie, isn't it? My wife Shanyi's eyes were a little hollow, and she walked towards the wooden house tremblingly, and slowly pushed open the door with her trembling hand on the handle. Everything that came into my eyes made my wife Shanyi's heart stop suddenly. I saw a familiar figure eating with his back to him, and his adopted grandfather was lying in front of that figure, and the ground was covered with blood. Division. Brother. You. What are you doing? The figure paused, stopped what was in his hand, and looked back at my wife, Shanyi. Really, is it you, waste? Didn't you go on a mission? What's wrong? Just give up the mission and run away. My wife Shanyi's pupils trembled, because of the turn of the U. He saw clearly what the current appearance of the U. Toothy and clawless like a demon, his body is covered with familiar patterns, and his hands, mouth, and body are all covered in his grandfather's blood. You've become a ghost. Ate Grandpa. Seeing my wife Shanyi's trembling appearance, Mayu thought that my wife Shanyi was trembling with fear, and laughed with satisfaction. Isn't it obvious? This old immortal refuses to teach me a form with his heart. What if I become a ghost in order to become stronger? Now that I come back and eat him, what's the problem? My wife looked at the senior brother she had respected and admired in the past, and she was so beast-hearted that she trembled with anger. And all this Mayu didn't know, and he completely thought that my wife Shanyi was afraid, because my wife Shanyi used to be like this, and once she was afraid, her whole body would tremble. Unforgivable. Hey! Akigaku, who was enjoying my wife's fear, was stunned for a moment, and his eyes appeared for a moment, and then there was murderous intent. What's the matter? The coward also wants to avenge the teacher who raised him. Can this kind of cowardly, weak, and status waste work? It's better to lie there honestly and eat it for me. Anyway, a waste like you will be eaten by a ghost sooner or later, so it's better to cheapen me. Unforgivable. You frowned, looking at my wife Shanyi, who was repeating this sentence with her head down, and was displeased, and immediately stood up and thought that she would directly result in my wife Shanyi. But in the next second, my wife Shanyi raised her head, his eyes were full of thunder, and his whole body flashed with dazzling electric arcs, like a true god filled with thunder and lightning. Unforgivable. My wife Shanyi roared, and the whole wooden house exploded directly in the next moment, and his head was lifted by him, and my wife Shanyi looked at the frightened head indifferently, and finally Yu's head disappeared little by little in my wife Shanyi's hands. And the entire wooden house was directly shattered into sawdust flying in the sky with the accompaniment of the rapid attack and thunder and lightning, and the air was filled with a strong smell of burning, and the next moment he fainted. Outside. Tanjiro watched Yo-Yo wake up and breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but worry. I hope that Inashuk and Zenitsu don't indulge in the wrath of the illusion, otherwise they will be beaten half to death. Uncle Ben must kill you. Uncle Ben must kill you. Izue Inashuk roared frantically, and the Hinawa knife in his hand directly cut off the big tree behind him. Grandpa! Was that fake just now? My wife Shanyi's eyes were red, and after finding out that it was fake, she kept wiping her tears and muttering that it was great, knowing that my brother could not become a ghost or something. Not far away, Shiro heard my wife Shanyi's muttering, revealing a meaningful expression. "Go and finish your mission, it's already getting dark." Shiro stood up and patted the dirt behind him, pointing to the sky that had begun to darken. His words instantly caught the attention of my wife, Zanai, and Inashuk Kaoruhira. "Anazu, who is that woman I saw just now? Why is she so similar to me?" But he knew that it was fake, so why did he feel inexplicable heartache? After that woman lost himself, so he wanted to know who that woman was, so he asked Bai Fa. After all, that illusion was made in vain. The corners of his mouth hooked, and Tanjiro suddenly felt ominous in his heart when he saw this familiar action. Kotohazi Wahira, female, 18 years old, gave birth to a son named Ichihira Inashuk, but due to frequent domestic violence by her husband and mother-in-law, she ran away from home with a child who had just been born not long ago. Later, he met the winding of the child, and the child saw the glory of his mother from Kotoha, so he planned to keep Konoha and even send off Kotoha for his retirement. But Kotoha saw Tong Mo eating people one day, so she ran away desperately with her child, and finally ran to a cliff and threw her child down. She was sorry for her child, but she wanted her child to live, and this was the only way to live. Although the chances are slim, otherwise what awaits that child is to be eaten by Tong Mo with her mother. Tong Mo may not eat children, it should be killed directly. And who is that child? I don't need much anymore, do I? After Bai finished speaking, the biggest reaction was not Ichihira Inashuk, but my wife Shanyi. He took 2 steps back in a trembling manner, his eyes hollow as if he had lost his soul. "Liar, isn't it? Isn't that fake? It's a fantasy dream. Why does something really happen?" Bai looked at my wife Shanyi with deep meaning. Shiro knows very well what the illusion that my wife Shanyi saw. This is the illusion he specially weaved for my wife Shanyi, because the death of the prostitute Taro brother and sister is vacant. Because the plot of the infinite train will come soon, all I have done is to advance the plot. But Kawahima Jigoro is not without salvation. After all, it was Mt. Migaku who brought him despair, so my wife Zanai could bring hope to Kawahima Jigoro. Chapter 50. My wife Shanyi looked at Bai in astonishment, and Bai's expression made him panic. Tanjiro opened his mouth to say something, but finally closed it again. He had experienced that kind of vision, too, and he saw Anime Suji no brutally killing his family, while he witnessed it all as a third-person spectator. It's not right to say that it's false, because what you see is what has happened, so you are called weak and incompetent. And Inashuk Kaoruhi's reaction, coupled with what Shiro just said, made Tanjiro believe that what he saw in the illusion was very likely to have happened. That's why he couldn't open his mouth just now, because he didn't know what my wife Shanyi saw, and it was even more difficult to comfort him. Looking at my frightened wife Shanyi, Bai smiled lightly. "Not necessarily, it may have happened, or it may not have happened yet. Fantasy, don't take it so seriously." The corners of Tanjiro's mouth twitched, but he didn't debunk it or explain anything. He didn't think it was fake, and even Inashuk completely believed that it was true, including my wife Zanai, who also began to believe it. "I want to kill Tong Mo, can you help me?" Shiro looked at the mouth that spoke, and Inashuk's expression turned cold. "I can even eat Tong Mo myself, how can I help you?" Tanjiro's heart suddenly burst and said secretly, "It started, that's what Shiro said about him at the beginning." Hearing Shiro's answer, Inashuk choked suddenly, and even my wife Shanyi, who wanted to ask something more on the side, was dumbfounded. "Are you really a pillar?" Seeing Bai say this, my wife Shanyi's expression was unusually calm. Seeing this, although Bai felt a little strange, he still nodded comfortably. "Of course, the 10th pillar of the Ghost Slayer team, the Ghost Pillar. Thunder Breath 7 No Type, Fire Thor." At this moment, the air seemed to be torn apart by flames and thunder, and my wife Shanyi appeared behind Shiro the moment she pulled out her knife. Exhale and retract the knife. Then he fell to the ground with his legs weak, gasping for air. Vi watched in amazement as his left hand flew into the sky. A large amount of blood spurted out from the fracture, but in the next second, the wound healed, and the arm grew back. Have you already learned the Fire Thunder God? Vi said in an indifferent tone, not as if he didn't care about his arm being cut off. After all, what's there to care about what can grow in the next second, then? Shiro looked at the mouth of Hiraga Inashuk, as if he noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's kind of interesting. It's really not bad. After all, it is a child who has been raised by a sow for a period of time and grew up in the mountains, and the breathing method is still self-created, which is a genius. The goal has been achieved, and they are all children who don't have to be sent by Tanjiro. It's getting late, and if you don't hurry up and go to Spider Mountain, your mission will be considered a failure. Bai pointed to the Spider Mountain not far behind him, and left in the puzzled eyes of the two. Looking at my wife Zanai and Ichihira Inashuk looking at each other with a confused expression, he finally looked at his Tanjiro and sighed helplessly. It's good to get used to it. Mr. Bai just likes to provoke others to stimulate that person to grow faster. I've been through this before, and it's been painful, but it's been very effective. Seeing Tanjiro say this with a relaxed face, my wife Zanai and Inashukira glanced at each other, and then walked towards Tanjiro with both hands on the Hinawa sword. On the other side, after Bai left, he walked towards the Zhu family, but he didn't think it was anything. After all, being angry and angry can become stronger, so what's wrong with being a little angry? At night, Bai had already returned to Zhu Shi's house and threw Zhu Shi a blood-stained garment. The blood on this suit is all the blood of the sixth of the wind, and I need to take a tube to play with. Zhu Shi carried the clothes soaked in blood, his eyes were glowing, and he nodded, and then took out a bucket and began to collect blood. That's right, this dress is the clothes that Bai removed the winding hands and feet last night. I have to say that ghosts are ghosts, and this blood is a lot of blood. If the hands and feet are broken, the blood is like no money, and the fallen G has nothing to do, just keep repeating the removal of the hands and feet, and the blood is like a water pump. This dress is full of the blood of the fallen Heim, because last night Bai found out that he ran out of needles, so he came up with such a method. Anyway, there are more clothes in the system space, and it will be forbidden to put items in it. Whatever you put in and take out is what it looks like, and it's very easy to use. Soon, there were about 3 cups of blood on the clothes. Zhu Shi took out a small bowl and handed it to Bai, and then went to the experiment without saying a word. Shiro took the blood to the basement and watched the shivering ghost try to make himself smile with an amiable smile, and the ghost trembled even more when he saw this smile. This guy has this expression every time he digs up his internal organs. The operating room is not the same room as the place where Zhu Shi did the experiment, and Zhu Shi's laboratory is very well soundproofed, and the ghost's terrible screams cannot be heard at all. In the early hours of the morning, seeing that the aura had risen from an ordinary ghost to the level of the lower string, the white brows frowned slightly. Is it stronger after receiving the blood of a high-ranking ghost? Bai deducted the ghost's heart and ate it, and his cultivation only increased by 1 month. There is no way, his strength is already very high, just like cultivating immortals. High-level cultivators can only be useful if they consume high-level pills. And the effect of consuming low-level pills is minimal. What's more, there is also a system that says that it is to deduct part of its own energy, and it is said to be in case of emergency. Looking at the wall clock on the wall, Bai glanced at the empty cage, thinking that he would catch another one later. Check in. A stream of cool energy poured into Bai's eyes, and the 3 hooked jade writing wheel eyes spun rapidly, finally forming a flower-like shape. P.S. The main character's inability to feel pain is due to physical reasons. Ability: Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, eye of mental reflection. Left eye, moon reading, details, right eye, killing ghost, details. Seeing the ability of the right eye, Bai was a little confused, and then clicked on the details and read on. Right eye, killing ghost. Details. The ability of the right eye is to summon a killing ghost that only exists in legends, and humans who have not reached the 6th level or do not have reincarnation eyes cannot see killing ghosts at all. Killing ghosts are a kind of ghosts that bloom in killing and are greedy for killing and like to slaughter demons, but they dislike the weakness of humans and do not stretch out the butcher knife to humans, and are called kind ghosts by humans. Synopsis: the killer specializes in souls, his strength is on par with the Grim Reaper in the Hokage, he loves to kill, and if he puts down the butcher knife, he may be able to become the Grim Reaper as well. Note: this ability can only be used once a year, and the 6 realms are only the rations of the killing ghost. Even if it is the 6th realm, it only has the ability to resist and does not mean that he will be able to live, because although the killing ghost has a soul, it does not mean that he is physical garbage. After reading the details of the ability of the right eye, the white pupils opened and gasped. This ability can't be described as a metamorphosis anymore, it's simply invincible and super god. P.S. There's another chapter later.